Chapter 1, Getting Married with the Vegetative Goddess. Parallel World, Blue Planet. Bang, bang. There was a knock on the door of the rental house. Xin Yang frowned. The landlord came to ask for rent before the rent due date? When Xin Yang opened the door, a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Outside the door was an unfamiliar middle-aged couple who looked very impressive. Why did they come to the urban village? Excuse me, who are you looking for? Xin Yang asked in a friendly manner. The man took a deep breath and said, Xin Yang, we are looking for you. Can we talk in the room? Come in. Xin Yang let the two of them into the house. The middle-aged couple looked around. Although Xin Yang's place was rather shabby, it was still clean. Who are you, you two? The three of them sat down and Xin Yang asked in confusion. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and then said, My surname is Zhang. Mu Shui is our daughter. We have something to ask you. Xin Yang's face changed. He looked a little embarrassed. Zhang Mushui was the president of his previous company. She was extremely beautiful. They accidentally had sex after drinking at the company's annual meeting, and he was subsequently fired by the previous company. Mr. Zhang, I really didn't mean it. Xin Yang said embarrassedly. The middle-aged man raised his hand. We know. If you did it on purpose, you'd already be in jail. We're here to discuss something else with you. Xin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. You say. Mu Shui has become a vegetable. Xin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could Ms. Jiang become a vegetable? I saw Ms. Jiang after that night, and she was fine. There was pain in the woman's eyes. Zhang Mushua's father, Zhang Wancheng, said in a deep voice, Don't be nervous. Mushua's becoming a vegetable has nothing to do with you. She became a vegetable more than a month after that night. Xin Yang was stunned. It has been 6 or 7 months since the incident. Zhang Mushue has been in a vegetative state for almost half a year? Mr. Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? Zhang Mushue's mother said, Xin Yang, we came here because we hope you can get married with Mushue. Mushue is pregnant, and she's carrying your child. Ah? Xin Yang's eyes widened. A deadly hit? Zhang Wancheng lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, After Mushue became a vegetable, she went to the hospital for a checkup and we discovered she was pregnant. The doctor said she couldn't have an abortion because it would greatly reduce her chances of recovery. Zhang Wancheng paused when he said this. We've consulted many doctors over the past few months, but Mushue hasn't woken up yet, and the chances of her waking up are getting lower and lower. She is our only daughter. Xin Yang said, You want me to marry her and have her give birth to a child? I'm afraid it would be extremely dangerous for her to give birth. Zhang Mushue's parents were silent. Don't they know? Zhang Mushue's mother couldn't help but shed tears. Xin Yang, we want you to get married with Mu Shui. First, we want you to have a happy marriage. Second, we want our child to have a father. There is a third point that Zhang Wancheng didn't mention. If Xin Yang did something to Zhang Mushue after marriage, maybe it would stimulate Zhang Mushue to get out of her vegetative state. Xin Yang said, If the child is mine, I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as a father after the birth. But there is no need for me to marry Mr. Zhang. Bringing happiness to a happy place is just superstition. He is so young and he marries a vegetative woman? Even if he agrees, his parents may not agree. Zhang Mushue's mother took out a card from her bag. Xin Yang, there is 5 million in this card. After you get married, we will give you 300,000 living expenses every month. Mu Shui has a villa, and that villa will belong to you in the future. Xin Yang's heart beat faster. 5 million plus 300,000 per month for living expenses, plus a villa. Use this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test? I agree. Xin Yang agreed immediately. If you refuse, Zhang Mushue's parents may ask for more money, but don't be too greedy. Xin Yang, Mu Shui is in such a state now, holding a wedding banquet might cause a lot of criticism. If you get the marriage certificate but don't hold a wedding banquet, maybe Mu Shui can recover in the future. It's not too late to hold a banquet then. Zhang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Xin Yang nodded. Mr. Jiang, what is the doctor's estimate of Mr. Zhang's chance of recovery? 1%. Xin Yang sighed inwardly, the probability was too low, and it was likely to decrease as time went by. Jiang Wancheng stood up and said, "Let's go. Today is the best day. Qin Yang, you and Mu Shui should get your marriage certificate today." The three of them went downstairs. A stretched Rolls-Royce was waiting for them. Qin Yang was not surprised. He knew that Jiang Wancheng was the richest man in Haicheng, with assets worth hundreds of billions. An hour later, Qin Yang and his friends arrived at a villa complex. The car stopped in front of a luxurious villa. "Master, madam." The four nannies bowed respectfully when entering the villa. Jiang Mushue's mother said, "His name is Qin Yang. He will marry Mushue soon, and he will be the male owner of this place in the future." "Mr. Qin." The four nannies shouted in unison. Qin Yang nodded without saying anything more. Jiang Wancheng and the others took Qin Yang upstairs, and soon Qin Yang saw Jiang Mushue lying there quietly. Her face looked a little pale, but the appearance is still as good as ever. Mu Shui. Jiang Mushue's mother held Jiang Mushue's hand, tears flashing in her eyes. Although Jiang Mushue had been in trouble for a long time, she still felt extremely uncomfortable every time she saw Jiang Mushue. Jiang Wancheng said, "Mushue, Qin Yang is here. We've contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau staff, and they'll be here soon. Mom and Dad want you and Qin Yang to get married." Qin Yang looked at the instrument next to him. There was no unusual movement on the instrument. "Director Jiang, can I kiss Mu Shui after we get married?" Jiang Wancheng nodded, "Okay." He also looked at the instrument next to him. There were still no abnormal fluctuations on the instrument. Soon the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau came over. Jiang Wancheng and the others took out Jiang Mushue's photo, and the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau photoshopped it and prepared a group photo for Qin Yang and the others. Bang! With the official seal, the marriage certificate is ready. Ding! Emotional system activated. Jiang Mushue can gain emotional points by experiencing emotional fluctuations. Emotional points can be used for lottery draws. Qin Yang was stunned. He actually awakened the system? System, there should be an initial gift package, right? Qin Yang tried to recite it silently in his mind. The initial gift package is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for raising his mental strength to S level. Qin Yang felt a warm current flowing into his head. His mental power increased rapidly and his mind became exceptionally clear. The promotion will end soon. Qin Yang felt that his memory was much stronger. He could now clearly remember things that happened before he was 3 years old. He also remembered what happened with Jiang Mushue that night. This is Jiang Mushue's first time. "Xiao Qin, you two will be husband and wife from now on. I hope you can take good care of Mu Shui. If Mu Shui recovers, we will give you 100 million. Civil Affairs Bureau staff left Jiang Wancheng Road. Qin Yang secretly clicked his tongue. "My father-in-law is so generous. Director Jiang, I will take good care of Mu Shui." Qin Yang promised. "Jiang Wancheng, you and Mu Shui are married now, so you should change your address. For now, just call me Uncle Jiang. You call my wife Aunt Liang." Qin Yang nodded and called out, "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang." Chapter 2, Preparing to move in together. Jiang Mushue's mother's name was Liang Lan. She said, "Xiao Qin, give up your current house and move in. You don't need to worry about the hygiene of the house and Mu Shui's care. You should talk to Mu Shui more often." Qin Yang nodded. Living in that rental house is not as comfortable as living in this big villa. "Xiao Qin, do you have any questions?" Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Mushue lying on the bed and asked, "Uncle Jiang, what caused Mushue to become like this?" Knowing the reason might increase the chances of waking her up. Jiang Wancheng sighed. She fell and hit her head. "We took her for a checkup and found nothing serious, but she just wouldn't wake up. We really have no other choice." Qin Yang, "Uncle Jiang, I will find a way. I want to tell my parents about my marriage to Mu Shui later." "Can." Jiang Wancheng nodded. "You can tell your parents any time. If the time is right, we can have dinner with your parents." "Okay." After chatting for a while, Qin Yang left. He needed to move some of his things over. "Honey, will this method work?" Liang Lan said with tears in her eyes. Jiang Wancheng frowned. "There's no other way. Let's just try it out." With Mu Shui's looks, even if she was a vegetable, Qin Yang would still do something to her. Maybe it can stimulate Mu Shui to wake up. Naturally, they would never have thought of such a crooked idea before. It's different now. The doctor told them that the chance of recovery was only 1%. They have to go all in. Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang had already had a relationship, and she was pregnant with Qin Yang's child, so it would be best for her to marry Qin Yang. Muxue, open your eyes and look at your mother. Mom and Dad are here, don't ignore us. Lian Lan held Jiang Mushue's hand and said with tears in her eyes. Jiang Mushue's expression didn't change at all. Her brainwaves are also very, very calm. Qin Yang took a taxi to the rented house. Normally he is reluctant to take a taxi. There is now 5 million in that bank card, and Jiang Wancheng and others give him 300,000 every month. The taxi fare is not worth mentioning. System, Jiang Muxue is now a vegetable. How can I make her experience emotional fluctuations and gain emotional points? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, just because the machine can't detect it doesn't mean Jiang Muxue won't have emotional fluctuations. As for what means you use, that's not the business of this system. All right. My mental power has reached S level. What are the levels? What is S level? Qin Yang changed the question. The rewards from high to low are SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Host, your mental strength is now hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. You have a photographic memory. After training, you can control objects, perform mental attacks, and sense the mental fluctuations of others. Qin Yang's heart moved. Will I be able to communicate with Mu Shui spiritually then? System, she won't be able to respond to you for now, but you can send her some information so she can feel it. Qin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This may still cause Jiang Muxue to have emotional fluctuations. It would be embarrassing if you get a system but can't use it. System, do you have system space? Don't tell me you don't have it. This is the most basic thing. Qin Yang said in his mind. System, yes, the size of the space is proportional to your strength, host. Currently, the system space is only 500 cubic meters. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Even if the strength does not increase anymore, 500 cubic meters is not small. A 40-foot container is only 55 cubic meters. 500 cubic meters can hold a lot of things. Moreover, the system space can be increased as the strength increases. System, what kind of rewards can I get from the lottery? Qin Yang asked curiously. System, you can get various rewards. The lowest level of the lottery requires 10 emotional points, and the emotional points required for each higher level increase tenfold. A maximum of 3 draws per day. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Since it is possible to draw various rewards, we should be able to obtain the means or items to treat Jiang Muxue in the future. Ding ding. Qin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Wancheng asked for his number, and he thought it was Jiang Wancheng calling. He picked up the phone and saw that the call was from Manager Yang of the Nyoma company where he currently worked. Qin Yang, please go back to the company immediately. There's an urgent job at the company. Please go back and work overtime. Manager Yang on the other end of the phone said in a tone that would not allow for refusal. Qin Yang frowned and said, Manager Yang, I worked a lot of overtime last month, but I didn't get a penny of my salary. I can't add this class. Manager Yang said, Qin Yang, you're still young and need to train yourself. Having a job is already pretty good these days. If you don't come, you don't have to come. Qin Yang, Manager Yang, I have no problem leaving, but the company cannot reduce my salary and overtime pay by a single cent. After saying that, Qin Yang hung up the phone. He had long since given up wanting to join this crappy class. I work like a horse in the company every day and get paid very little. In comparison, Jiang Mushua's company was much better, with good salary and benefits. However, he got into trouble after drinking, and he left the company after Jiang Muxue talked to him. More than half an hour passed. The taxi was approaching the urban village where Qin Yang lived. Master, just pull over. Qin Yang said to the taxi driver. The taxi driver nodded, and the car stopped soon. Qin Yang got out of the car and entered a nearby bank ATM. He inserted the card and entered the bank card password. The bank card password is on the card. Query. Press the query button and the bank card balance will be displayed. Your account balance is 5 million yuan. Qin Yang's heart beat faster when he saw the results displayed. Although he knew that the Zhang family would not deceive him given their strength, he was still very excited when he saw 5 million on the card with his own eyes. Calm down, calm down. At least I am a systematic person now. Xin Yang muttered to himself. With a system space of 500 cubic meters and an S-level mental strength, Xin Yang knew that it would not be difficult for him to make money in the future. And why should we work so hard to make money? He tried to find a way to make Su Mushue wake up so that he could earn 100 million. After withdrawing the money from the bank card, Xin Yang did not touch the money for the time being. 10 minutes later, Xin Yang arrived at the rental house. Xin Yang, do you want to check out? The landlord actually got into the room before him. Xin Yang nodded. The landlord said, the house is damaged in many places. According to the contract, I have to deduct your deposit of 1,000. Xin Yang frowned. Where is it damaged? The landlord pointed out several places. Xin Yang sneered, landlord, you must be mistaken. These places have been damaged for a long time. Are you blaming me for it? Besides, there will be some normal wear and tear when renting out a house. The landlord's face darkened. If I say it's broken, it's broken. You won't get a single cent of your 1,000 yuan deposit back. Xin Yang was angry. He narrowed his eyes and a powerful mental force surged. In the eyes of the landlord, Xin Yang became extremely terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and a murderous demon. Don't kill me. The landlord's knees went weak and he fell to the ground. His face turned pale and he almost peed himself out of fear. Don't kill me. The landlord knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. After knocking his head about 10 times, his forehead was bleeding. Will the deposit be refunded? Xin Yang said coldly. The landlord nodded repeatedly, refund, of course. Not only the deposit, but all the rent you paid before will be refunded to you. Snort. Xin Yang snorted lightly. His mental strength converged. The landlord felt the terrifying pressure leave him. He stood up and quickly returned Xin Yang's money to Xin Yang, then he quickly fled from the room. Xin Yang is so scary. The landlord touched his forehead. His hands were immediately covered in blood. Chapter 3 starts to gain emotional points. Ding ding. After the landlord left, Xin Yang called home via video. Son, are you taking a break today? Xin Yang's mother Qinping asked with a smile on her face. Mom, I recently negotiated a big deal, and the company gave me a lot of bonuses. I'll transfer 20,000 yuan to you. You and Dad, don't be too stingy on food and clothing. Son, so much bonus for one order? Shen Ping was surprised. Xin Yang thought to himself, this is a big order. A lifetime order, the initial bonus is 5 million. If everything goes well, there will be a 100 million yuan bonus. Mom, this is nothing. There are people in the company who receive much higher bonuses than me. Xin Yang said. Shen Ping, son, you take the money yourself. Your father and I are not short of money. We have saved some money. When you get married, we will help you with the bride price. Xin Yang muttered to himself that he had already obtained the marriage certificate. Or marry one get one free. Jiang Mushue was still pregnant with his child. However, Xin Yang planned to talk about this matter later. The incident happened very suddenly and he himself was still a little confused. Mom, I still have a lot left. This 20,000 is a gift to you as a token of my filial respect. You can spend it as you wish. After chatting for a while, Xin Yang hung up the video. He transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother. This money was not part of the 5 million. He had saved at least 30 to 50,000 yuan from his previous work. He knew that his parents might not spend the money if he transferred it back, but his parents would feel much more at ease if he could transfer the money back. Not long after, Xin Yang packed up his things. He packed up all his belongings into a suitcase. After thinking about it, Xin Yang also tied up the quilt. He didn't plan to take the quilt to Jiang Mushua's villa, but he didn't want to leave the quilt to the landlord by throwing it at the nearby garbage station. More than an hour later, Xin Yang returned to the villa. It was already evening. As soon as Xin Yang entered the villa, he smelled the fragrance of food. Xiao Qin, Auntie will take you to your room. Liang Lan took Xin Yang to the second floor. Xin Yang's room is opposite Jiang Mushua's room. In Jiang Mushua's current condition, it is not convenient for Xin Yang to sleep with her. Jiang Mushue also has monitoring equipment on her body. Xiao Qin, this room is the second bedroom. You and Mu Shui are now the masters of this house, but Mu Shui's situation means you have to live in the second bedroom. Liang Lan said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang quickly said, Aunt Liang, don't feel wronged. This second bedroom is about 40 to 50 square meters, much larger than the house I rented. Do you feel wronged about living in a villa? He's not that pretentious. Liang Lan seemed to be hesitant to speak. Aunt Liang, if you have anything to say, just say it. Liang Lan nodded and said, there is indeed one thing. You and Mu Shui are married, so kissing and hugging are fine, but in Mu Shui's situation, you have to be cautious about your sexual life as a couple. Mu Shui is only 6 or 7 months pregnant now. It's not that it's completely impossible, but we should try to take it step by step and observe. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Aunt Liang, I understand. Liang Lan breathed a sigh of relief. She felt embarrassed to talk about this kind of thing with her son-in-law, but if she didn't say it, could she let Jiang Wancheng say it? Soon the two of them arrived downstairs. All the food was served, a huge table full of dishes. There were only Qin Yang and the other 3 having dinner. There were 4 nannies in the villa, but they dined alone. Xiao Qin, today is your wedding day with Mu Shui. Even though there's no wine, we too should still have a drink. Jiang Wancheng took out a bottle of collectible mutai. Honey, let me drink some too. Liang Lan spoke. Soon, Qin Yang and the other 3 had their drinks poured. Qin Yang raised his glass and said, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang, I toast to you. I haven't had the chance to say sorry to you for what happened that night. Liang Lan sighed slightly. We're a family now, so there's no need to say these things. Maybe what happened that night was God's will. If it hadn't happened, Mu Shui wouldn't be pregnant, and it would be even harder for us to accept it. Jiang Wancheng drank the wine in the glass silently. If my daughter hadn't been pregnant, perhaps recovery would have been easier. But who can say for sure? Maybe recovery is difficult, and there is no child. One glass after another, Qin Yang and his friends finished 2 bottles of wine. Jiang Wancheng has a good alcohol tolerance, Liang Lan is also okay. Qin Yang used to have an average alcohol tolerance, but now he finds that his alcohol tolerance has increased. In the past, I would feel dizzy after drinking 3 or 4 glasses of wine. Now that it has gone down by 7 or 8 taels, Qin Yang feels it very clearly. The increase in alcohol tolerance should be due to the increase in mental strength. Qin Yang said in his heart. His mental strength is now more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. Xiao Qin, you can drink quite well. When Mu Shui recovers, we'll have a good drink together. Jiang Wancheng patted Qin Yang on the shoulder and said. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mu Shui will definitely wake up. After this disaster, Mu Shui's life will definitely be smooth sailing. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Xiao Qin, your Aunt Liang and I will go back first. If you have any questions, please call us. Even if we are not in S City, we can arrange for someone to come and handle it immediately. Okay. Qin Yang sent Jiang Wancheng and the others outside. The Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions, and they are all very busy people. It's getting dark. Qin Yang arrived at the room where Jiang Mushui was. The 2 nannies have already given Jiang Mushui a massage. The 4 nannies hired by the Jiang family are all very capable. 2 of them have good medical skills and the other 2 are special nurses. Mr. Qin, we'll come back for rounds at 10 p.m. One of the 2 nannies said. After saying that, they bowed and left. Qin Yang sat down beside the bed. Jiang Mushui lay there quietly like Sleeping Beauty. Qin Yang looked a little dazed. He never expected that he would marry Jiang Mushui. And Jiang Mushui was pregnant with his child. After a while, Qin Yang came back to his senses. He lowered his head and moved closer to Jiang Mushui to admire her carefully from a close distance. Jiang Mushui is very beautiful. There are few female stars in movies and TV who can compare to her. It's beautiful. Such a goddess actually became my wife. Qin Yang said softly. Time passed slowly. Qin Yang did not kiss Jiang Mushui immediately. Instead, he let his mental power carefully enter Jiang Mushui's brain. Jiang Mushui became a vegetable. But there is still mental power inside her brain. Qin Yang let his mental power come into contact with Jiang Mushui's mental power. Jiang Mushui, I'm Qin Yang. Qin Yang spoke. He passed this information to Jiang Mushui through his mental power. Emotional value +3. A system prompt appeared in Qin Yang's mind. There was no sound, but Qin Yang could receive the message. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He quickly looked at the brainwave monitor next to him. The lines on it were still very stable and there was no change in the electrocardiogram. But the system has already prompted you to obtain emotion value. Mu Xue, you are pregnant. It's your child and mine. Emotional value +9. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. It seems that gaining emotional value is not that difficult. Mu Xue, I have another good news for you. Your parents found me, and we got married today. You are my wife now. Emotional value +15. There was still no abnormal fluctuation on the instrument, but the emotional value Qin Yang obtained was real. Chapter 4 Kissing Jiang Mu Xue. Mu Xue, wake up quickly, I'm going to kiss you. Emotional value +8. I'm sitting on the edge of your bed right now. I can kiss you by lowering my head. Emotional value +5. Do you think I should kiss your face first or your mouth first? Emotional value +2. Qin Yang's next words were completely devoid of emotion. System, what's going on? System, host, Jiang Mu Xue's mental strength is very weak. Her mental strength should be almost exhausted for the time being. Qin Yang was stunned. Her mental strength was completely depleted in just a few words? How weak must Jiang Mu Xue's mental strength be? But if it weren't for this, Jiang Mu Xue might have woken up earlier. System, can Jiang Mu Xue recover? She is not brain dead, her mental strength can be restored naturally. Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. I hope it can recover. System, can only obtain emotion value from Jiang Mu Xue? Yes. Qin Yang shook his head secretly. It seems that Jiang Mu Xue is the only one I can catch. Qin Yang stared at Jiang Mu Xue. Jiang Mu Xue's beautiful face and tender red lips were very tempting, but Qin Yang thought for a while and did not kiss her for the time being. Jiang Mu Xue's mental strength has been exhausted at this moment. When she is kissed now, she doesn't show any emotion at all. The experience is greatly reduced. It would be better to wait until Jiang Mu Xue's mental strength recovers before kissing her. Sitting up straight, Qin Yang reached out and touched Jiang Mu Xue's pretty face. Don't kiss yet, touch first. So tender and smooth. Qin Yang's heart was moved. It felt so comfortable to touch Jiang Mu Xue's pretty face. If you touch other places. Qin Yang's heart beat faster. But he didn't reach out to do so for the time being. He could gain emotional value from Jiang Mu Xue's emotional fluctuations. If he didn't move his hand for the time being, he could save it and slowly increase the emotional value later. Jiang Mu Xue is already his wife, and she is pregnant. He is still in a vegetative state. You can't escape. Mu Xue, you should have a good rest. Qin Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand and left the room. If I wait any longer, I might not be able to resist doing something. Qin Yang arrived at the study. This villa has 3 floors plus a basement. The second floor has 3 bedrooms and a study. The third floor is Jiang Mu Xue's yoga room, piano room, etc. There is also a gym in the basement. The study is quite large and there is a brand new computer on the desk. While eating, Qin Yang heard Lian Lan say that Jiang Mu Xue rarely used the desktop computer in the study, she used a laptop instead. Qin Yang turned on the phone quickly. After checking the computer configuration, he was very satisfied. The configuration of this computer is very powerful, and it is very enjoyable to use it for playing games. However, Qin Yang did not play the game immediately. He stood up and walked to the large bookcase, took out a book, opened it and began to read quickly. He only looked at each page for 4 or 5 seconds. 2 minutes later, Qin Yang finished reading 20 or 30 pages. He closed his eyes and recalled carefully. He actually remembered exactly what he had just seen. I really have a photographic memory. Qin Yang was very excited. Time passed and Qin Yang continued to read. He had the ability to remember everything he saw. He was not even interested in playing games at the moment. The feeling of acquiring knowledge quickly was very refreshing. 2 hours passed by unknowingly. Qin Yang felt tired. In just 2 hours, he finished reading more than a dozen books, and he had memorized and understood the contents of the books. His mental power is hundreds of times greater than that of an ordinary person. Not only has his memory ability improved, but his comprehension ability has also been greatly improved. However, my comprehension ability has not improved 100 times. If something like Mr. Qian's manuscript was really placed in front of him, he would definitely be as confused as an ordinary person after reading it. Knowledge needs to be accumulated continuously. Although I'm a little tired, I can still go on. I don't know where my limit is now. Xin Yang said in his heart. After drinking some water, Xin Yang returned to his study to continue studying. Gradually, another 2 hours passed. Xin Yang felt very tired and had a headache. It's not the limit yet, but it's almost there. Xin Yang said in his heart. He took inventory of the books he had finished reading. He finished reading 18 books in the first 2 hours, and only 12 books in the last 2 hours. After his mental energy was depleted, his efficiency slowed down a lot. System, how much mental power do I have left? Xin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, your current mental strength is approximately 30 times that of an ordinary person. Xin Yang was stunned. System, why are you so tired when there are so many? Host, ordinary people would be exhausted even if they only consumed this much. No matter how much they consumed, only 20% of their mental strength would be left. Xin Yang nodded slightly. So that's how it is. System, please explain in detail. Over 80% means you're full of energy, 50% to 80% means you're in average condition, and 30% to 50% means you're in a poor mental state. Xin Yang, how long will it take me to recover? The system said, host, this is not necessarily true. If you sleep deeply for 4 or 5 hours, you can fully recover. If your sleep quality is poor, you will need more than 10 hours. Xin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. This recovery time is relatively short. I looked at the time and it was already quite late. After taking a shower, Xin Yang returned to Jiang Mushue's room. My wife is very beautiful, her family is rich, and she's quiet. Many people think she's perfect. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. He wouldn't think so. He knew clearly that Jiang Mushue was a good person, and if Jiang Mushue woke up, he would gain more emotional points. He can still get 100 million. It's been 5 hours. I don't know how Mushue is recovering. Xin Yang once again allowed his mental power to enter Jiang Mushue's mind. Mushue, I'm going to kiss you. Emotional value plus 13. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. Jiang Mushue's mental strength seems to have recovered a lot. In that case, what are you waiting for? Leaning over, Xin Yang kissed Jiang Mushue's little mouth directly. Emotional value plus 14. Emotional value plus 9. Soon Jiang Mushue provided emotional values several times. The emotional values provided were high at the beginning, but became less later. Until there isn't. During this process, Xin Yang also used his mental power. He used his mental power to transmit his feelings to Jiang Mushue. We just kissed each other on the lips for a while, and didn't stick out our tongues, so why did it die? Xin Yang transmitted a message through his mental power. But Jiang Mushue still had no emotional value to provide. We'll continue tomorrow. Xin Yang returned to his bedroom contentedly. System, how many emotion points do I have in total? Xin Yang asked in his mind. 88. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. He remembered that the first time was 42, which meant that he had just gained 46 emotional points. Has Jiang Mushue's mental strength improved a bit? Xin Yang said in his heart. He guessed that was the case. Jiang Mushue's mental power was originally a stagnant pool, but he now began to make this stagnant pool gradually come alive. System, 10 emotion points will allow you to draw a prize, right? Let's try one. Xin Yang said in his mind with some anticipation. Chapter 5, is Jiang Mushue pregnant with a daughter? Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for increasing his length by 1 centimeter. As soon as the system finished speaking, a warm feeling appeared. Xin Yang glared. System, Master Qin, do I need to increase the length? System, host, you can cancel the reward. Xin Yang coughed lightly and said, forget it. The reward is already here, so why should I return it? System. 10 points of emotion value have such an effect. It seems that the effect of the emotion value lottery is still very good. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. System, host, I need to remind you that no matter how much emotion you spend, you may get a very bad reward, but you may also get a very good reward. It's just that the higher the emotion value, the higher the chance of getting good things. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I still have 2 chances today, give me 2 more. He was very satisfied with the reward just now. System, lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for winning a bucket of mineral water. Qin Yang. This is great if you're in the desert. But he was in the city, and mineral water cost more than 10 yuan a barrel. Winning the lottery. Congratulations! The host's physical fitness has increased by +1. The average physical fitness of an adult male is 10 points. After the upgrade, the host's physical fitness will be 12 points. A faint warmth spread throughout the body. Qin Yang clearly felt that his strength had increased. The arm muscles also increased. Wow, this is amazing! Qin Yang was amazed. He usually has a fitness habit and has maintained it for a long time, so his physique is slightly better than that of ordinary people, and now it is easy for him to gain a little more weight. All he gave was talking to Jiang Muxue. And take advantage of Jiang Muxue. System, if my physical fitness is improved, will my strength, speed, and so on be improved in all aspects? Yes, host. Qin Yang smiled. This was good. It would be much more troublesome if speed, strength, etc. were to be improved separately. Moreover, Qin Yang thought that was not reasonable. How could the speed be increased without increasing the strength? Sleep, sleep. Qin Yang lay down and fell asleep quickly. This bed is much more comfortable now than the one in the rental house, and he is already very tired from the huge mental consumption. Ding ding, ding ding. The alarm clock rang the next morning. Qin Yang sat up and slapped his forehead. I forgot to cancel the alarm last night. He has already resigned, so why does he need to go to work? After washing up, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Muxue is eating breakfast. Mr. Qin. The 2 nannies who were feeding Jiang Muxue shouted. Qin Yang was surprised. Jiang Muxue opened her eyes. She kept her eyes closed yesterday. Is Muxue awake? One of the nannies shook his head and said, Mr. Qin, no. Opening the eyes of a vegetative person is just a conditioned reflex. Although Miss Zhang's eyes are open, she can't see. Her eyes were sometimes open and sometimes closed. Qin Yang stared into Jiang Mushue's eyes. Her eyes were big, but lifeless. Muxue can eat? Qin Yang asked. Another nanny was feeding Jiang Muxue breakfast. She said, vegetative patients can't eat like normal people, but most vegetative patients have a swallowing reflex and can eat liquid food. We prepare Miss Zhang's food into liquid form and feed it to her. You need to take your time when feeding. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Is there any problem with nutrition? Don't worry, a specialized nutritionist has calculated the nutritional needs of both Miss Zhang and her daughter. The nanny's face changed slightly as soon as she finished speaking. She actually revealed that Jiang Muxue was pregnant with a daughter. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Is Muxue pregnant with a daughter? Mr. Qin, I don't know. Qin Yang, don't be nervous, I like daughters. Little cotton padded jackets are so nice. I saw other people's cute daughters on the internet and wanted one too. I didn't expect to actually have one. Mr. Qin, Miss Jiang is pregnant with a girl. The masters won't let us tell you, so please don't tell anyone. The nanny who just let the cat out of the bag said nervously. Their job is not tiring and the salary is high. If they are fired, it will be difficult to find such a good job again. Don't worry, I won't tell. Qin Yang smiled and said, I am Mushue's husband. As long as you do a good job, I will definitely not fire you. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Yan looked at it for a while. Jiang Muxue can swallow, but she eats very slowly. Feeding a vegetative patient like Jiang Muxue still requires a lot of patience. Qin Yang left the room and went downstairs. Soon the nanny downstairs brought breakfast to the dining table. Mr. Qin, please have your meal. Thanks. Qin Yang sat down and started eating breakfast. The Jiang family was wealthy, but their breakfast was not extravagant. Of course, compared to what he had eaten before, it was definitely much better. These days are so wonderful. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. After breakfast, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room. She had already finished breakfast and the 2 nannies had temporarily left. Muxue, we just kissed on the lips last night. Let's have a deep kiss today. Qin Yang used his mental power to communicate with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value +14. Xin Yang held Jiang Mushue's face and kissed her little mouth. Then he kissed her deeply. Emotional value plus 16. Emotional value plus 13. No emotion value was generated in less than a minute. This time, I gained a total of more than 50 emotional points, which was a little more than the second time last night. Xin Yang reluctantly let go of Jiang Mushue. It felt much worse to kiss her without any emotional reaction. System, Mushue's mental energy is depleting too quickly. Xin Yang said in his mind. System, wait until she gets used to your kisses. You can kiss her for 10 minutes without draining out her mental energy. Quick consumption is not a bad thing. She recovers some of it after every consumption. Xin Yang nodded secretly. That's true. Xin Yang calculated that he had 58 points of emotion value left yesterday, and he just got 54 points, a total of 112. He can use 100 points of emotion to draw a lottery. System, one draw with 100 emotion points. There was anticipation in Xin Yang's eyes. 100 emotion points, don't draw a single piece of garbage. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level calligraphy skill. A huge amount of calligraphy information flooded into Xin Yang's mind. After absorbing all this information, Xin Yang felt as if he had spent at least 20 years of hard work on calligraphy. I can actually gain skills directly, not bad. Xin Yang was delighted. Since calligraphy skills can be acquired, medical and martial arts skills can definitely be acquired as well. He can become stronger by acquiring martial arts skills. If you acquire medical skills, it will be possible to cure Jiang Mushue. System, what is the level of B-level calligraphy skills? The system said, F level is for beginners with less than 1 year of study, E level is for beginners, and the study time is about 1 to 3 years, D level is 3 to 10 years, and C level is 10 to 30 years. Without good talent, your C rank is basically over. Reaching rank B requires both talent and hard work. Xin Yang nodded secretly. If you don't have talent, your upper limit is really not high. After 30 years of calligraphy practice, you can only reach C level. It seems that B level is indeed very strong. Chapter 6 Mental Power Training. Xin Yang went to the study excitedly. He saw the writing brush, ink, paper and inkstone in the study yesterday. After laying out the paper and opening the ink, Xin Yang picked up a brush. He used to be very envious of other people's calligraphy on Douyin. His family was from the countryside and their conditions were very poor when he was a child, so he didn't have the conditions to learn calligraphy. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. The vigorous and powerful brush calligraphy fell on the paper. Wow, this calligraphy is amazing. Xin Yang looked at the words he wrote in surprise. His level was definitely better than those masters on Douyin. It feels so good to see my calligraphy become so good. Although I can only fleece Mu Shui, the effect is good. It's not a big deal if I can only fleece her. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. System, I still have 12 points of emotion. I want another 10. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host. +1 for your appearance. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. This is also very good. He is not particularly handsome, but it would be great if he could improve his looks a little. If the change is minor, no one else will notice. Ding ding. Xin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Manager Yang Jida's angry voice rang out, Xin Yang, you haven't come to the company yet, believe it or not, I will fire you? Xin Yang's face turned cold. Manager Yang, you're such a forgetful person. You said yesterday that if I hadn't come yesterday, I wouldn't have to come today. My understanding is that the company has fired me. I must receive my salary and overtime pay in full. Yang Jida was very annoyed. The company's boss happened to come over to inspect today and found that there was a shortage of people, and it was one of his subordinates, so he scolded him. Xin Yang, come here quickly. I'll let you off for deliberately not working overtime yesterday. Yang Jida said in a deep voice. Xin Yang sneered, then I thank you? Manager Yang, let the finance department settle my money within a week. You wish. You are absent from work and the company has the right to fire you. Yang Jida said coldly, you have half an hour to get to the company, otherwise you won't get a penny of your salary this month. After saying that, Yang Jida hung up the phone. Oh. Xin Yang didn't care. In the past, if Yang Jida threatened him like this, he would have to go. There was no other way. He was poor and had low aspirations. He needed the salary to support himself. Now he has the system and has 5 million in his card. His mental strength has reached S level. He has the ability to say no. Xin Yang went to the gym in the basement on the B1 floor. The basement is semi-bright with good ventilation and lighting. The gym window faces a relatively large lake. After locking the door of the gym, Xin Yang checked it out. After making sure there was no surveillance, Xin Yang took out a coin. Rise. Xin Yang controlled the coin and made it fly up tremblingly. The coins began to fly around him. Xin Yang obtained S-level mental power, and at the same time he had basic mental power control ability, but more sophisticated control would require him to spend time practicing. Calligraphy skills not required. That he directly acquired calligraphy skills. A few minutes later, Xin Yang controlled the coin to fly away. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. In the end, Xin Yang discovered that his maximum control distance was 20 meters. Within this range, he can control it flexibly. If the coin flies out, he can control it to fly back. This does not mean that Xin Yang's attack distance is only 20 meters. He can control the hidden weapon to accelerate within 20 meters, and he can release control instantly when it reaches 20 meters. At this time, the hidden weapon can fly out by relying on inertia. Time passes by every second. Xin Yang became more and more adept at controlling it. Woo woo. The coin flew around him at great speed. Xin Yang went to the window. Call out. He controlled the coin to accelerate straight forward, and when it reached the limit of 20 meters, he instantly released his mental control. The coin flew out at a speed of 200 to 300 meters per second. Coins still don't work. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. The shape of the coin is difficult to control and the wind resistance is also large. Xin Yang thinks it would be better to replace it with steel balls when the time comes. The speed at which the steel balls are shot out can definitely be increased a lot. Woo woo. Xin Yang continued to practice coin control. Coins are not very good for long-range attacks, but they are good for daily mental control practice. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the gym door. What's up? Xin Yang went over, opened the door and asked. The nanny outside the door said, Mr. Qin, managers from 3 luxury brands are here. They brought a lot of clothes. Mr. Qin, you can choose as much as you want. Xin Yang was surprised. Aren't luxury brands all very high profile? Door-to-door service? Did Aunt Liang order you to do that? The nanny said, Mrs. Liang sent them here. She said you can keep any clothes you like. Xin Yang went upstairs. 3 managers from different brands stood in the living room, each of them bringing a selection of clothes based on approximate sizes. These models are simply not available on the market. Mr. Qin. Seeing Xin Yang, the 3 managers hurriedly saluted. Although Xin Yang was dressed very ordinary, they had already learned that Xin Yang had now become the son-in-law of the Zhang family. Zhang Wancheng and Liang Lan only have one daughter, Zhang Muxue. Zhang Muxue also became a vegetable. Xin Yang might be the one to take the helm of the Zhang family in the future. Thank you for your help. Xin Yang said with a slight smile. Soon Xin Yang tried on the clothes they brought. He is 1.8 meters tall and has a good figure. When he wears high-end clothes, he immediately gives people a different feeling. In one word, handsome. An hour later, Xin Yang left behind 6 sets of clothes. This amount of clothes is not much for him given his current status, but Xin Yang knows that his height and figure may change. Buying too much can be wasteful. How much? Xin Yang asked. One of the managers quickly said, Mr. Qin, you don't need to pay. Mr. Liang has already paid in advance. Xin Yang nodded, I still want to know how much these are. The 3 managers quoted prices. The 6 sets of clothes cost nearly 2 million in total. Xin Yang secretly clicked his tongue, robbing money. He only picked out 6 sets of clothes, which was not a lot. If he had picked out 10 or 20 sets, the clothes would have cost several million. The 3 managers quickly said goodbye and left. Ding ding. Xin Yang called Liang Lan. Aunt Liang, thank you for the clothes you sent me. They are so expensive. Please don't send them anymore in the future. I can just go to the mall and buy some clothes myself. Liang Lan smiled and said on the other end of the phone, Xiaoqin, you and Mu Shui are getting married, so you need some clothes to wear. I wanted to find someone to make you a custom one, but time is tight. Let's just buy some clothes first. Qin Yang muttered in his heart, is this okay? And Liang, these are good enough. Qin Yang said hurriedly. Xiao Qin, we are very busy today, so we won't be going over. Please try to spend more time with Mu Shui every day. Okay. Qin Yang agreed. Not to mention that accompanying Jiang Mushui can gain emotional points, even if there are no emotional points, the Jiang family has provided the money, so he has to do his best. Chapter 7 Telling Ghost Stories to Jiang Mushui. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushui's room. The two nannies were giving Jiang Mushui a massage together. Qin Yang's gaze fell on Jiang Mushui's abdomen. Jiang Mushui had a nutritionist strictly controlling her nutritional intake. She did not gain weight, but her belly was still a lot bigger. After all, the baby in her belly was 6 or 7 months old. Mr. Qin, we will give Miss Jiang 3 massages a day, each lasting 20 minutes. She is also turned over every 2 hours to prevent pressure sores. One of the nannies said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang and the others asked you to come here. I believe you must be professionals in these areas. Can you teach me? This way I can also give Mu Shui massage in the future. The two nannies nodded. They taught diligently. Qin Yang had a photographic memory and was a fast learner. He had almost mastered everything after the two nannies had taught him everything. Mr. Qin, we'll go out first. After the massage, the two nannies left the room. Qin Yang gently placed his hand on Jiang Mushui's belly, and his mental power carefully entered her belly. Soon Qin Yang felt the little life inside, and he could tell that the other party's mental power was connected to him. It's my daughter, for sure. Qin Yang made a judgment quickly. The hospital's examination results may be wrong, but the judgment he makes through his mental power will definitely not be wrong. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Mushui. His eyes were much softer than before. Although his relationship with Jiang Mushui was just an accident before, Jiang Mushui is now actually pregnant with his child. Mu Shui, do you know? You're 6.5 months pregnant. Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Mushui using his mental power. Emotional value plus 12. You've been in a vegetative state for 5 months. The doctor said your chances of recovery are very low, but I can communicate with you, and I believe you will definitely recover in due time. Emotional value plus 9. Let me tell you a story. Qin Yang told ghost stories in a low voice. He had a photographic memory and remembered all the ghost stories he had read clearly. Emotional value plus 3. Emotional value plus 1. Jiang Mushui contributed some emotional points every once in a while, although it was much slower than when he kissed Jiang Mushui, but Jiang Mushui had no emotional points left before she finished telling a ghost story. If Jiang Mushui could speak now, she would definitely complain wildly, saying that there are so many things to say but why tell ghost stories? My dear daughter, let me tell you a story. Qin Yang reached out and touched Jiang Mushui's belly and said softly. The fetus can already hear at 4 months old, and the little one in Jiang Mushui's belly is already more than 6 months old. Qin Yang began to speak slowly. At the same time, he also communicated with the baby using his mental power. Through telepathic communication, the child can clearly understand what he is saying. Soon Qin Yang felt a wave of joyful spirit. Too bad there's no emotional value. Lian Lan called after lunch. She first asked about Jiang Mushui's situation. Lian Lan, Xiao Qin, there's something you need to pay attention to. Now that you and Mu Shui are married, some people might make things difficult for you. I see. Qin Yang knew that even though Jiang Mushui was a vegetable, if the Jiang family wanted to recruit a son-in-law, there would be countless people lining up. It's simple, the Jiang family is rich. The Jiang family has assets worth hundreds of billions and only has one daughter, Jiang Mushui. There are countless people who are eyeing the Jiang family's assets. The main reason why he was able to get ahead was that he had someone in the key position. The baby in Jiang Mushui's belly is his. The news of your marriage will probably spread soon. Don't be afraid if others provoke you. You can call me anytime. Your uncle Jiang and I will support you. Liang Landau. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan were quite nice. The Jiang family was so rich, but they didn't act overbearingly towards him. They didn't even mention letting him marry into the Jiang family. Aunt Liang, thank you. Liang Lan smiled and said, thank you, no need. We are a family now, just take good care of Mu Shui. As soon as Mu Shui recovers, we will immediately transfer 100 million to you. By the way, you should prepare these few days. Your uncle Jiang and I will set up a few tables and introduce you to some people. Qin Yang asked in surprise, didn't you say there would be no wine? Liang Lan, this isn't a wedding banquet, it's just a formal introduction of you as the Zhang family's son-in-law to some people. We'll announce the postponement of the wedding. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang thought about it. He has to seize the time to improve his strength. He needs to develop his mental strength. After leaving the community, Qin Yang found a hardware store. He bought several bags of various steel balls, the smallest of which was only 3 millimeters in diameter, and the largest of which was 8 millimeters. Boss, please give me 10 boxes of these blades. Qin Yang picked up a box of thin blades and said. When encountering an enemy, steel balls can be used to attack from a distance, but in close combat, controlled blade attacks are more lethal. Okay. The boss put everything into a big sack. Qin Yang took a taxi home and carried the sack into the gym. Receive. Qin Yang received the steel balls and blades into the system space. There are a large number of steel balls of all sizes, enough for Qin Yang's training and future use. Try it first. The smallest steel ball appeared in Qin Yang's hand. His mental power pulled the steel ball to accelerate continuously, and the small steel ball was instantly accelerated to more than 500 meters per second. This speed is faster than the bullet fired from an ordinary pistol. Call out. The second steel ball was soon shot out. This steel ball is larger and slower, and its range is not as good as the first one, but its power is greater than the first one. Steel balls are indeed much more useful than coins. Qin Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face. Soon Qin Yang took out the smallest steel ball. He first let the steel ball fly about 10 meters behind him. Under the control of mental power, the steel ball began to accelerate from behind and was released only after accelerating for more than 30 meters. Call out. The steel ball flew out at high speed. The speed reached more than 600 meters per second. About 100 meters per second faster. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. The acceleration distance was extended by 70 to 80%, but the speed of the steel ball only increased by less than 20%. In actual combat, this is not particularly useful. He might as well have fired more steel balls from his hands. The steel balls fired from the hands are also powerful enough. Chapter 8 Get Hacking Skills. After dinner, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room and locked the door. He connected his mental power with Jiang Mushue. Mushue, you have a great figure. Is there a D? Emotional value plus 17. If you don't tell me, I'll feel it myself. Emotional value plus 14. If Jiang Mushue could consciously control her eyes, she would definitely stare at Qin Yang fiercely. Mushue, don't be so emotional. Your parents asked us to get married mainly because they wanted me to help you. I'll kiss you, hug you, and touch you every day, and maybe you'll wake up. Emotional value plus 11. Qin Yang swallowed. Jiang Mushue was very beautiful and very attractive. He stretched out a hand and placed it on Jiang Mushue through her clothes. Mushue, I'm helping you with your treatment. Touch therapy. Emotional value plus 9. Emotional value plus 7. In half a minute, Jiang Mushue's mental strength was exhausted. Just a short while ago, she provided 60 or 70 points of emotional value. Adding the points he gained from reading ghost stories to her before, Qin Yang's emotional value reached a staggering 123 points. Mushue, you should be very comfortable, right? I feel comfortable too. Qin Yang withdrew his hand reluctantly. It would be better to continue the treatment and wait until Jiang Mushue recovers. System, lucky draw, 100. Qin Yang said in his mind. He only drew twice today and still has one chance to win the lottery. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining C-level hacking skills. A large amount of information quickly flooded into Qin Yang's mind, and with the help of the system, he quickly understood this information. Hacking skills? Qin Yang's eyes lit up. This is good stuff. But it's a pity that he only reached C-level. C-level hacking skills are basically the limit of what ordinary people can achieve, but those who are very talented are more than that. Although I'm not as good as the top hackers, it's not bad. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. His level of skill is certainly not enough for intrusion, but with this level, he knows a lot of hacking knowledge, and at least he can pay more attention to protection in his daily life. For example, when he was treating Jiang Mushue or training in the gym, he could store his phone in the system space so that he wouldn't have to worry about others monitoring him. Mushue, I'll come back to treat you later. Qin Yang left Jiang Mushue's room with a smile. He has figured out the pattern. In Jiang Mushue's current condition, she can pull it out 4 times a day. Once in the morning, once in the afternoon, once after dinner, and once again after midnight. But sometimes you may not be satisfied. Jiang Mushue's mental strength recovery is not constant. Sometimes it recovers faster, and sometimes it recovers slower. Now you can get up to 60 to 70 emotional points at a time, and more than 200 emotional points in a whole day. Woo woo. Qin Yang went to the gym to train. Tiny steel balls flew rapidly around him. System, with my current mental strength, how many can I control at the same time? 4. Qin Yang muttered in his heart, I need to practice harder. Theoretically, he could control up to 4 steel balls at the same time, but in reality, he could only control 1. System, it would be great if you could just give me the control skills as well. Host, if you gain control abilities at the same time, you will most likely only gain a level mental power. Qin Yang, forget it. It's better to get S-level mental power. I can practice it myself. In a luxurious villa in the east of Haicheng. Dad, why did you ask me to come back? A young man came home, threw away his shoes and asked. Come here. A middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the living room said in a deep voice. The young man sat down next to his father. Dad, what's so serious? The middle-aged man was called Lin Xingde. He frowned and said, something's going on with Jiang Mushue. She's married to someone else. What? Lin Junyao glared. When did she wake up? Lin Xingde shook his head, she hasn't recovered yet, but the Jiang family has arranged for her to marry a man named Qin Yang. The child in her belly should be Qin Yang's. Lin Junyao gritted his teeth. Son of a bitch. Who is this Qin Yang? I'll kill him. Lin Junyao spent a lot of time pursuing Jiang Mushue. Half a year ago, he went abroad and when he came back, Jiang Mushue had become a vegetable. Later, he found out that Jiang Mushue was pregnant. Lin Junyao was very angry. In his opinion, his tower was stolen. Although Jiang Mushue was not interested in him at all. He felt that his tower was stolen, which was just his feeling. Qin Yang's family background is very ordinary. He used to be just an ordinary employee of Jiang Mushue's company. Lin Xingde said. The Jiang family has a lot of assets and many companies within the group. Jiang Mushue was previously only in charge of a branch within the group. How come? Lin Junyao was a little bit unbelievable. Is the Jiang family stupid enough to let Jiang Mushue marry an ordinary person? Lin Xingde frowned. Use your head and think carefully. Lin Junyao shook his head. Dad, just say it directly. I'm a little dizzy from drinking. Lin Xingde lit a cigarette and said, Jiang Mushue is pregnant. The child in her belly is the blood of the Jiang family, and may be the only blood in the future. If Jiang Mushue married another man, do you think the chances of the child being born safely would be high? Lin Junyao shook his head. I'm afraid it's not high enough. If the child survives, the Jiang family's wealth will probably belong to him in the future. What will he do if he looks for his biological father in the future? Lin Xingde said, the Jiang family wants the child to survive, and they also hope to stimulate Jiang Mushue to survive. In this case, it is most appropriate for Jiang Mushue and Qin Yang to marry. Lin Juanyao's expression changed. Does the Jiang family want Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue to continue their relationship? What kind of crazy idea are they thinking? Lin Xingde shook his head, they have no way. Jiang Mushue has been in a vegetative state for 5 months. She is also pregnant. The chances of her waking up on her own are very low. Fuck. Lin Juanyao's face darkened. The woman he liked was pregnant with someone else's child, and now Qin Yang might have slept with Jiang Mushue again. Lin Junyao was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Junyao, just a woman. It doesn't matter whether Jiang Mushue has had other men. What matters is the future ownership of the Jiang family's property. Lin Junyao gritted his teeth and said, that's what I said, but when I think about how Jiang Mushue was actually obtained by an ordinary person like Qin Yang, I get angry. Why would an ordinary person like him get this? Dad, when did this happen? Lin Xingde, someone noticed Qin Yang going in. I checked and found that Qin Yang had worked in Jiang Mushue's company. Then we found out that Qin Yang and his family had registered their marriage. Lin Junyao frowned. Dad, is this legal? Jiang Muxue is in a vegetative state and cannot express her wishes. Lin Xingde, have you forgotten that she is pregnant? If the Jiang family said that she was willing to marry Qin Yang before, would it be difficult for them to get a marriage certificate with their power? Lin Junyao. He got angry when he thought about Jiang Muxue being pregnant. Chapter 9 Give Qin Yang a car? Lin Juanyao's face was extremely gloomy. Dad, Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue are already married. Am I supposed to just stand there and watch? That would mean there's no hope at all. Lin Xingde blew out a smoke ring and said, Don't worry, this news will spread soon. We are not the only ones who want to marry into the Jiang family. Observe the situation first. Lin Junyao said angrily, I can't understand why Jiang Muxue got pregnant with Qin Yang's child before. Lin Xingde shook his head. Qin Yang used to be an employee of Jiang Mushue's company. He was later fired. I think it was related to this incident. It's difficult for outsiders to figure out what exactly happened. Lin Junyao narrowed his eyes. Dad, how about finding someone to write a short essay online? Maybe we can send Qin Yang in. Lin Xingde glared at him and said, Don't do anything rash. Qin Yang is now the son-in-law of the Jiang family, and what you are doing will also damage Jiang Mushue's reputation. The Jiang family is deeply saddened by Jiang Mushue's condition. Anyone who dares to rub salt into the wound will be punished to death. Lin Juanyao's expression changed slightly. The Jiang family's full-scale targeting is no joke. Although the strength of their Lin family is also very good, it is still far behind that of the Jiang family. Dad, I'm just talking. Lin Xingde, it's okay for you to know this. Think carefully about what to do. Just because they're married doesn't mean there's no hope. Maybe Jiang Muxue will divorce them when she wakes up. Lin Junyao nodded. Qin Yang is a country bumpkin from the countryside. Jiang Muxue will definitely not be interested in him after she recovers. Jiang Wancheng went on a business trip to another city. Ding ding. His cell phone suddenly rang. Wife, what's wrong? Jiang Wancheng answered the phone and asked. Liang Lan's voice came over, Husband, are you busy now? If you are not busy, I have something to tell you. Not busy. Just got back to the hotel after a meeting. What's up? Liang Lan, hubby, I received a call. Someone already knows that Qin Yang and Mu Shui have obtained a marriage certificate. Jiang Wancheng narrowed his eyes. So soon? It seems someone is keeping an eye on Mu Shui's villa. Qin Yang might have been seen entering and leaving the villa. We can check with the Civil Affairs Bureau and find out whether they have obtained the marriage certificate. Liang Lan said, I think so too. When are we going to set up a few tables to introduce Qin Yang to some relatives and friends? Jiang Wancheng thought about it. I have things to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. If you have time, come the day after tomorrow. Liang Lan, I should be free the day after tomorrow. Then I'll talk to Qin Yang and set the time for the evening of the day after tomorrow? Jiang Wancheng agreed. Ask Qin Yang if he has a driver's license. If he does, ask him to go to my garage and pick out a car. Liang Lan asked in surprise, Are you willing to do that? Those cars of yours are all treasures in your collection. Jiang Wancheng sighed secretly in his heart. Can a car be as precious as a daughter? I just hope Qin Yang can help Mu Shui recover. Liang Lan's eyes dimmed. It is certain that their most precious person is Jiang Muxue, and they are heartbroken to see Jiang Muxue become a vegetable. Okay, I'll talk to Qin Yang. The most expensive of your cars costs tens of millions. If Qin Yang picks one, don't feel bad. Liang Landau. Jiang Wancheng. Let him choose. With my daughter in such a state, I don't have much interest in tinkering with those cars anymore. Remind him that supercars are not that easy to drive. Liang Lan said, Why don't you come back and talk about it? Then ask Qin Yang to come over and you can give it to him personally. All right. I should be back the day after tomorrow night. Liang Lan, then I'll ask Qin Yang to come over for dinner the day after tomorrow. He doesn't know where we live yet. 2 small steel balls flew around Qin Yang. After practicing until late at night, he was finally able to control the 2 steel balls. It's really not easy to do 2 things at once. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. He could only barely control 2 of them now, and he didn't dare let the steel balls fly too fast for fear that they would hit him. It's past 12 o'clock, it's time to go see Mu Shui. Qin Yang received the steel ball into the system space. Soon Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Mushue lay quietly on the bed. If it weren't for the various monitoring devices around her, Jiang Mushue would look no different from a normal sleeping person. Qin Yang sat down beside the bed. He reached out and held Jiang Mushue's hand. At the same time, Qin Yang also connected his mental power with Jiang Mushue. Emotional value +1. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Mushue, don't be so stingy when it's just holding hands. After all, I'm going to kiss your little mouth soon, hee hee. Emotional value +5. Qin Yang did not kiss Jiang Mushue immediately. Mushue, do you feel better? I can clearly feel that your mental strength has increased. If you keep going like this, you will definitely recover in the future. Waking up to find out my husband is pregnant with my child, isn't that great? Emotional value +7. Qin Yang smiled and said, it's the middle of the night now. I don't want to talk too much with you. Let's get straight to the point. Qin Yang said as he leaned over and kissed Jiang Mushue. Emotional value +15. Emotional value +11. In 1 minute, Jiang Mushue contributed a lot of emotional value, and then died down. Qin Yang kissed her on the face. Good night, my wife. Qin Yang returned to his room and asked the system. He had just obtained a total of 71 emotional points. Adding the original ones, his emotional points were almost over 100 points. Do you want to save up 1,000 points before you enter the lottery? Qin Yang muttered in his heart. After careful consideration, Qin Yang rejected the idea. He hadn't drawn many prizes yet, so it wouldn't be too late to draw a few more before trying to make a big move. What he needs now is to grow and develop first. A night passed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang while Qin Yang was having breakfast. One of the 4 nannies went to open the door, and outside was a girl holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Miss Tang, please wait a moment. The nanny said to the girl outside the door. Mr. Qin, Miss Tang is here to see Miss Jiang. Miss Tang is a friend of Miss Jiang. The nanny came to Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang walked towards the door and soon saw a woman. This woman is also a great beauty. But her appearance is still slightly inferior to Jiang Mushue. Hello, I'm Qin Yang. Qin Yang greeted with a smile. The girl looked at Qin Yang and said, my name is Tang Yin, you. I am Mu Shue's husband. Tang Yin was stunned, what? Why didn't I know that Mu Shui already has a husband? Qin Yang smiled and said, we just got our marriage certificate the day before yesterday. It's normal that you don't know this news. Thank you for coming to visit Mu Shui. Come in. Tang Yin walked in with a slight frown on her face. Qin Yang seemed to be thinking about something. Tang Yin's approach actually brought him a hint of threat. System, is Tang Yin a martial artist? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, this system doesn't have this function. You need to identify the situation of others yourself. Okay. Qin Yang was not panicked. Tang Yin posed a slight threat to him at close range, but as soon as the distance was a little greater, this slight threat disappeared. Tang Yin's strength is far inferior to his. Chapter 10 Information about Warriors. Qin Yang secretly observed carefully. There are subtle differences between Tang Yin's walking and that of ordinary people. Combined with the faint threat Tang Yin brought when she approached, Qin Yang judged that Tang Yin was very likely to have practiced martial arts. I didn't expect there were people who actually practiced martial arts. I just don't know what the strength of a powerful warrior is. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Tang Yin is still very young. If there really is a warrior, then other more powerful warriors should be much stronger than her. Such warriors will pose a much greater threat to him at close range. Qin Yang felt a little anxious. We must seize the time to make ourselves more powerful. Qin Yang, Mu Shui is still unconscious, right? She is in a vegetative state now, how could you get married? Tang Yin took the water handed to her by the nanny and asked doubtfully. Qin Yang said, it was arranged by Mu Shui's parents. They called me over and asked Mu Shui and I to get the marriage certificate. Tang Yin's heart moved. Mu Shui is pregnant with your child? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Tang Yin frowned slightly. She is Jiang Mushue's best friend and knows some things. Jiang Mushui unexpectedly gave her virginity to an ordinary person. Qin Yang looked handsome, but she felt that Qin Yang was ordinary in other aspects and was definitely not worthy of her best friend. Although she thought about it, Tang Yin didn't say it out loud. Qin Yang is now married to Jiang Mushui, and it was arranged by Jiang Mushui's parents. What right does she have to say anything? Qin Yang, I want to go up and see Mushui. Okay, go by yourself. Qin Yang did not go to the second floor with Tang Yin. Tang Yin went to Jiang Mushui's room, and Qin Yang went to the gym for training. Mushui, I'm here to see you. Do you still remember me? Talk to me. Tang Yin sat down beside Jiang Mushui's bed and said. Jiang Mushui had just finished her meal and was now half lying down. Her eyes were open, but they were empty and without light. Mushui, I just saw your husband. I didn't expect that when I came here this time, you were already married. It was your parents who decided that Qin Yang and you should marry. I can't say anything. If you object, wake up quickly. Tang Yin held Jiang Mushui's hand and said softly. Jiang Mushui didn't react at all. Mushui, I have good news to share with you. I have finally reached the early stage of dark energy. My strength has increased a lot. Now, I'll punch every disobedient kid. Tang Yin chattered to Jiang Mushui, sharing with her some of the things that had happened to her recently. An hour later, Tang Yin stood up. She looked at Jiang Mushui with sadness in her eyes. They used to have endless things to talk about when they were together, but now Jiang Mushui was lying there unable to give any response. Mushui, I'm leaving. I'll come see you again in a few days. Tang Yin walked out of the room with a gloomy expression. Where's Qin Yang? Tang Yin went downstairs and asked a nanny. Mr. Qin is in the gym. Tang Yin nodded, and she quickly reached the basement level. Qin Yang paused his training. His mental strength was strong enough to detect someone approaching. Knock, knock. Tang Yin went to the gym and knocked on the door. The door is unlocked. Tang Yin pushed open the door and entered the large gym. Qin Yang, I have something to say to you. You're not trying to tell me that I'm not worthy of Mushui and want me to leave her, are you? Tang Yin. This is just a melodramatic drama from novels and TV shows. Even though Mushui is my best friend, it's not my turn to make the decision for her. Qin Yang smiled slightly. That's good. If you say that you don't have to come here anymore. Tang Yin's mouth twitched. Qin Yang, I hope you can treat Mushui better. Mushui is so pitiful now. She is pregnant with your child. If you treat her badly, I will not let you go. Tang Yin said as she kicked out fiercely with a whip kick. Bang! The whip kick hit the sandbag. The sandbag weighing hundreds of pounds was kicked high into the air. Qin Yang pretended to be surprised and asked, Tang Yin, have you ever practiced martial arts? Tang Yin nodded. Tang Yin, I'm very interested in martial arts. Can you tell me if internal force really exists? What are the levels of martial arts from low to high? Are there other people with special abilities in the world? Qin Yang asked. It is very important to find out how strong the other powerful people are, so as not to get yourself into big trouble foolishly. For Mushui's sake, let me explain this to you. Martial arts are divided into Ming Jin and Hua Jin. Each realm is further divided into 4 smaller realms: early, middle, late, and perfect. Internal force is real. When you reach the late stage of dark power, you will possess internal strength. Tang Yin said lightly. There are some people with special abilities in this world, but not many. Our country has very few special abilities. Studies have shown that the more diverse the genes, the more likely a person with special abilities is to appear. Qin Yang nodded. How strong is a Hua Jin warrior? Tang Yin said, Hua Jin warriors are revered as Hua Jin grandmasters. A powerful Hua Jin grandmaster can be invulnerable to swords and spears. This spear is not a modern firearm, but an ancient long spear. Qin Yang thought to himself that if his S-level mental power was well developed, his combat effectiveness should not be lower than that of a Hua Jin grandmaster. Thanks. Qin Yang smiled. Tang Yin, it's okay for me to tell you this, but if you want to practice martial arts, I can't help you. You're in your 20s and have long passed the golden age for martial arts. Qin Yang shook his head. Don't worry, I won't ask you for help. We're not that familiar with each other. Tang Yin, I can probably guess what Aunt Liang and the others are thinking. I hope you can help Mushui recover. If you can, I'll give you 5 million. Xin Yang looked at Tang Yin in surprise. This is also a rich woman. Tang Yin, Mu Shui is my wife now. It's my duty to help her. I don't need you to pay me. Tang Yin said, you two might get divorced. Regardless of whether you do or not, as long as Mu Shui wakes up, I will definitely give you the 5 million I just promised you. Goodbye. After saying this, Tang Yin turned and left. Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room on the second floor. He hadn't harvested Jiang Mushue's emotional value this morning. Mushue, Tang Yin came to see you just now. Xin Yang's mental power was connected with Jiang Mushue's mental power. Emotional value plus 5. Tang Yin also hopes that I can help you recover soon. In order for you to recover sooner, I have to give you more massages. Emotional value plus 11. Xin Yang lifted the thin blanket covering Jiang Mushue, and his hand fell on Jiang Mushue's slender and white legs. Xin Yang's heart was shaken. Jiang Mushue's legs, wow. Emotional value plus 15. Mushue, don't get excited. I'm treating you. Xin Yang said as he slowly stroked it with his hand. Emotional value plus 12. Emotional value plus 10. The system received some emotional values every few seconds. When Xin Yang's hand reached the destination, Jiang Mushue was still giving emotional values, but the emotional values given at this time were quite small. In the end, this time I gave 80 points of emotion value. Adding the original one, there are more than 170 emotional points. The cap has gone up a little bit again. Xin Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 11. You are the stupidest one. System, spend 100 emotion points to draw a lottery. Xin Yang said in his mind. If you can participate in the lottery, seize the time to get the reward. The lottery with more than 1000 emotion points should wait until later. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Class B vehicle driving skills. A huge amount of information flooded into Xin Yang's mind. This driving technique not only includes ordinary cars, but also trucks, racing cars, and even tank driving techniques. It's actually a B-level reward. Xin Yang's eyes showed joy. 100 points of emotional value can get a C-level reward, which is the normal level. If it is lower than C-level, he will suffer a loss. If it is higher than C-level, the 100 points of emotional value are very worthwhile. Car driving skills are still very practical. Xin Yang got his driver's license when he was a sophomore, but he never touched the steering wheel again after that. He had almost forgotten what he had learned in driving school. It's so cool to have Class B driving skills now. There's 5 million in that card, you can consider buying a car. Xin Yang said in his heart. He now lives in a villa community, which is far away and there is no bus or subway nearby. There are 2 cars in Jiang Mushue's villa. One is driven by the nannies, who usually go out to buy groceries, and the other is Jiang Mushue's Bentley worth several million. Neither car was suitable for him. Although he was married to Jiang Mushue, he was not very good at driving Jiang Mushue's car. Ding ding. Xin Yang's cell phone rang at this time. Aunt Liang, is there something wrong? The call was from Lian Lan. Xiao Qin, I have something to tell you. Some people already know about your marriage to Mu Shui. Your uncle Jiang and I plan to set up a few tables the day after tomorrow to officially announce it. Aunt Liang, I'm fine. Liang Lan smiled and said, there's one more thing. You haven't been to our place yet. Tomorrow night, when your uncle Jiang returns from his business trip, I'll have the driver pick you up for dinner. Okay. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, how is Mu Shui? Are there any abnormalities in her electrocardiogram and brain waves compared to before? Aunt Liang, not yet. Liang Lan was silent for a moment and then said, Xiao Qin, pay attention to the progress. If there is no effect, push it forward. In the current situation, Mu Shui's awakening is the most important thing. Good. Liang Lan hung up the phone. There was pain in her eyes. Xin Yang muttered in his heart, he had already pushed forward. He had already kissed Jiang Mushue's little mouth and massaged her upper body. Jiang Mushue's mental strength is gradually recovering, but her mental strength is still very fragile and she probably won't wake up in a short time. In this situation, it would be useless even if I did something with Jiang Mushue. It will be officially released the day after tomorrow. After it's officially announced, maybe my parents will know too. Xin Yang said in his heart. He had to tell his parents the news himself. It would not be good for his parents to know that he was married from someone else. Talk to my parents tonight, Qin Yang muttered to himself. He went to the study, picked up a book and started reading. His mental strength needed training, and he also needed to read more books. Time passes by every second. Qin Yang read one book after another. There are many kinds of books in Jiang Mushue's study. He can absorb a lot of knowledge from these books. After lunch, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room again. Mushue, I'm going to your parents' house for dinner tomorrow. They're going to officially announce our marriage the day after tomorrow. Emotional value +5. You must be quite bored. Let me read you a book. Qin Yang lay down next to Jiang Mushue and began to read. He remembered the book clearly after reading it, and Qin Yang read it fluently without even picking up the book. Emotional value +2. Emotional value +1. Time passed slowly, and Jiang Mushue gave some emotional points from time to time. This was not a ghost story, and the emotional points given were much slower. It took about an hour for Jiang Mushue's mental strength to be exhausted. System, draw twice. 100 emotion points at a time, 10 points at a time. Qin Yang said in his mind. His emotional value is now over 150 points. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for achieving D-level singing skills. Qin Yang. It's a loss. However, I didn't lose money before. This is the first time. Since there is a possibility of losing money in the lottery, it is only a matter of time. Qin Yang felt his throat becoming itchy, his vocal cords underwent some changes, and at the same time, many singing experiences and techniques flooded into his mind. Cough, cough. Qin Yang cleared his throat. He tried to speak a few words, and his voice changed slightly, seeming to become more magnetic. Not bad, not bad. Anyway, I didn't pay anything, so any reward is earned. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for the +1 physical fitness. Currently 13 points. A faint warm current quickly spread throughout Qin Yang's body, and soon Qin Yang clearly felt that his strength had increased. The muscle lines on the body are also more obvious. The average adult male's physical fitness is only 10 points, and it is not easy to reach 13 points through exercise. TSK, my abdominal muscles are back. Qin Yang lifted up his clothes and took a look. He used to have 8-pack abs, but after graduation he didn't exercise much and they soon disappeared. Now it has finally reappeared, and it is even more stylish. Boo! He kissed Jiang Mushue on the face. Qin Yang got up and left Jiang Mushue's room. He read in the morning and planned to exercise his mental strength in the afternoon. Gradually, the time came to 3 or 4 o'clock. Bang, bang. A nanny knocked on the door of the gym. Mr. Qin, Mr. Luo Zihong, the second young master of the Luo group, is here. He wants to see you. Luo group? Qin Yang was puzzled. He didn't know much about these. But he still came out of the gym and went to the first floor, where Luo Zihong was already waiting for him in the living room. Seeing Qin Yang, Luo Zihong stared at him closely. Qin Yang felt a lot of hostility in his eyes. Here comes with bad intentions. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. But he was not panicked at all. He only felt hostility but not threat. Luo Zihong is just an ordinary person. Even if the Luo group is very rich, what is there to be afraid of? He is now the son-in-law of the Jiang family. The Jiang family is rich, and he has a system. He is not afraid even without the support of the Jiang family. The two nannies in the living room quickly left. Mr. Luo, what are you doing here? Qin Yang asked with a slight smile. Luo Zihong stared at Qin Yang. Your name is Qin Yang, and your parents are just ordinary farmers. Am I right? No. Qin Yang shook his head. Qin Yang, I'm afraid you don't understand our Luo family. Our Luo family and the Jiang family are old friends. Mu Shui and I have known each other since childhood. We are very good friends. Our Luo family has assets worth 20 to 30 billion. Luo Zihong said in a deep voice. Qin Yang smiled and said, Mu Shui and I are getting married. Since you and Mu Shui are good friends, are you here to give me a gift? Luo Zihong. Chapter 12. Qin Yang's parents were stunned. Luo Zihong said gloomily, Qin Yang, I came here to tell you something. There are some people you shouldn't touch. If you know what's good for you, you'd better divorce Mu Shui as soon as possible. Xin Yang frowned. What should I do? I've already touched it. Mu Shui is now pregnant with my child. Luo Zihong's breathing became rapid. Xin Yang is so infuriating. Xin Yang, don't pretend to be confused here. If you touch a woman you shouldn't touch, the consequences will be very serious. Xin Yang took out his cell phone. Mr. Luo, let me call Aunt Liang and ask her if you're doing this for the Jiang family's money. Luo Zihong. His face was dark. You called me for such a small matter, are you still a man? Forget it, I am too lazy to say more to you, I'm going to see Mu Shui. Xin Yang pointed to the gate. The door is there. Luo Zihong said with a dark face, Mr. Qin, Mu Shui and I are good friends. Can't I go up to visit her? Xin Yang said calmly, I am Mu Shui's husband. If I don't agree with you going to see her, you can't go to see her. There must be many people who want the Jiang family's money, and you are the stupidest one. The first one couldn't help but jump out. Luo Zihong glared at Xin Yang with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Xin Yang, do you think that marrying Jiang Mu Shui will make you a superior person? You are dreaming of reaching the top overnight. Mu Shui will definitely divorce you when she wakes up. Xin Yang said calmly, that's our business. It's not up to you to decide whether we get divorced or not. If you don't leave, I'll call Aunt Liang and explain the situation. Grass. Luo Zihong turned and left with a dark face. He knew that Jiang Mu Shui's parents would definitely support Qin Yang now. The fact that Qin Yang can marry Jiang Mu Shui now must have been arranged by Jiang Mu Shui's parents. They want her to wake up. As for how Qin Yang woke Jiang Mu Shui up, Luo Zihong didn't want to think about it, he could probably guess how he did it. Thinking about this, he felt very upset. From now on, Luo Zihong doesn't need to ask me for permission when he comes to visit. Don't open the door for him. Just let him be turned away outside. Qin Yang said to a nanny who returned to the living room. Okay, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, it's my fault for letting him in directly. Qin Yang waved his hand, it's not your fault. I'm still in the basement. You can't let him wait outside the door for a long time. Luo Zihong should have been to this villa before. The nanny nodded. He's been here a few times before. But Miss Jiang doesn't really like him. Miss Jiang has never had any particularly close male friends. The nanny explained. Qin Yang smiled, he knew Jiang Mu Shui was innocent. My mental strength has improved, and my memory of that night is very clear. This is Jiang Mu Shui's first time. Just don't let him in from now on. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he returned to the gym in the basement. The Jiang family has hundreds of billions of assets. Luo Zihong is the first to cause trouble, but he will definitely not be the last. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. If he didn't have the system pressure, it would definitely be high. Some rich people's money comes from illicit sources. God knows what means they will use in the future. Woo woo. Qin Yang controlled the two steel balls and started practicing. He knew that there shouldn't be any problems in the short term, and those who wanted the Jiang family's money had to consider the Jiang family's powerful strength. He still has time to continue to improve his strength. Gradually, it was evening. Qin Yang went to the study after dinner. Ding ding. Qin Yang called his father Qin Hai via video. Dad. Qin Yang shouted when the video was connected. Son, are you short of money? We can still make money without spending your money. I'll ask your mother to transfer the 20,000 yuan you transferred back to you. Qin Haidao. Qin Yang mostly video called Chen Ping, and when he video called his father, there was usually something going on. Dad, I'm not short of money. I have something very important to tell you. Where's Mom? Qin Yang said. Qin Hai called out to Chen Ping to come over. Son, have you found a girlfriend? You'd better hurry up. You'll be 25 soon. If you don't find one soon, your dad and I will have to arrange a blind date for you. Chen Ping talked in a rambling manner. Qin Yang coughed lightly and said, Mom and Dad, I've already obtained the marriage certificate and she's pregnant with my child. Qin Yang's parents. They couldn't believe it. Qin Hai frowned, what's going on? Nowadays, you don't need a household registration book to get married, but they are your parents after all, so shouldn't you tell them about this? Dad, this is what happened. When Mu Shui's parents came to me, I was also confused. Now that I am sure they are serious, I am telling you. They gave me 5 million, I will transfer 1 million to you. Xin Yang said. Xin Hai took a deep breath and said, don't transfer the money. Mu Shui is pregnant with your child, you shouldn't even take this money. You're not marrying into the family. Xin Yang, Dad, if I don't want this money, the Jiang family will start to suspect that I have bigger plans. 5 million is nothing to the Jiang family. Xin Hai was stunned. That's true. Then you take this money. We don't want it. If you have the chance in the future, you should return the money to the Jiang family. Xin Yang shook his head secretly, still? How can I return the money I have already received? It was also very hard for him to give Jiang Mushui massage treatment. Shenping, son, Mushui is in a vegetative state. Even though you are married, I'm afraid it's not very reliable. If she doesn't wake up, she will always be in a vegetative state. If you wake up, you'll probably get divorced. Xin Yang muttered in his heart, divorce is not an option. If he divorces, how will he get the emotional value? Mom, the divorce rate among young people is very high nowadays. If I marry someone else, the divorce rate will be just as high. Chen Ping sighed, that's true. Son, your father and I will take the high-speed train to Haicheng tomorrow. We'll visit Mu Shui and then meet our in-laws. Xin Yang, Mom and Dad, you don't object, right? Xin Hai and Chen Ping shook their heads. Jiang Mushui is pregnant with Xin Yang's child. Son, is it appropriate for us to come? Xin Hai asked. Xin Yang, Dad, you are my parents. What's inappropriate about you coming to see me after I get married? Xin Hai said, talk to Mu Shui's parents. They may not want to meet us yet. If they don't want to see us, we will only come to visit Mu Shui. Xin Yang nodded. After hanging up the video, Xin Hai and Chen Ping were a little confused. I originally thought that my son didn't even have a girlfriend, but I didn't expect that he was actually married and was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Wife, pack your things. I'll book a high-speed rail ticket to Haicheng tomorrow. Xin Hai took a deep breath and said. Chen Ping nodded. Xin Yang called Jiang Wancheng. Xiao Qin, what's going on? Jiang Wancheng is currently eating at a restaurant in another city. Uncle Jiang, are you able to talk now? Convenient, you say. Chapter 13 Xin Yang's parents are coming. Uncle Jiang, I've already told my parents that they want to come visit Mu Shui tomorrow. Do you want to meet her? Xin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, of course we have to meet. Aren't we having dinner together tomorrow night? Come with your parents. Okay, goodbye Uncle Jiang. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Wancheng's tablemate said, Mr. Jiang, I heard a rumor that your daughter Mu Shui got married, and this Xiao Qin is her husband? Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. Mr. Jiang, whose family is he from? Another big guy at the same table asked. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin doesn't come from a big family, but he's a nice guy. My wife and I both like him. Let's continue where we were just now. Everyone tactfully stopped talking about this. Xin Yang video called his father again. Dad, I just called Uncle Jiang. Let's go to Uncle Jiang's house for dinner tomorrow night. Xin Hai was a little nervous. Son, can we go directly to the Jiang family? Xin Yang, Dad, come to my place first and see Mu Shui first, then we will go to the Jiang family together. Xin Hai hung up the video. Soon Ping came over from another room. Husband, I just heard you and your son on video? My son said he'll have dinner with Mu Shui's parents tomorrow. Xin Hai Dao. Ping was also a little nervous. Husband, the Jiang family is so rich, will they dislike us? Don't let us go over there and ruin the relationship between our son and Mu Shui. Xin Hai was silent for a moment and said, don't think too much. My son and Mu Shui are from 2 different worlds. It's normal for them to divorce in the future. Chen Ping nodded slightly. That's true. Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushui's room. It's time to harvest the mood value for the first time in the evening. Mu Shui, Luo Zihong came here this afternoon. Xin Yang waited for a while. Jiang Mushui didn't even provide any emotional value, and Luo Zihong had no weight in Jiang Mushui's heart. I told my parents about our marriage. My parents will come to see you, their daughter-in-law, tomorrow. Emotional value plus 18. My parents and your parents are having dinner together tomorrow night. Emotional value plus 15. Xin Yang said, if they don't get along, your parents might ask us to divorce immediately. Do you think I should go to bed with you tonight to talk it over? Emotional value plus 13. Emotional value plus 10. In a short time, Jiang Mushua's mental strength was exhausted. That's really funny. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. For the time being, he had no intention of sleeping with Jiang Mushue. It would be very pleasant to communicate with Jiang Mushue in a simple and easy to understand way, but it would definitely be much more difficult to gain emotional value after having sex. Things have already come to that point. It would be difficult for him to get emotional points from Jiang Mushue through kissing and hugging, let alone getting emotional points just by talking. That little bit of happiness is far less satisfying than improving your strength. System, how many emotion points are there? Xin Yang asked in his mind. 122. But host, you have already drawn the lottery 3 times today. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Xin Yang took a book and read it to Jiang Mushue. To gain emotional value, one must alternate between tension and relaxation. One cannot always rely on special means, otherwise it will be difficult to gain it in the future. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Xin Yang said without raising his head. Lian Lan was outside the door. She pushed open the door and the sunlight fell on Xin Yang, who was reading a book leisurely. Shao Qin. Lian Lan called out with a smile. Xin Yang quickly raised his head, Aunt Liang. Shao Qin, I'm afraid Mu Shui can't hear you. Lian Lan said sadly as she looked at Jiang Mushue lying on the bed. Xin Yang smiled and said, I believe she can do it. As long as she persists, I think Mu Shui will definitely wake up. Aunt Liang, please talk to Mu Shui first. I'll go out for a while. Wait a moment. Lian Lan said quickly. When will your parents arrive, by high-speed train or plane? Xin Yang, they left early in the morning and took the high-speed train at 8:30, arriving here around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I went to the high-speed train station to pick them up after lunch. Liang Lan nodded. I'll have the driver come over with you to pick someone up at noon. Xin Yang quickly said, Aunt Liang, that's not necessary. The driver will go with us to pick them up. My parents might not be comfortable with it yet. I can just take a taxi to pick them up when the time comes. All right then. Liang Lan nodded slightly. Don't take a regular taxi. Spend a little more money on a luxury car to pick up your parents. I'll have the driver pick you up around 5 o'clock. Xin Yang nodded and left. He had to go out and buy some gifts to bring to Zhang's house in the evening. Lian Lan had some doubts. Xin Yang seems to look a lot more handsome than before. Is it because he looks more handsome now that he is dressed better? Mushue, Mom is here to see you. Lian Lan sat down on the edge of the bed and held Jiang Mushue's hand. She felt that Jiang Mushue's complexion seemed to be a little better. Is it my imagination? Lian Lan looked at Jiang Mushue carefully. There were no changes in the electrocardiogram and brainwaves, but Lian Lan felt that Jiang Mushue's complexion was indeed better. Xin Yang and Mu Shui have had sex. Mu Shui has benefited from it, so her complexion has improved a little? Lian Lan thought to herself. She herself has a deep understanding of this. If she doesn't get moisturized for a long time, she will be very upset. After getting moisturized, her mood and complexion will improve significantly. Lian Lan was overthinking it. Xin Yang has not yet had sex with Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue's complexion improved because her mental strength had recovered a little. The first time Xin Yang only got 42 emotional points, but now he can get more than 80 emotional points at a time. Although the electrocardiogram and brainwaves have not changed yet, the improvement of mental strength will definitely be beneficial to Jiang Mushue. Half an hour later, 2 nannies arrived in the bedroom. They are coming to give Jiang Mushue a massage. Wanyue, is there anything special happening these past 2 days? Lian Lan looked at one of the nannies. The nanny's name was Li Wanyue. She replied, Madam, Luo Zihong from the Luo group came yesterday. He and Mr. Qin had a chat. We don't know what they talked about. Lian Lan frowned secretly. She could guess what Luo Zihong wanted to do. Anything else? Li Wanyue thought for a moment and said, Mr. Qin learned massage from us when we were giving Miss Jiang a massage, but we don't know if he actually gave Miss Jiang a massage. Nothing more than that. Tang Yin had been here, and they had already reported it. Lianglan said, Xiaoqin is Mushue's husband. It's perfectly normal for him to have given her a massage. Don't come in when he's in her room. Li Wanyue and the others nodded. Do you feel that Mushue looks better? Lianglan asked. Li Wanyue and the others nodded. Ma'am, we all feel that way. Lianglan's eyes lit up. It seems that this is not my illusion. Chapter 14, Meeting a female classmate by chance in the mall. System, how much emotion do I have? Xin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, the current value is 288 points. It reached over 120 after dinner yesterday, and was harvested once at midnight yesterday and once this morning. System, is it difficult to get an A-level reward by using 100 points of emotion to draw a lottery? Yes, with 100 points of emotion in the lottery, getting a B-level reward is pretty good. The chance of getting an A-level reward is less than 1%. Xin Yang, if we use 1,000 points to draw a lottery, won't the chance of getting an A-level reward increase by more than 10 times? A higher level of emotion value costs 10 times more. If the chance of getting a higher level reward is only increased tenfold, it is better to use less emotion value to draw a lottery. Yes, host. Xin Yang asked, if I want to improve the skills I've already acquired, can I continue to improve them in the future? System, host, you can continue to improve. You can draw a lottery to obtain higher level skill replacements later. So the emotional value of the flowers was wasted? No, the effects can be stacked. Xin Yang nodded secretly. That's okay. It would be sad if the original emotional value was wasted. System, 100 emotion points, 2 draws. Xin Yang said in his mind. He planned to accumulate emotion points after these 2 draws, and then spend 1,000 emotion points to draw again to see how it goes. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for achieving B-level cooking skills. Lottery drawing. Congratulations to the host for the +3 physical strength, currently 16 points. A huge amount of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind, and at the same time he felt numb all over his body. Soon Qin Yang finished acquiring cooking skills. His B-level cooking skills allowed him to reach the level of a master chef. Ordinary people without strong talents could never reach this level no matter how long they studied. System, I got 1 point of physical fitness twice from the 10-point emotion point lottery, but I only got 3 points from the 100-point emotion point lottery. Xin Yang complained in his mind. System, host, the rewards are uncertain. Also, the higher your physical fitness is, the harder it will be to improve. Perhaps in the future, even 1,000 emotion points can only increase by a little. All right. The physical improvements soon ended. Xin Yang felt that his strength had increased a lot. Any slight increase in physical fitness is noticeable, and this time it increased by 3 points. Xin Yang felt that even without using his mental power, with his current 16-point physical condition, he could still defeat 4 or 5 ordinary people. There is another benefit to improving physical fitness. He will definitely have the upper hand when competing with Jiang Mushue in the future. Outside the community, Xin Yang took a taxi to the mall. He spent 10,000 to 20,000 yuan on buying a lot of gifts. These gifts were definitely nothing to Jiang Wancheng and his family, but as a son-in-law, he couldn't go to their house empty-handed for the first time. Xin Yang spent his previous savings on these gifts. He hasn't touched the 5 million yet. Xin Yang? A familiar voice reached Xin Yang's ears. Xin Yang turned his head and looked over. Xin Yang, it really is you. The person who spoke was a woman with an appearance score of 4 or 5. If the full score is 10, Jiang Mushue's appearance scores 9 points, and there are only a handful of people in the entertainment industry who can reach a 9-point appearance score. 4 points is an average person. A score of 45 points is above average. Guo Xiaolan, long time no see. Qin Yang smiled faintly. Guo Xiaolan walked closer and looked at Qin Yang in surprise. She and Qin Yang were college classmates. Qin Yang was a handsome guy, but why didn't she realize that Qin Yang was so handsome when they were in college? The improvement in physical fitness has made Qin Yang have a better figure. His S-level mental strength now makes him extraordinary. In addition, the clothes Qin Yang was wearing cost hundreds of thousands of yuan each. The full score is 10. When he was in college, Qin Yang scored just over 6 points. Although he didn't reach the level of the school idol, it was also very good. Now Qin Yang's appearance has definitely reached 8 points. His looks are very good in the entertainment industry now. Xin Yang, you've changed so much in just over 2 years since graduation. Guo Xiaolan said in disbelief. Xin Yang chuckled and said, I guess it's not just me. Many of my classmates have changed a lot after graduation. Guo Xiaolan, did you stay in Haicheng to work after graduation? Guo Xiaolan nodded. Suyu is also in Haicheng. The figure of Suyu appeared in Xin Yang's mind. Suyu was the class beauty. He had pursued Suyu before, but Suyu disliked his poor family conditions and did not agree. She has nothing to do with me in Haicheng. I'm married. Guo Xiaolan looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Qin Yang, are you married? Why is there no news in the class group? It was recently tied. I have something else to do, bye. Qin Yang waved his hand and separated from Guo Xiaolan. Guo Xiaolan took out her cell phone and looked through Qin Yang's circle of friends. There was no news of marriage in Qin Yang's circle of friends. Guess who I met, sisters? Guo Xiaolan sent a message in a small group. Who did you meet? Someone in the group soon asked curiously. I just ran into Qin Yang. He's so handsome. He's become a lot more handsome than when he was in school. He's a bit like the domineering CEO in a drama. Photos please. Guo Xiaolan, where's the picture? There are more people popping up in the group. Guo Xiaolan looked at Qin Yang, who had not completely disappeared. She picked up her mobile phone, zoomed in and took a photo of Qin Yang. The photo isn't particularly clear, but you can get a rough idea of it. Is this Qin Yang? Qin Yang's temperament is very different from before. Sure, handsome. There are only about 10 people in this group, some of whom have not yet appeared, but a lot of messages were quickly posted. Qin Yang said he got married. Does any of you know anything about this? Guo Xiaolan sent another message in the group. I've never heard that Qin Yang is married. At Suyu, do you know this news? Inside an office building. Suyu sat in the office and looked at the picture carefully. She could tell that the clothes Qin Yang was wearing were definitely not cheap. Is Qin Yang married? Suyu saw the message. She didn't believe it at all. Qin Yang, I heard from Guo Xiaolan that you are in Haicheng. I am also in Haicheng. It's been a long time since we last met. Can we have dinner together tonight? Suyu sent the message with full confidence. Qin Yang had pursued her, and in her opinion it was easy to get him. Qin Yang saw the message quickly. It's really realistic. Qin Yang shook his head secretly. He had indeed pursued Suyu before, but was rejected. That was not a big deal, as others naturally had the right to refuse. But later he found out that Suyu was very materialistic. He soon lost interest in Suyu. No time, no appointment. Qin Yang simply replied with a message. He was going to have dinner with his parents at Zheng's house in the evening. And even if he had time, he didn't want to have dinner with Suyu. Qin Yang, let's meet tomorrow? I've been staying at home with my wife lately, so I don't have time. Suyu. She snorted in her heart, playing hard to get? I want to see how long you can play hard to get. Okay then, let's make an appointment sometime. Suyu sent another message to Qin Yang. She just didn't believe that Qin Yang wouldn't take the initiative to ask her out when the time comes. He. Qin Yang directly blocked and deleted Suyu. Chapter 15. Son, did you have plastic surgery? Qin Yang can accept a little bit of money worship. We are all ordinary people, and it is normal to like small amounts of money. But Suyu is more than a little money worshipping. Qin Yang saw Suyu getting out of a luxury car, and before getting out, she kissed a middle-aged man who was driving the car. If Suyu liked mature and stable guys, it wouldn't matter if that uncle was her boyfriend. The problem was that the middle-aged uncle was not her boyfriend at all. Fortunately, Qin Yang had already lost interest in Suyu by this time. Otherwise, I would probably be a little upset if I saw it. Ding ding. Not long after, Qin Yang's cell phone rang. The call was from a roommate of Qin Yang's with whom he had a good relationship. Lao Qin, are you married? When Qin Yang answered the phone, the other party was surprised. Oh Yang, news spread so fast. Qin Yang smiled faintly. The other person's name was Yang Wu. He should have a good family background and was a righteous person. He had borrowed money from Yang Wu several times when he was in financial trouble, and Yang Wu was very generous every time. Old Qin, stop laughing like that. Are we still brothers? I didn't even know you were married. Oh Yang Wu was a little annoyed on the other end of the phone. Xin Yang, oh Yang, this is a very special matter. We just got the marriage certificate and we don't know when we will hold the wedding banquet. If we do, we will definitely invite you to the wedding banquet. Oh Yang Wu looked strange. You didn't get someone else pregnant and you're getting married? Xin Yang. Oh Yang Wu actually guessed it right. Old Xin, you're silent. Is this really the case? Xin Yang, the situation is similar to what you said, but the real situation is more complicated than you said. Let's make an appointment for a midnight snack when we have time, and then we can meet and tell you. Oh Yang Wu, I'll come to Haicheng. Tonight. Xin Yang said unhappily, why are you in such a hurry? I don't have time tonight, so don't rush to Haicheng. Oh Yang Wu, I'm not here specifically for this matter. My family's business in Haicheng has run into a small problem, so I came to take a look. I'll be in Haicheng for the next week. We can make an appointment anytime you have time. Xin Yang agreed and hung up the phone. He took out his phone and checked the group message. Everyone in the group was discussing his marriage. He had only graduated 2 years earlier, and no one in his class had gotten married yet. He is the first one. There were several people in the group who tagged Xin Yang. Some people even sent him private messages. Thank you for your concern. I am really married. I have only obtained the marriage certificate and I don't know when the wedding will be. My wife's situation is special and it is not convenient for me to disclose her information. Please forgive me. Xin Yang sent a message in the class group. Suyu saw the message quickly. She frowned secretly. Is it true that Xin Yang is already married? Xin Yang, are you really married? Suyu sent a message to Xin Yang. Soon she was stunned. The message failed to be sent. After the message was sent, a red exclamation mark appeared in front of it. Xin Yang blocked me. Suyu soon realized this. Her face suddenly became very ugly. She wanted Xin Yang to take the initiative to contact her, but she didn't expect that Xin Yang had blocked her. Hateful. Suyu gritted her teeth. Xin Yang, I want to see who you marry. Could that person be prettier or better than me? Suyu is still quite confident in herself. After buying the things, Xin Yang went home. Liang Lan is still here. Aunt Liang, I have something to tell you. I ran into a college classmate at the mall today. All the classmates in my class now know that I'm married. Xin Yang said to Liang Lan. Liang Lan, Xiaoqin, it's good that you've made it public that you're married and aren't flirting with other girls. But Mu Shue's situation is special, so it's best not to tell anyone about her. Xin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, I know. Liang Lan said happily, Xiaoqin, when you and I all think Mu Shue looks better now. It seems that marrying you is the right decision. You continue to help Mu Shue. If Mu Shue wakes up, I will speak well of you. You have a child, so it's entirely possible that you can continue to be together. Xin Yang nodded. When Mu Shue wakes up, we can try out the marriage for a few months. For a few months, he was confident that he could completely defeat Jiang Mushue. Then you can continue to gain emotional points. Liang Lan said, a few months is too short. If Mu Shue wakes up, you should be together for at least a year. If you feel it's not working out for more than a year, then it's not too late to divorce. Marriage is no joke. Xin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang, I have no objection. I will wake Mu Shue up as soon as possible. Xin Yang wanted Jiang Mushue to wake up within a month, and at the latest, no more than 3 months. You should know that Jiang Mushue has been pregnant for 6 or 7 months. In another 3 months, Jiang Mushue will give birth soon. Her risk will increase as her belly gets bigger. Xiaoqin, please be careful. Don't move too much, don't hurt the fetus. Liang Lan coughed lightly. Xin Yang. Did Liang Lan have any misunderstandings about him and Jiang Mushue? However, there was nothing to explain about this matter. The more I explain, the more awkward it becomes. Anyway, they are husband and wife, so it's normal for them to have some relationship. Aunt Liang, I will pay attention. I'll go up and see Mu Shue. After Xin Yang finished speaking, he hurried to the second floor. Jiang Mushue was half lying on the bed with her eyes open. The nanny in the room retreated when she saw Xin Yang coming in. Mushue, your mother is here to see you. You look better now. She thought we did that. Xin Yang communicated with Jiang Mushue using his mental power. Emotional value plus 13. My parents are already on the high-speed train. They'll be arriving in a few hours. It's time for me to meet my in-laws. Emotional value plus 10. I'm not going to tease you anymore. Let me continue reading to you. You still haven't finished reading a lot from the book I read to you this morning. Xin Yang picked up a book next to him and started reading. An hour later, Xin Yang put down the book. Jiang Mushue's mental strength was almost exhausted. It was noon, and he had to eat and go to the high-speed rail station to pick someone up. Honey, I'm leaving. I have to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up your parents-in-law. Xin Yang said to Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 3. Jiang Mushue had used up the last bit of his mental strength. More than an hour later, Xin Yang arrived at the high-speed rail station. After waiting for about half an hour, his parents came out, both holding some local specialties they had brought from home. Dad, Mom. Xin Yang greeted him with a smile. Xin Hai and Chen Ping looked at Xin Yang in disbelief. When did my son become so handsome? Son, did you have plastic surgery? Chen Ping asked doubtfully. Xin Yang. He said angrily, Mom, what are you talking about? I didn't need any plastic surgery. I just exercised more this year. Besides, the clothes I wear are much more expensive now. You've changed so much. Chen Ping said. Xin Yang, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. This set of clothes of mine costs 300,000 or 400,000, so it has to be of some use, right? My parents know him too well. He has to fool around. He has indeed changed a lot from before. 300,000 or 400,000? Chen Ping's focus shifted instantly. Auntie Liang asked the manager of the luxury store to come to my house for service. I picked out 6 sets of clothes and spent a total of 2 million. The average price per unit is over 300,000 yuan. Xin Hai and Chen Ping were stunned. They couldn't even imagine a set of clothes costing hundreds of thousands. Chapter 16. Let me tell you a secret. An hour later, Xin Yang and his friends arrived outside the community. Xin Yang took a luxury online taxi and entered the residential complex. Xin Hai and the others looked out the window and saw that the residential complex had an excellent environment. The villas are hidden among the green trees. This way. Xin Yang was in command. The car soon arrived outside Jiang Mushue's villa. Xin Yang and the others got off the car. The 4 nannies in the villa came out quickly. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, hello. The 4 nannies saluted at the same time. Xin Hai, Chen Ping, and the others were a little at a loss. They had only seen such a scene on TV and had never seen such a scene in real life. Hello. The 2 of them said quickly. 4 nannies helped carry the things in. Xin Hai and the others were very cautious when entering the villa. Many things in the villa were obviously not cheap. Master Qin, Madam Qin, please have some tea. 2 nannies quickly brought over 2 cups of tea. Thanks. Xin Hai and Chen Ping spoke a little stiffly. Xin Yang ordered, Cheng Hong, go and do something else first. Yes, Mr. Qin. The 2 nannies took their leave and left the living room. Chen Ping let out a long sigh. You little bastard, you have a lot of money, you could just take a regular taxi, but you actually took a Mercedes. I can't even say anything to you in the car. Xin Yang, Mom, we can't save this money. If you take a regular taxi here, it will be embarrassing for Aunt Liang and Uncle Jiang if the news gets out. All right. Chen Ping thought about it and it made sense. Xin Yang chuckled and said, Mom and Dad, relax a little. Now that you're here, just treat it like your own home. Aunt Liang said that this villa will be given to me in the future. Xin Hai and the others did not take what Xin Yang said seriously. Let's go see Mu Shui first. Good. Xin Yang took his parents to the 2nd floor of the villa, and the 2 nannies in Jiang Mushue's room quickly left the room. Xin Hai and Chen Ping saw Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue was half lying on the wide bed, her eyes were open, but there was no spirit in them. Son, Mu Shui is so beautiful. Chen Ping exclaimed in amazement. In reality, a beauty who is 70% beautiful is considered very beautiful. Jiang Mushue's appearance is as high as 9 points. Xin Yang, rich people have good genes and are less likely to be ugly. However, it is rare for rich families to have someone as beautiful as Mu Shui. It's a pity that beauty is envied by heaven, and now she has become a vegetable. She was able to open her eyes but couldn't see. There was a look of pity in Chen Ping's eyes. Xinhai, son, the Jiang family is so rich, is there no way to cure Mu Shue's condition? Xin Yang shook his head. Mu Shue, this is a brain problem. Recovery is not easy, but in the past 2 days, Mu Shue's complexion has improved a little. I believe that Mu Shue will be able to recover in the future. Xin Yang said as he sat down beside the bed. He held Jiang Mushue's hand. Mushue, my parents are here to see you. They're right next to the bed. While speaking, Xin Yang used his mental power. Emotional value +7. Chen Ping said, son, Mu Shui is pregnant. Is the baby okay? The baby is several months old. If Mu Shui doesn't wake up when the baby is born, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Xin Yang, the child is very healthy. Mu Shui is already 6 or 7 months pregnant. It would be best if she could recover within a month. She would need to wake up within 3 months at the latest. Anything beyond that would be extremely risky. Xin Hai frowned. It is probably not easy for a vegetative patient who has been lying in bed for nearly half a year to recover in 3 months. Well. Xin Hai sighed. Xin Yang smiled and said, don't worry, Dad. I believe Mu Shui will be able to recover within 3 months. The strength is growing rapidly. Xin Yang has confidence in his own strength and the system. Mu Shui, it's almost 4 o'clock. I'm going to your parents' house with my parents for dinner later. Be good at home. Xin Yang communicated with Jiang Mushue using his mental power. Emotional value +6. Emotional value +3. Xin Yang stood up and said, Mom and Dad, let's go out. I'll show you around this villa. This villa is decorated according to Mu Shue's design. Xin Hai and the others followed him out. They felt sad seeing Jiang Mushue like that. Jiang Mushue is now their daughter-in-law, and she is pregnant with the Qin family's child. This is my bedroom. This is the study. Upstairs is Mu Shue's yoga room, piano room, etc. The underground first floor is the gym, audio-visual room, etc. Xin Yang took Xin Hai and the others for a tour. Son, how much does this villa cost? Chen Ping asked in a low voice. Xin Yang, I checked the housing prices before. Based on the area of this apartment, the price should be between 30 and 40 million. Xin Hai and Chen Ping. Tens of millions are astronomical figures for them. Xin Hai walked over and closed the door of the gym. Son, we and the Jiang family are not from the same world at all. Even if you and Mu Shui got married by accident, the possibility of your divorce in the future is also very high. You have to be mentally prepared. Xin Yang looked at his parents. Dad, I'm going to tell you a secret. You must keep it a secret. Xin Hai and Chen Ping both looked at Xin Yang. Xin Yang reached into his pocket and took out a coin. The coin flew up in his palm. This. Xin Hai and the others stared at the coin with wide eyes. Xin Yang controlled the coin to fly around him. After a while, Xin Yang collected the coin and said, Dad, you saw it. I have special abilities. My mental strength is very strong and I can help Mu Shui. But I don't know how many people have special abilities, nor do I know how the country treats people with special abilities. Chen Ping's face showed worry. You won't catch them and use them as guinea pigs, will you? Xin Hai asked, no one else knows this, right? Xin Yang shook his head, others don't know. Even Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang don't know this now. My plan is to quietly improve my strength and quietly treat Mu Shui. Mu Shui and the child must be kept safe no matter what. Xin Hai and Chen Ping nodded. Xin Yang continued, my strength is not bad. If Mu Shui wakes up, it is entirely possible for us to be together. Dad, you don't have to worry too much about this. Even if we get divorced, with my ability, I can still live well even with a child. He knew very well that his parents were worried about him. There is no problem in talking about psychic powers. As for the existence of the system, this is absolutely unacceptable. Son, we'll keep this a secret. Since you have the ability and plan, we are relieved. Xin Hai said in a deep voice. Chen Ping, son, can you really save Mu Shui? Mu Shui has become a vegetable and is pregnant. It's not easy for her. Xin Yang, I'm 70% to 80% sure. I can't guarantee this kind of thing 100%. Chen Ping breathed a sigh of relief. A 70% to 80% chance of success is already very high. Chapter 17. The two parents met. Xin Hai sternly warned Xin Yang, son, it's best not to use your special ability normally, or else they'll capture you and use you as a guinea pig. The government probably won't do such a thing, but some private research institutions might. There are plots like this in foreign movies. Xin Yang smiled and said, Dad, I know. Before I become very strong, I will definitely act cautiously. Xin Hai nodded slightly. This ability of mine also brings other benefits. What's the benefit? Xin Hai asked curiously. Xin Yang said, I can remember everything I see. It's a pity that I didn't develop this ability earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't just get into an ordinary university. I could get into the best school. Photographic memory? Xin Hai, Chen Ping, and others were shocked. Xin Yang controlled the coin to spin around, and to them it looked like nothing more than juggling. But they know how powerful it is to have a photographic memory. Son, are you serious? Chen Ping said excitedly. Xin Yang nodded, I really have a photographic memory. I can finish reading a whole book in just 10 minutes now. And most books, I can quickly understand them after reading them. Mom, if anyone asks about this in the future, just tell them that I've been a fast reader since I was a child. That way, they won't think I've awakened my special abilities. Xin Hai and the others nodded. Chen Ping frowned. Son, something's wrong. If you've been a fast reader since you were little, why didn't you get into a better school? Xin Yang thought about it. Just say I don't like studying. It's useless to be smart if you don't love to learn. Chen Ping nodded. Xin Hai, son, when are we going? Do the clothes we're wearing look suitable for visiting the Zhang family? Xin Yang looked at Xin Hai and the others. They had tried to wear their best clothes. Suitable. Dad and Mom, just relax. With my strength, there's no need for us to lick the Jiang family. Even if Jiang Mushua and I divorce, our family will not be bad in the future. Xin Yang said with a smile. Xin Ping, son, don't get carried away just because you have the ability. If Mushua wakes up, you should try to live a good life. You already have a child. Xin Yang nodded. His system can only be bound to Jiang Mushua and can only obtain emotional values from her, so of course it has to be locked. It would be impossible for Jiang Mushua to leave him easily even if she wanted to. Gradually, the time came to 5 o'clock. Xin Hai, Chen Ping, and others have rested for an hour or so. An extended Rolls-Royce drove outside. Xin Yang stood up and saw Jiang Wancheng getting out of the car. Mom and Dad, Uncle Jiang is here. Xin Yang said. He hurried over and opened the door of the villa. Jiang Wancheng walked in from outside. He laughed loudly and said, Hello, my dear mother-in-law. You have worked hard on the journey. Hello, my dear relatives. Xin Hai, Chen Ping, and others said hurriedly. Jiang Wancheng shook hands with Xin Hai and smiled, My dear relatives, Mushuet and Xin Yang's marriage should have been discussed with you in advance, but Xin Yang himself might be a little confused. He said he would tell you later. Xin Hai, it's okay, you'll find out later. In-laws, Xin Yang and Mu Shui got involved in a relationship by mistake, and we are sorry for what happened to you. Jiang Wancheng shook his head. It was just an accident. I hope that accident will lead to a happy marriage. Xin Hai nodded. Several people sat down, and Jiang Wancheng said with a smile, Mother-in-law, Xiaoqin and Mu Shui are married, and he is the male head of this family. When you come here, just treat it like your own home. No matter what happens in the future, this villa will belong to Xiaoqin. Xin Hai quickly said, My dear in-laws, this is not an option. This villa is worth tens of millions. How can Xin Yang afford such an expensive villa? Jiang Wancheng raised his hand. Listen to me, dear. If Xiaoqin helps Mu Shui wake up, we should give him a villa. If Mu Shui doesn't survive this disaster, Xiaoqin and the child will have to live there. Xin Hai nodded slightly. After Jiang Wancheng said that, he didn't know what to say. Mother-in-law, please sit down for a moment. I'll go upstairs to see Mu Shui, and then we'll set off. Jiang Wancheng stood up and said with a smile. Good. Jiang Wancheng quickly arrived at Jiang Mushua's room upstairs. He knew very well what Jiang Mushua's previous condition was like. Now when he saw Jiang Wancheng, his eyes lit up. He found that Jiang Mushua's complexion had indeed improved significantly. Xiaoqin, not bad, not bad. Mu Shui has shown significant improvement in just a few days. Jiang Wancheng said happily. Xin Yang just came up with him. Xin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mushui looks better now, but there are still no changes in her brainwaves and electrocardiogram. Take your time. Jiang Wancheng said, it's good if it gets better. Don't keep your parents waiting, let's go downstairs. Soon Xin Yang and his friends got into the Rolls-Royce. The three of them sat in the back seat, and Jiang Wancheng sat in the passenger seat. Xin Yang and his friends arrived in about 20 minutes. Jiang Mushui's villa is not small. Jiang Wancheng and his family's villa is much bigger. Xin Yang estimated that the building area of this villa was more than 1,000 square meters. There is also a large garden around the villa. In-laws, mother-in-law, welcome, welcome. Liang Lan arrived outside the villa and greeted him with a smile. Hello, mother-in-law. Qin Hai and the others also hurriedly greeted them. After exchanging greetings, Qin Yang and his friends arrived at the villa. Xin Yang put down some gifts he had bought and looked around. The decoration of Jiang Wancheng's villa was quite old-fashioned. My dear in-laws, please take a seat. Dinner will probably take another half an hour. Liang Lan smiled and asked Qin Hai and the others to sit down. Qin Hai and the others looked a little reserved. Even though they knew their son had special abilities and the Jiang family had assets worth hundreds of billions, the pressure from this wealthy family was still immense. Qin Yang didn't feel anything. As a hacker who owns the system, I do have this confidence. Mother-in-law, Qin Yang and Mu Shui have only obtained their marriage certificate. Mu Shui's current condition means the wedding cannot be held. This is what we thought. Let's do it this way for now. If Mu Shui wakes up, let them adjust for a while. Then they can hold a formal wedding if they feel it's appropriate. What are your opinions? Liang Lan said with a smile. Chen Ping shook her head, we have no objection, this arrangement is fine. Xin Hai also nodded. Xin Yang asked, Aunt Liang, can I go to Mu Shui's room to take a look? You're her husband, of course you can. Xiaoyan, take Xiaoqin to Mu Shui's room. A nanny not far away nodded and said respectfully, yes, madam, Mr. Qin, please follow me, I will take you there. Xin Yang followed the nanny to Jiang Mushui's room on the second floor. No one has lived here for more than half a year, but the room is still clean. Why did Mu Shui want to move out in the first place? It's nice here. Xin Yang looked around Jiang Mushui's room and asked. The nanny who brought Qin Yang here was called Zhao Xiaoyan. She said, the master and the mistress have many friends, and they often come to their house. The young lady likes to be quiet and doesn't like to be disturbed. So the young lady moved there after graduation. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Go out, I'll just take a look. Okay. Chapter 18 Jiang Wancheng's Suspicion. Half an hour passed in a flash. Xin Yang came out of Jiang Mushui's bedroom and went downstairs. Xin Yang's parents and Jiang Mushui's parents were chatting happily. Xiaoqin, you're here just in time. It's time for dinner. Liang Lan said with a smile. Okay, Aunt Liang. Xin Yang quickly washed his hands and went into the restaurant. There were 5 of them eating, and the table was full of dishes. Mother-in-law, please take a seat. Xiaoqin, you sit down too. Jiang Wancheng greeted with a smile. The 2 nannies poured wine for Qin Yang and the others. Jiang Wancheng picked up the wine glass and said, My dear relatives and mother-in-law, you have come all the way here and worked hard. This glass of wine is for you first. You are too polite, my dear relatives. Qin Hai said hurriedly. After drinking for more than 30 minutes, Jiang Wancheng said to Qin Yang, Xiaoqin, I have to introduce you to some relatives and friends tomorrow. I have something to tell you about. Uncle Jiang, you say. Jiang Wancheng frowned and said, once the news spreads, there will be a lot of people, and there will be people who were not originally planned to be invited. For example, Grandpa Mu Shui. Xin Yang was stunned. Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Hai and Chen Ping and said, My dear mother-in-law, there is something you should know. Maybe someone will come to you later. My dad doesn't approve of Qin Yang and Mu Shui getting married. Qin Hai and the others' expressions changed slightly. Jiang Wancheng continued, I have 2 older brothers. My eldest brother has 2 sons, and my second brother has a son and a daughter. My father prefers sons to daughters, so he values his 3 grandsons more than anything else. Mu Shui is a girl. My eldest and second brother's families are also relatively wealthy, but compared to me, their money is nothing. My eldest brother's family has tens of millions, and my second brother's family only has 300 to 500 million. Xin Hai, Chen Ping, and the others were secretly amazed. Only 3 or 500 million? My father hopes that I will leave most of my assets to my 3 nephews instead of giving them to Mu Shui, let alone to the unborn child in Mu Shui's belly. Liang Lan said, "Of course we disagree. We already have a daughter, so why should our property be left to our nephew?" We argued about this many times before Mu Shui got into trouble. Xin Hai and the others shook their heads secretly. The feud between wealthy families. Xin Yang's heart moved. Jiang Muxue fell down and became a vegetable. Could there be some unknown secret hidden in this? He never thought so before. But now that Qin Yang knows that there are people with superpowers in the world, will someone with superpowers do something to him when he falls? And what about the accident between him and Jiang Muxue that night? Could it be that it wasn't an accident at all but an attempt to discredit Jiang Muxue? Now thinking back, Jiang Mushue's condition seemed a little off. Maybe it wasn't just being drunk. If Jiang Muxue had sex with him after drinking, and if things got out of hand, it would be a big stain on Jiang Muxue whether she wanted to get married or take control of the group. However, Jiang Wancheng did not make a big fuss. After the incident, Qin Yang was simply fired. If one plan fails, the other party may come up with another vicious plan. Jiang Mushue's fall might not have been an accident. In-laws, do you understand? Seeing that Qin Hai and the others were silent, Jiang Wancheng asked. Qin Hai nodded, I understand. Many people of the older generation favor sons over daughters. Since your father favors sons over daughters, why didn't you have another child? Your family really has a throne that needs to be inherited. Jiang Wancheng sighed. We originally wanted to have another child, but we couldn't. The results of the examination showed that there was something wrong with my body. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that someone is plotting to harm Jiang Wancheng when he has health problems? If so, the water is quite deep. But without evidence, he couldn't say much now. If he said anything, he would be suspected of alienating Jiang Wancheng and his father, son, and brothers. If he succeeds in alienating Jiang Wancheng and the others, it is entirely possible that he will become the biggest beneficiary in the future. Jiang Wancheng will also take this into consideration. Xiao Qin, some people might be very rude tomorrow. You might suffer some injustice. Lian Lan looked at Qin Yang and said. If they were facing outsiders, they could help Qin Yang, but what if it was Jiang Wancheng's father, elder brother and second brother who were targeting Qin Yang? It will be difficult for them to perform well at that time. Qin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang, I understand. If it's an elder who says something about me, I won't mind being wronged, but if it's a peer who's targeting me, I won't be polite either. Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, if your peers are against you, there's nothing wrong with you retorting. Generally speaking, if your elders are against you and they're excessive, you can also refute them. It's just that my dad. He's nearly 80. Qin Yang quickly said, Uncle Jiang, don't worry. Old Jiang is so old, and he is still Mu Shui's grandfather. I will naturally not argue with him. Jiang Wancheng nodded, Xiao Qin, let's have a drink. Qin Yang quickly toasted with Jiang Wancheng. Mother-in-law, I'm sorry to have made you laugh at this little thing at home. Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Hai and the others and said. Qin Hai, I understand. This kind of thing is very normal. Not to mention wealthy families like yours, this kind of thing happens a lot in rural areas. Son, be careful tomorrow. Qin Yang nodded, Dad, I know. Uncle Jiang, is there anything else I need to pay attention to tomorrow? Jiang Wancheng, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. If anyone asks, just say that you and Mu Shui are in love, and we're secretly dating because we're against it. I drank too much that day and then I let go of my worries. The child in Mu Shui's belly is the fruit of your love. Qin Yang nodded. Lian Lan added, we will tell everyone that Mu Shui has wanted to marry you for a long time, but we objected and that's why we didn't get married. She's like this now, and we want to fulfill her wish. Qin Yang nodded again. Lian Lan, Xiao Qin, drink less today. Tomorrow, some people will definitely try their best to get you drunk. If you drink too much today, your alcohol tolerance will definitely be much lower tomorrow. Okay. Qin Yang's expression changed slightly. He suddenly realized a problem. His alcohol tolerance has increased a lot compared to before. With his current alcohol tolerance, the alcohol he drank that night at the company's annual meeting was not enough to make him drunk. Then he was just pretending to be drunk when he had sex with Jiang Muxue. He certainly wasn't pretending to be drunk. But if Jiang Wancheng knew that he could drink a lot, he would definitely think that he was most likely not drunk that night. Uncle Jiang will realize this problem sooner or later. Qin Yang frowned secretly. It seems that I need to be more honest with Uncle Jiang and the others about my strength. Jiang Wancheng poured another glass of wine for Qin Hai. My dear, Xiaoqin can't drink too much, I can drink with you. My dear relatives, I can only drink a moderate amount of alcohol. I've had almost enough to drink. Qin Hai said hurriedly. Capacity for liquor. Jiang Wancheng was stunned and glanced at Qin Yang. He asked someone to investigate and found out that Qin Yang drank a lot of alcohol during the annual meeting. But when converted into liquor, it definitely does not exceed 1 kilogram. A few days ago, Qin Yang drank 7 or 8 taels of wine and nothing happened. Oh my god, Uncle Jiang realized it. Qin Yang said in his heart. His strong mental power could sense that something was wrong with Jiang Wancheng's eyes. Chapter 19 Xiaoqin, are you a person with superpowers? Jiang Wancheng continued eating without saying a word. He hit it very well, but Qin Yang's mental power was S-level, and Qin Yang could clearly feel the changes in Jiang Wancheng. Finally, the meal was over. Qin Hai drank a little too much, so he sat there drinking tea and resting. Chen Ping and Lian Lan were chatting. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, Xiaoqin, I'll take you somewhere. Jiang Wancheng took Qin Yang to the underground garage. His underground garage had a constant temperature and humidity, and there were more than 10 cars parked inside. These cars are all collected by Jiang Wancheng. Xiaoqin, you can take whichever of these cars you like. I loved cars when I was young, but now that I'm older, I'm less interested in them. Jiang Wancheng smiled. Qin Yang looked at Jiang Wancheng. Although Jiang Wancheng was smiling, he was not happy. This smile could be hidden from others, but not from him. Uncle Jiang, do you know anyone with special abilities? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wancheng was stunned. I know something. Tang Yin has been to your place. Was it Tang Yin who told you about this? Qin Yang shook his head. Uncle Jiang, you thought of something while eating, right? Jiang Wancheng narrowed his eyes. I did think of one thing while we were eating. You can drink quite a lot. At the Mushue Company's annual meeting, you drank quite a bit, but you should have been sober. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, even if you can drink a lot, would you pretend to be drunk in that situation? Jiang Wancheng. Qin Yang coughed lightly. Uncle Jiang, it's just a joke. I was really drunk. Jiang Wancheng frowned and said, Xiaoqin, I need an explanation. Don't tell me that your alcohol tolerance has increased dramatically recently. Uncle Jiang, you guessed right. Qin Yang said seriously, my alcohol tolerance has indeed increased dramatically. Jiang Wancheng's mouth twitched. Do you remember my first question? Jiang Wancheng, you asked me if I knew anything about people with special abilities. Xiaoqin, is he a person with special abilities? Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, the world is so strange. I used to live in a small rental house, work like a slave, and only make 4 or 5,000 yuan a month. After marrying Mu Shui, I gained superpowers and my drinking capacity also improved. Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Yang. Xiaoqin, can you show me your special abilities? Qin Yang took out his cell phone from his pocket. Under the control of his mental power, the phone flew up. This. Jiang Wancheng stared at the floating cell phone in a daze. Qin Yang controlled the phone and flew around him. Uncle Jiang, I swear on my honor that I was really drunk before. I have only recently improved my strength. Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. I believe you. If you had such strength earlier, you would have become rich long ago. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mu Shui's complexion has improved because I have been communicating with her using my mental power every day these past few days. Jiang Wancheng's eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, can you communicate with Mu Shui? Qin Yang nodded. Currently it's a one-way communication. Mu Shui can receive some of the information I send to her, but her mental strength is too weak to send me a message. However, under the stimulation of my mental power, Mu Shui's mental power is slowly recovering. Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath. Very good. It seems that it was the right thing for you to get married. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, you have to keep this a secret for me. My superpowers have just awakened, and my strength is still growing. I don't want the outside world to know that I am a superpower. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Don't worry, I will definitely help you keep the secret. I won't tell your Aunt Liang. When Jiang Wancheng said this, his expression became serious. Xiaoqin, since you become a psychic, I have something I want to ask you. Do you think Mu Shue's fall was caused by a psychic? Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, that's possible. It wouldn't be difficult for a powerful psychic to do something secretly. Jiang Wancheng took a deep breath. He had actually had this suspicion a long time ago. But no matter how suspicious he was, he had no evidence. Xiaoqin, I have a favor to ask of you. If your abilities become stronger in the future, please find the murderer behind this. Jiang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Qin Yang nodded, Uncle Jiang, I will check. Even if you don't tell me, I will find out for Mu Shue's safety. If Mu Shue wakes up, the other party may attack again. Jiang Wancheng's expression changed slightly. Xiaoqin, let's not talk about this anymore. Whichever of these cars you like will be yours. Qin Yang's eyes swept over the cars. The cheapest ones cost several million, and the most expensive ones cost tens of millions. Uncle Jiang, can I take a look at them all? Certainly. Qin Yang admired each car one by one. Finally, Qin Yang stopped in front of a Porsche 918. Uncle Jiang, if you're willing, I'll pick this one. Qin Yang said with a smile. This Porsche 918 isn't suitable for daily driving, but compared to the rest it's quite suitable. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, of course I'm willing to give it up, but a supercar like this isn't something that just anyone can handle. You haven't driven a car since you got your license, can you? Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, I definitely couldn't do it before. But my mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people now. After a little adaptation, I should be able to drive normally. Jiang Wancheng nodded. Okay, then I'll give you this car. You've been drinking today and can't drive it, so I'll have someone else drive it back for you. Good. Not long after, the Porsche 918 drove away. Qin Yang sat in the passenger seat, and the driver was Jiang Wancheng's driver. Qin Hai and Chen Ping sat in the Rolls-Royce they came in. About half an hour later, Qin Yang and the others came back. Son, this car is not cheap, is it? Qin Hai asked, looking at the Porsche 918 in the garage. Qin Yang smiled and said, I checked on the way, it should be around 16 million, which is considered medium among Uncle Jiang's cars. Dad, Uncle Jiang knows that I have psychic powers. Qin Hai nodded slightly. They're nice people, there's no need to hide it from them. It's best not to tell anyone else except them. Qin Yang originally planned to hide it from Jiang Wancheng and the others. There was no way Jiang Wancheng discovered something unusual. Mom and Dad, you should take a shower and go to bed early. I'm going to see Mu Shue. Soon Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room upstairs. Jiang Mushue lay there quietly like Sleeping Beauty. Mushue, I went to your boudoir. I even lay on your pink bed for a while. Qin Yang took Jiang Mushue's hand and gave her a message. Emotional value plus 15. I just slept in your bed. Why are you so excited? Forget about your bed. I've even slept with you. Emotional value plus 17. Mushue, I drank today, so I won't kiss you. Let me give you a massage. Soon Qin Yang began to give Jiang Mushue a gentle massage. Emotional value plus 14. Emotional value plus 12. Chapter 20 Everyone, he is Qin Yang. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Mom and Dad, did you sleep well? Qin Yang asked while eating the breakfast prepared by the nanny. Chen Ping, your dad was drunk and slept very soundly. I'm a little uncomfortable with him falling asleep so late. Son, your dad and I have decided that we should go back as soon as possible. Ah? Qin Yang frowned. Mom, why are you in such a hurry? You guys finally came out, why don't you stay here for a few more days? Qin Hai said, this is what we are thinking. If Mu Shue wakes up and you two have a good relationship, you will get married. Our house is still old, so we have to hurry up and build a new one. Dad, don't you want me to return the 5 million? Qin Yang chuckled. Qin Hai, you can come back when you have money. But you don't know when you will make more money. You and Mu Shue might get married in about half a year. We have to hurry up and get the house ready. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Dad, our house needs to be rebuilt. Since we're rebuilding it, don't be so stingy and be reluctant to spend the money. I'll transfer 3 million of the 5 million to you. 1 million for the main structure and 2 million for the renovation. Chen Ping was stunned. Son, you're spending so much? If you don't spend the money, you won't be able to earn the 3 million by then. Xin Yang. He has a system cheat. If he can't even earn this little money, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Mom, don't worry. I'm in a period of rapid improvement now. I don't want to make money. If I want to make money, it's very easy. Xin Yang said, don't be too anxious to go back. You've come here anyway, so you should at least spend 2 days here playing. Otherwise, the villagers will probably gossip about you when you go back. Okay. Chen Ping nodded. Dad, did you bring your bank card with you? Send me the card number and I'll go to the bank and give you the money later. After breakfast, Xin Yang went to the bank. He originally thought that transferring a large amount of money would be very troublesome, but unexpectedly, because the card belonged to Jiang Mushue, it was very easy. Xin Yang transferred 3 million to Qin Hai's bank card. Xin Yang transferred 1 million of the remaining 2 million to his own card. The bank card belongs to Jiang Mushue, so it doesn't need to be returned to Jiang Wancheng and the others, but it's not very convenient to use Jiang Mushue's bank card. Dad, did you receive the text message reminder? Xin Yang asked when he returned home. Xin Hai nodded. He was a little dazed when he saw the bank text message. Let alone 3 million, he had never had 300,000 in his bank card. Mom and Dad, dinner is in the evening. I'll take you to see some scenic spots in Haicheng during the day. Xin Yang said with a smile. Xin Hai shook his head, you don't need to show us around. Your mother and I can go to some scenic spots on our own. You stay at home with Mu Shui and get her treatment in time. Really? Xin Yang asked. Ping, although there is a nanny at home, it's not good for us to leave Mu Shui alone at home. And you have things to do tonight. Maybe we should start preparing for this afternoon. Xin Yang nodded slightly, that's it. Dad and Mom, don't be reluctant to spend money. Once the money is in place, your travel experience will definitely be greatly improved. Ding ding. Just then Xin Yang's cell phone rang. It was Liang Lan who called. Xiao Qin, I found a great tour guide for you. She can take you on a nice trip around Haicheng. The tour guide should be here soon. Before the call was over, Xin Yang saw a car coming outside. Aunt Liang, thank you. Liang Lan said, why are you being so polite to Aunt Liang? I'm busy today, otherwise I would have personally accompanied your parents around. I'm quite familiar with Haicheng. That's it for now, bye. After hanging up the phone, Xin Yang went outside. Liang Lan not only arranged a tour guide, but also a driver. Xin Hai and Chen Ping quickly got in the car and set off. With a tour guide and a driver, Xin Yang was no longer worried. Xin Yang went upstairs and arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Mushue, your parents are going to introduce me to some relatives and friends today. Our relationship as husband and wife will be made public then. Emotional value plus 15. Your grandfather and your eldest and second uncles will be here. Your cousins and so on will most likely all be there as well. It's expected to be a lively scene. Do you think there will be a fight? Emotional value plus 13. Xin Yang and Jiang Mushue were chatting. Jiang Mushue said nothing, but just kept providing emotional values. After 5 minutes, Jiang Mushue was exhausted. System, what is my emotional value? Xin Yang asked in his mind. Host, your current emotional value is 408. Xin Yang nodded slightly. It is no problem to get 300 emotional points every day. The day after tomorrow, his emotional points will reach 1000 points. I don't know what kind of rewards I can get then. Gradually, time came to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Ding ding. Jiang Wancheng called. Xiao Qin, I've sent you the location. It's our own hotel, so you should arrive early. Xin Yang, okay, I'll leave right away. Boom. Xin Yang went out quickly in the Porsche 918. The supercar was not very comfortable to sit in, but it felt great to drive. Xin Yang arrived at his destination in half an hour. Along the way, Xin Yang felt a lot of envious gazes. The emotions given on the road are full of value. Unfortunately, the system cannot receive their emotional values. After parking the car, Xin Yang went to the top floor. Mr. Qin, please come in. 2 waiters opened the door of the private room. Thanks. Xin Yang straightened his clothes and entered the private room. It was still early, but there were already more than a dozen people in the private room. When Qin Yang came in, everyone in the private room immediately looked at him. Uncle Jiang. Qin Yang walked towards Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng nodded and said with a smile, "Everyone, let me introduce him to you. He is Qin Yang." Mu Shui has not woken up yet, and Xiao Qin has not changed his tone yet. "Xiao Qin, this is Director Huang from the Public Security Bureau. This is Mr. Wang from Hanyu Group. This is Mr. Lin from the Lin Group." Jiang Wancheng introduced everyone to Qin Yang one by one. The relatives had not arrived yet, and those who arrived first were Jiang Wancheng's local friends. They all come from different backgrounds. Director Huang, President Wang, President Lin. Jiang Wancheng introduced Qin Yang while calling out. He had a strong mental power and could remember everyone clearly. The young man is very handsome. Xiao Qin and Mu Shui look very compatible. "Boss Jiang, I have to be fair. Xiao Qin is so handsome, it's normal for Mu Shui and Xiao Qin to date. You're against it, so they can only date secretly." Everyone spoke with a smile. "Jiang Wancheng, we were definitely against it before. We only have one precious daughter, so naturally we wanted her to marry well. Now we've come to terms with it. Just be safe and healthy. I just hope Mu Shui can wake up soon." "Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mu Shui will wake up." Jiang Wancheng nodded. "I firmly believe this too." Chapter 21 Provocation from Cousins. Not long after Qin Yang arrived, several young people came. Jiang Mushui's 3 cousins were among them. "Hello, I guess you are our brother-in-law Qin Yang. I'm Mu Shui's eldest cousin Zhang Haolong." A tall and strong young man in the lead stretched out his hand. "I'm Qin Yang." Qin Yang stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other person. Soon Qin Yang felt a powerful force in his right hand. The other party didn't really want to shake his hand. "I wanted to give him a warning." Qin Yang smiled faintly. He also increased the strength of his right hand. His physical fitness was 16 points. As long as the opponent was not a warrior, his physical fitness should be inferior to his. Zhang Haolong narrowed his eyes. Qin Yang actually dared to resist? Originally, Zhang Haolong had not used his full strength, but now that Qin Yang resisted, Zhang Haolong quickly used all his strength with his right hand. He. Qin Yang also quickly increased his strength. Zhang Haolong's face changed slightly. He was not a warrior, but he had practiced martial arts. Most people's hand strength was much weaker than his. He didn't expect that Qin Yang's hand strength was not weaker than his at all. "Cousin, I didn't expect you to come so early," Qin Yang said with a smile on his face. He continued to increase the strength in his hands. "Zhang Haolong, I know that third uncle has a wide network of contacts. We came here early to communicate and learn more from the elders." There was something wrong with his expression. Qin Yang's strength was actually much greater than his. At this moment, Qin Yang's right hand was like an iron clamp, tightly clamping his hand. "Cousin, you are so hardworking. I have to learn from you," Qin Yang said with a smile. The strength in his hands continued to increase. Zhang Haolong felt like his hand was about to be crushed. "Brother-in-law, we learn from each other." There was pain in Zhang Haolong's eyes. "Good." Qin Yang nodded with a smile. He finally let go of Zhang Haolong's hand. Zhang Haolong silently put his hands behind his back. His hands were trembling. If Qin Yang applied a little more force, he felt that his hands might be fractured. "This bastard Qin Yang is so strong." A hint of fear flashed in Zhang Haolong's eyes. "Second cousin, third cousin, let's shake hands too." Qin Yang looked at his other 2 cousins and smiled. "Well, it's good that we have our eldest cousin as our representative. It would be troublesome to shake hands with so many people one by one." Jiang Mushua's second cousin Zhang Haowu coughed lightly. He knew that his brother was very strong, and when he shook hands with Qin Yang, it was his brother who suffered the loss instead of Qin Yang. "Aren't they asking for trouble by going there?" "Qin Yang, how is your calligraphy?" "Grandpa likes calligraphy, and he often tests and teaches us," Jiang Mushua's third cousin Zhang Haoren said. He was carrying a bag with pens, ink, paper and inkstone in it. His calligraphy was very good and he had won the first prize at the municipal level. "Calligraphy? It's okay," Qin Yang said. Originally, he didn't know any calligraphy at all. But he has now acquired B-level calligraphy skills, a level that ordinary people cannot reach even after practicing for 20 or 30 years. To reach grade B level, talent and hard work are both indispensable, and it is best to receive regular guidance from famous teachers. Xin Yang, you are being modest. You said it was okay, so I guess your calligraphy is pretty good. Shall we go over there and have some conversation? Uncle San's calligraphy is good. We can ask him for some pointers. Zhang Haoran said with a smile on his face. They came here today with only one purpose, which was to embarrass Qin Yang and make him feel ashamed. Jiang Wanchang invited quite a few guests today, and they knew it was not wise to confront Qin Yang and Zhang Haoran directly. Hey, Haoran, I'll teach you later. There are quite a few guests coming today, so I'm afraid I don't have the time. Jiang Wancheng said this and winked at Qin Yang. Uncle San, go ahead and do your thing. We're just writing for fun, and we'll ask Grandpa to comment on it later. Zhang Haolong laughed. He had just shaken hands with Qin Yang and suffered a setback. He knew Zhang Haoran's calligraphy skills and that they were also good at calligraphy. Naturally, he wanted to win back a game on this. Uncle San, we won't disturb you. Zhang Haohu also said. Mr. Jiang, it's still early, let them write. Your Jiang family has a good atmosphere. Young people get together to practice calligraphy. We play cards when we get together. Mr. Wang from Hongyu Group said with a smile. Zhang Wancheng was a little hesitant. In his opinion, Qin Yang is definitely no match for Zhang Haoran and the others. His father liked calligraphy, and they all learned it. Zhang Haoran was very good at calligraphy, and Zhang Haolong and others were also good. Uncle Zhang, let's just write it for fun. Qin Yang smiled and said. All right then. Zhang Wancheng nodded. As long as Qin Yang's writing is not too bad, it won't be a big problem. After all, most of the people present were not very good at calligraphy. Qin Yang followed Zhang Haolong and others to a table. Zhang Haoran laid out the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone he had brought. He asked, Big brother, you'll be the first one to come? Second brother, I'll be the third, and how about brother-in-law being the fourth? Zhang Haolong shook hands. His hand still hurts. In the past, I, the eldest brother, always went first, but today's protagonist is my brother-in-law, so he should go first. As for us, it's up to everyone to decide who goes first and who goes last. Zhang Haolong spoke. Zhang Haowu said with a smile, how about a little prize? The one who writes the worst will have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment. You don't need a big glass, 1 or 2 will be enough. Okay. Zhang Haolong, Zhang Haoran and others agreed immediately. Brother-in-law, do you have any questions? Jiang Haohu asked. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yang. Sure. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Even if he has to drink, what is he afraid of? Even if his drinking capacity did not improve, he had the system space. The system space is several hundred cubic meters. Who can drink better than him? The wine he drinks can be directly received into the system space. Brother-in-law, here. Zhang Haoran gave the brush to Qin Yang with a smile. Zhang Wancheng and some others also gathered together. What do you usually write about? Qin Yang asked. Zhang Haoran, we usually write 1 poem. If you think it's too much, you can write 1 or 2 lines. If you think it's too little, it's okay to write a longer one. Qin Yang nodded. He dipped his ink and wrote. Hair stands on end with rage, leaning against the railing, the rain has stopped. Looking up, I howl to the heavens, my heart aching with ambition. 30 years of achievements have become dust. Qin Yang began to write fluently. The characters he wrote were vigorous and powerful, and pleasing to the eye. His calligraphy at level B was already very strong. If it reaches grade A, it will probably be ranked in the top 10 in the country. With this level now, it is no problem to be in the top 10 in the province. Zhang Haoran's calligraphy won the first prize in the city, but that was only compared with some young people who participated in the competition. Qin Yang's top 10 is among the top 10 in the province. The gold content is not at the same level at all. Soon Qin Yang finished writing all of it with ease. Xiao Qin, your handwriting is amazing. Mr. Jiang, your calligraphy is very good, but I think Xiao Qin's calligraphy may not be inferior to yours. Everyone around exclaimed in amazement. Each of these people comes from a prominent background. Even if they can't write, they still have a certain level of appreciation. Zhang Wancheng looked at Qin Yang in surprise. He didn't expect Qin Yang to give him such a surprise. My handwriting is not as good as Xiaoqin's. I didn't expect Xiaoqin's calligraphy to be so amazing. Jiang Wancheng exclaimed in amazement. Qin Yang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, you are too kind. Brother, who's next? Jiang Haolong and others. There are pearls and jade in front of you, and tiles and stones are hard to replace. Even if they wrote it down, it would be no match for Qin Yang. Chapter 22 Jiang Mushui's grandfather's opposition. Jiang Haoran was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He brought pen, ink, paper and inkstone to the dinner, intending to suppress Qin Yang and to stand out himself, but he never expected that Qin Yang would throw a trump card at them. What should I do now? It is very embarrassing to admit defeat directly. If they go up to write, they can only be supporting roles for Qin Yang. Haoran, you come first. Jiang Haolong looked at Jiang Haoran and said. Among them, Jiang Haoran is at least of higher level, and the gap between his calligraphy and Qin Yang's is slightly smaller. Good. Jiang Haoran nodded. He had no choice but to go ahead with it. Qin Yang smiled and handed the brush to Jiang Haoran. Third cousin, these things were brought by you. I believe your level is very high. I will definitely learn from you seriously. Jiang Haoran. Qin Yang's words sounded harsh. But he really couldn't refute it. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that he brought these things here, and that they had squeezed Qin Yang before, just to suppress Qin Yang. Now it is reasonable for Qin Yang to satirize Jiang Haoran. Call. After exhaling a breath, Jiang Haoran started writing. His handwriting was actually quite good, but with Qin Yang's calligraphy in front of him, people around him could easily see that his level was much worse than Qin Yang's. Jiang Haoran finished writing quickly. In the past, he would write longer poems. In that way, the time of showing one's power before others will be much longer. This time he chose a short poem. Haoran's calligraphy is also very good. It's really good, much better than what I wrote. Some people around still praised it. In the past, Jiang Haoran enjoyed hearing praise, but now, this kind of praise feels very harsh to him. Brother, come here. Jiang Haoran looked at Jiang Haolong and the others. Jiang Haolong and the others had no choice but to bite the bullet and start writing. Their calligraphy was much better than that of ordinary people, but it was no match for Jiang Haoran, let alone Qin Yang. Especially Jiang Haolong. He shook hands with Qin Yang and his hand was still hurting. I lost. Jiang Haolong took a deep breath and admitted defeat. Qin Yang, I didn't expect your calligraphy to be so good. You're so talented, no wonder you were able to win the heart of cousin Mu Shui. Jiang Haolong looked at Qin Yang and said. The looks of some people around looking at Qin Yang changed. They could understand what Jiang Haolong meant. Jiang Haolong wanted to say that Qin Yang had ulterior motives, and that Qin Yang might have deliberately approached Jiang Mushui to plot against the Jiang family. Jiang Haohu pretended to be puzzled and asked, Brother-in-law, your calligraphy is so good, why don't you make money with it? You only get a few thousand yuan a month at my sister's company. Qin Yang smiled. Second cousin, you have a good business sense. But if I use this to make money, I may not be able to reach this level. Everyone seemed to be thinking about something. Someone said, Xiaoqin is right to do this. Only by focusing on one's work can one reach a higher level. If calligraphy is tainted with money, it will have a stench of copper. Jiang Haohu looked at the person who spoke. He didn't dare to refute. Although the person who was speaking was not as rich as Jiang Wancheng, he still had assets worth hundreds of billions and had deep connections in official circles. He simply could not afford to offend such a person. Xiaoqin, let me introduce you to the new guest. Jiang Wancheng smiled and changed the subject. Many of the guests who came later were more important. Some came from powerful business families, some were bigwigs in the government, and some came from powerful martial arts families. Qin Yang discovered 4 warriors. 2 of them are very average in strength, not as good as Tang Yin. There is one who is more powerful than Tang Yin. The most powerful one was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Qin Yang felt a strong threat from him at close range. If the distance was close and if he was not prepared, if the other party tried to kill him, Qin Yang felt that he would definitely be killed. But as long as the distance between the two sides is slightly increased, Qin Yang believes that in a life-and-death fight, it will definitely be the other party who dies. He is still much stronger in overall strength. It's just that his melee ability is far inferior to that of his opponent. The opponent was a warrior and he is now a mage. The door of the private room was pushed open again at this time, and Liang Lan walked in from outside, supporting an old man. Qin Yang had seen the old man's photo. He was Jiang Mushue's grandfather. Qin Yang was stunned. He felt a strong spiritual fluctuation. This mental fluctuation actually came from Jiang Mushue's grandfather. Grandpa Mushue's mental strength is much weaker than mine, but this mental strength should have reached B level. Qin Yang said in his heart. He didn't expect that Grandpa Mushue was actually a person with superpowers, but he didn't know what kind of superpowers he was. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Hello, Dr. Jiang. Everyone came forward and saluted. Divine Dr. Jiang? Could it be that Grandpa Mushue's special ability is related to healing? Qin Yang said in his heart. Dad, let me introduce him. He is Qin Yang. Little Qin's calligraphy is amazing. Even Haoran can't compare to him. Jiang Wancheng took a few steps forward and said with a smile. Qin Yang naturally followed Jiang Wancheng forward. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Qin Yang bowed and saluted. Jiang Wancheng's father, Jiang Xinghua, said in a deep voice, Third brother, I don't agree with Qin Yang and Mushue's marriage. If Mushue wakes up, I have other arrangements for her marriage. You arranged for their divorce. Jiang Haolong and the others were delighted. Liang Lan, Dad, my husband and I used to oppose Xiaoqin and Mushue's marriage, but this is Mushue's idea. Mushue has been lying there for almost half a year. My husband and I intend to respect Mushue's ideas. We will definitely not arrange for her to divorce Xiaoqin. Jiang Xinghua shook off Liang Lan's hand. Cough, cough. Jiang Xinghua coughed violently several times. Qin Yang noticed that there was something wrong with his mental power. Jiang Xinghua might have used his supernatural powers improperly, which caused problems with his mental power. The problem with his mental strength affected his body. Jiang Xinghua is not yet 80 years old. Many elderly people of this age are still in good health. But Jiang Xinghua's condition is not very good. Qin Yang, what do you say? Father is the head of the Jiang family. Father doesn't agree with you two being together. A middle-aged man behind Jiang Xinghua said in a deep voice. Qin Yang knew this person. He was Jiang Mushue's second uncle, Jiang Wanchuan. Jiang Wancheng has three brothers, the eldest Jiang Wanyue, the second Jiang Wanchuan, and the third Jiang Wancheng. Qin Yang said calmly, according to the marriage law, as long as I don't agree, even if Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang are Mushue's parents, they can't force me and Mushue to divorce. Are Jiang family rules greater than national laws? Jiang Wanchuan. Jiang Xinghua suddenly smiled, you performed well. You didn't give up on Mushue easily because of the pressure. You have passed this level. But this is just the first step. Xiaoqin, it's not that easy for you to marry Mushue. Many people present breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jiang, your acting skills are so amazing. We were all fooled by you and thought you were serious. Yes, Mr. Jiang, your acting skills are impeccable. Everyone spoke up. The solemn atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Mr. Jiang, I will try my best. Qin Yang said seriously. He shook his head secretly, thinking that old Jiang just said that on purpose. His mental strength was extremely strong, and he could sense that old Jiang really wanted to separate them by force, but he held back. It would be inappropriate for Mr. Jiang to continue forcing his way in at this time. He has to maintain the reputation of the Jiang family. Chapter 23 I have a lot of knowledge, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Wancheng looked at his father deeply. Others may not know, but he knows his father. His father is not someone who changes his mind easily. And I had been very opposed to it privately before. Everyone. Jiang Wancheng clapped his hands. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, everyone knows each other. The handsome guy next to me is Mushue's husband Qin Yang. Xiaoqin and Mushue have already obtained their marriage certificate. He is now my son-in-law, Jiang Wancheng. Those who came today are relatives and friends. I hope everyone can take care of him in the future. Liang Lan also stood up. She said, we used to oppose them, but after getting along with them, we feel that Xiaoqin is a good person. My husband and I both approve of Xiaoqin as a son-in-law. Mushue hasn't recovered yet, so the wedding has to be postponed. Let's get together today and introduce Xiaoqin to everyone. After Liang Lan finished speaking, she waved to Qin Yang. Qin Yang walked to Liang Lan's side. Xiaoqin, my husband and I often have to go on business trips. Now that you and Mu Shui are married, you must take good care of her in the future. Liang Lan said with a smile. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, don't worry. And please rest assured, relatives and friends who care about Mu Shui, I will definitely take good care of Mu Shui and won't let her get hurt again. When saying this, Qin Yang paid attention to the expressions of Jiang Wanyue and others. He noticed that there was something a little strange about two people. One is Jiang Wanyue, and the other is Jiang Wanyue's wife. Could it be that they are secretly doing something shady? Qin Yang said in his heart. This possibility is not low. Jiang Wanyue is the eldest of the three brothers Jiang Wancheng, and Jiang Wanyue has two sons, Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haowu. His assets are still the least among the three brothers. Although his assets are also in the tens of millions, which is a lot compared to ordinary people, Jiang Wanchuan has 300 to 500 million, and Jiang Wancheng, the third brother, has a terrifying hundreds of billions of assets. He is the eldest of the three brothers and the poorest. It's normal for him to be mentally unbalanced. Of course, these are just speculations now. Without solid evidence, Qin Yang would definitely not tell this to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng himself probably has doubts as well. He doesn't need to say it. Everyone, please take a seat. Jiang Wancheng greeted with a smile. Everyone took their seats. Qin Yang sat with Jiang Haolong and other young people. The food and wine had been served, and Jiang Haolong poured himself a glass of wine. He said, Everyone, I lost the calligraphy competition. According to our previous agreement, I have to drink 3 taels of wine. A real man cannot break his promise. I will drink this wine first. After he said that, he poured 150 milliliters of white wine into a wine decanter. Then he drank the liquor in one gulp. Good. Brother Haolong is a big drinker. Everyone praised. After drinking 3 taels of white wine, Jiang Haolong remained calm. Everyone, stop looking at me. Have you forgotten that my brother-in-law is the protagonist today? We must show him respect. That's right. Brother-in-law, we have to drink a few more drinks today. Jiang Haowu, Jiang Haoren, and others spoke. They were now very unhappy with Qin Yang. Jiang Haolong suffered a loss when he shook hands with Qin Yang, and they were all defeated by Qin Yang in the calligraphy competition. Drinking is a good time for them to get back at their old self. It's impossible that they can't drink more than Qin Yang, right? Dear friends and family, thank you for coming. My husband and I would like to offer you a glass of wine as a token of our gratitude. Jiang Wancheng and Liang Lan stood up. After Jiang Wancheng finished speaking, both of them finished the white wine in their glasses. Good. Crash. Many people applauded and cheered. Jiang Wancheng smiled and said, Dear friends, everyone present here is no stranger. Please feel free to do as you please. There are no rules today. Just eat and drink well. Good. The atmosphere in the private room quickly became lively. Brother-in-law, shall we go together first? Then you'll probably have to go to the other tables to toast. Jiang Haolong said with a smile. There are 10 tables in total, and 1 cup at each table weighs half a pound in total. They used a 5-cent wine glass. Okay. Qin Yang nodded. He sneered in his heart. It would have been better if Jiang Haolong and the others didn't force him to drink. If they did, Jiang Haolong and the others would have to lie down today. Cheers. Soon Qin Yang and the others drank the first glass. Brother-in-law, it's time for you to show your abilities. Everyone is here for you, you have to toast. Jiang Haoren said with a smile. Qin Yang nodded slightly. That's what should be done. Soon he brought the wine to Jiang Wancheng's table. Old Jiang, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, Uncle, second uncle. I toast to you. Qin Yang finished his words in one gulp. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang toasted at all tables. He did not cheat when drinking the wine, he drank it honestly. Half a pound in total was no pressure for him. Brother-in-law, I respect you. Brother-in-law has a good alcohol tolerance. I'll toast you a glass too. As soon as they came back from toasting, Jiang Haolong and the others took action. They took turns to toast Qin Yang one after another. Qin Yang accepts everyone who comes. As soon as the wine entered his mouth, he received it into the system space. His strength has increased a bit, and the system space is now more than 500 cubic meters. All the wine that entered the system space gathered in a small corner. Shao Qin, take it easy. How long, you can't force Qin Yang to drink like this. Liang Lan came to Qin Yang and said, Aunt Liang, don't worry. Aunt Liang, if my brother-in-law can't drink anymore, we won't force him. Liang Lan nodded. Seeing that Qin Yang was in good condition, she didn't say anything more. Time passes by every second. Some people from other tables also came to Qin Yang to drink. In more than an hour, Qin Yang drank at least 3 kilograms of white wine. Zhang Haolong and the others began to doubt their lives. They were almost drunk, but Qin Yang was fine. Qin Yang always has someone to accompany him when he goes to the toilet. Zhang Haolong and the others were sure that Qin Yang did not spit out the wine. Brother-in-law, shall we change to larger wine glasses? I don't find it enjoyable to drink from this small glass. Zhang Haoran said to Qin Yang. Yes, it would be better to change to a larger wine glass. Let's all change. Zhang Haolong and others also agreed. Qin Yang waved his hand, and a waiter quickly came to his side. Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? Please get us 8 large beer mugs. Okay. Soon the waiter brought the beer glasses. Zhang Haoran said, Brother-in-law, we just exchanged wine glasses, we didn't say we wanted to drink beer. Qin Yang nodded, I didn't say to change to beer. After saying that, Qin Yang poured himself a large glass of white wine. Zhang Haolong and the others were frightened when they saw this. But they were the ones who suggested changing to a larger cup, so how could they be so cowardly? Soon Qin Yang and the others poured the white wine. Each cup must weigh half a pound. Everyone, let's have a drink first. Qin Yang picked up the wine glass and drank it. The wine entered his mouth and quickly all went into the system space. This. Zhang Haolong and the others were all dumbfounded. This is too fierce. Cousin, drink, drink. Qin Yang pretended to be almost drunk and stammered. Zhang Haolong and others looked at each other. Let us fight. Zhang Haolong and the others started drinking. They just didn't believe that they couldn't get Qin Yang drunk first. Chapter 24 Liang Lan discovered something unusual. After drinking this glass of wine, Zhang Haolong and the others all looked unhappy. Some quickly picked up the food. Some got up and went to the bathroom directly. Some of them can drink half a caddy if they drink it slowly, but if they drink half a caddy directly, the damage will be too great. Brother, you are the oldest at our table. I toast to you. Gurgle gurgle. Qin Yang took the initiative to attack Zhang Haolong. Zhang Haolong. He can hold his liquor pretty well, but this is going to make him a bit nauseous. Brother, if you can't drink anymore, let's stop here today. I can hardly drink anymore. Qin Yang said after drinking. Zhang Haolong gritted his teeth and filled his glass with wine. Qin Yang probably drank 4 kilograms in total, and he only drank about 2 kilograms. Gurgle. Zhang Haolong drank it all in one breath. I'm going to the bathroom. After drinking, Zhang Haolong quickly stood up and said. He stumbled to the bathroom, and Qin Yang filled his glass again. He looked at Zhang Haowu and said, Second cousin, this is for you. Wait a moment. Zhang Haoran took Qin Yang's wine and smelled it. Qin Yang smiled and said, Third cousin, is it wine? Zhang Haoran nodded. Gurgle. Qin Yang quickly finished the glass of wine. Zhang Haowu hesitated and didn't pour the wine. Qin Yang picked up a bottle of wine and poured half of it into him. Second cousin, do you want to drink? Again, if I don't drink, I'll stop here today. Just drink enough, don't force it. Qin Yang smiled. Zhang Haowu gritted his teeth and started drinking. He refused to believe it. How could he not get drunk if Qin Yang challenged them like this? After drinking this glass of wine, Zhang Haowu seemed to see Tai-Nai. He also quickly got up and went to the toilet. Third cousin, are you still drinking? Speak. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Haoran and said with a smile. Zhang Haoran's alcohol tolerance is worse than Zhang Haowu and the others. He went to the toilet to vomit twice. When he saw Qin Yang looking at him, fear appeared in his eyes. He got scared. If he drinks anymore, he'll probably end up in the hospital. Forget it, forget it. That's all for today. We'll drink more later. Zhang Haoran admitted his mistake. Zhang Haolong had just returned from the bathroom at this time. Seeing Zhang Haoran admit defeat, he felt depressed but also relieved. Qin Yang's drinking capacity is like a monster. After drinking 4 or 5 kilograms of wine, Qin Yang seemed to be fine. They were considered able to drink, but they were suppressed by Qin Yang alone. Anyone else want a drink? Qin Yang glanced over. None of Jiang Haoran and the others said a word. Jiang Haolong, who had just returned, also kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything. Qin Yang smiled. You guys can't do this either. Qin Yang said this while eating the food and slowly started drinking. Jiang Haolong and others. Normally, if someone tells them they are not good enough, they will definitely fight back. But now, I don't have the confidence. Some of them drank more than 2.5 kilograms, and some drank less than 1 or 2 kilograms, which was far more than the usual amount. Even though they had all vomited, they were still extremely uncomfortable at this moment. Fuck, this guy is a monster. Jiang Haolong thought to himself. Qin Yang had already drunk 4 or 5 kilograms of strong liquor, and they knew that Qin Yang did not vomit it out even after going to the toilet. How could he know that most of Qin Yang's wine entered the system space? Qin Yang only drank half a pound at the beginning. With his current physical condition and strong mental strength, half a pound of white wine is just a drizzle for him. The other tables had almost finished their drinks. Not long after, the dinner ended and everyone left. Xiaoqin, are you okay? Zhang Wansheng came to Qin Yang and asked. He knew that Qin Yang had a good alcohol tolerance, but Qin Yang drank too much. Fine. Qin Yang shook his head. Zhang Wansheng nodded, that's good. You can't drive after drinking. I'll have someone take you home. Qin Yang nodded. He and Jiang Haolong and others arrived at the parking lot. Seeing Qin Yang enter the Porsche 918, Jiang Haolong's face became even uglier. He knew that this was the car collected by Zhang Wansheng, and now he actually gave it to Qin Yang. Their family's total assets are only about 40 to 50 million. Qin Yang's car is worth several million. More than half an hour later, Qin Yang returned home. It was still early and his parents were still out sightseeing with the tour guide. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. We must hurry up and harvest Jiang Mushue's emotional value. Mushue, your dear husband is back. Emotional value +5. Your parents have already introduced me to their relatives and friends. And he said we've been in love for a long time. Emotional value +11. Mushue, this is the only way they can introduce us. If they don't, we can't even get a marriage certificate. We both love each other, but your parents don't agree, so we can only date secretly and make things a done deal. Emotional value +13. Qin Yang communicated slowly with Jiang Mushue. He found it quite interesting to tease Jiang Mushue every day. Jiang Wansheng and Liang Lan also arrived home. Wife, my dad was a little too much today. Don't take it to heart. He's just a bit stubborn. Jiang Wansheng said. He could see that Liang Lan was a little depressed. That's not it. I know my father's temper very well. Jiang Wansheng asked doubtfully, then why are you unhappy? Liang Lan remained silent. Honey, tell me what's up. I've had quite a bit to drink, so I can't tell what you're thinking. Jiang Wansheng rubbed his forehead and said. He wasn't drunk, but he had certainly drunk a lot. Liang Lan sighed, I'm not unhappy. Okay, go take a shower and go to bed early to rest. Jiang Wansheng suddenly thought of something. Did you discover that Xiaoqin can drink quite well? Liang Lan nodded slightly. She muttered, he drank several pounds of wine but didn't get drunk. He didn't even drink a quarter of it at the company's annual meeting. Even if he took hangover medicine, it wouldn't be this effective, right? Jiang Wansheng, Xiaoqin told me about this issue. Let me call Xiaoqin first. Soon Jiang Wansheng called Qin Yang. Xiaoqin, your Aunt Liang has discovered your drinking problem. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, talk to Aunt Liang. It's okay if Aunt Liang knows. Don't tell anyone else. Good. Jiang Wansheng took Liang Lan to the study. Hubby, what's going on? You're being so secretive. Liang Lan asked doubtfully. Jiang Wansheng, you know there are people with special abilities in the world. After Xiaoqin and Mu Shui got married, he became a special ability. His alcohol tolerance has improved a lot compared to before. Liang Lan stared at Jiang Wansheng blankly. Husband, are you sure? Jiang Wansheng nodded. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiaoqin controlled his phone and made it float in front of me. Mu Shui's complexion improved because he used his supernatural power. Liang Lan was surprised and asked, Xiaoqin has the same healing ability as Dad? Jiang Wancheng shook his head. Probably not. But he should have recently awakened his superpowers. If he had special abilities, he would have become rich long ago. Why would he be working like a slave in a company for only a few thousand yuan? Liang Lan nodded, that makes sense. She let out a long breath. It would be good if Qin Yang didn't pretend to be drunk and have sex with their daughter. Chapter 25, Xiao Qin, what special ability do you have? Lin family. Lin Xingde returned home. Dad, what's going on? Lin Junyao asked anxiously, are Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue's relationship over? Qin Yang is a country bumpkin from the countryside. I'm sure he won't perform well in such an occasion, right? He originally wanted to attend the dinner tonight, but Lin Xingde didn't take him. Junyao, be more steady. Lin Xingde said in a deep voice. Lin Junyao took a deep breath and said, Dad, I've been waiting for so long and I'm so anxious. What's going on? Lin Xingde sat down. Qin Yang's performance was better than we expected. Mr. Jiang objected, but he didn't break up Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue. Lin Junyao frowned. Dad, Qin Yang's performance is very good? Lin Xingde nodded slightly, he performed very well. Jiang Haoren's calligraphy is amazing, you should know that, right? I know. He has acted pretentiously in front of me. Lin Junyao curled his lips. Lin Xingde, Qin Yang's calligraphy is better than his. Jiang Haoren brought his calligraphy over to show off, but ended up getting taught a lesson by Qin Yang in front of many people. Ah? Lin Junyao couldn't believe it. Although he couldn't stand Jiang Haoren's pretense, he had to admit that Jiang Haoren's calligraphy was indeed amazing. How could Qin Yang's calligraphy be even better than Jiang Haoren's? Dad, your calligraphy is almost unrecognizable, isn't it? Can Jiang Haoren admit defeat? Lin Xingde, the difference is not just a little bit. Even those who don't understand calligraphy can see the difference between the two of them. Some people who know calligraphy say they are not on the same level. Lin Junyao frowned. If Qin Yang performs well, his chances will be greatly reduced. Dad, can Jiang Haoren endure it? If I were Jiang Haoren, I would force Qin Yang to death during dinner. Lin Junyao said. Lin Xingde. He said unhappily, then you're in trouble. Jiang Haoren and the others teamed up to get Qin Yang drunk, but they all got drunk by Qin Yang. Qin Yang drank 4 or 5 kilograms of liquor and acted like nothing happened. Lin Junyao was stunned. 4 or 5 pounds? Dad, Qin Yang cheated and went to the bathroom to vomit, right? Lin Xingde shook his head, he definitely didn't vomit. He had someone else accompany him to the bathroom. But Jiang Haoren and the others probably vomited one by one. Don't challenge him to a drinking contest in the future. Lin Juanyao's mouth twitched. Dad, I'm not stupid. Lin Xingde, Jiang Mushue's parents support Qin Yang. Even if Mr. Jiang opposes them, they still firmly support him. If you act now, you will definitely be frustrated. Lin Junyao nodded helplessly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Xinhai, Chenping, and others did not come back last night. Qin Yang opened his phone and saw the photos sent by Chenping. They went out to sea on a luxury yacht last night. Mom, the sunrise over the sea is beautiful. Qin Yang sent a message back to his mother Chenping. Soon Chenping sent a message, son, your dad is fishing. He has already caught several sea fish. Chenping sent the photos quickly. Mom, just have fun. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. After getting up and washing up, Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room first. Mushue, give you a good morning kiss. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue. Then he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue's little mouth. Emotional value plus 20. Emotional value plus 17. Jiang Mushue stopped providing emotional points for 1 minute, and Qin Yang gained 95 emotional points in just 1 minute. The emotion value gained in a single time is almost over 100 points. It's a pity that Mu Shui is now a vegetable. If he wasn't in a vegetative state, his emotional value would definitely be much higher. Qin Yang muttered in his heart. But if Jiang Mushue wasn't in a vegetative state, he wouldn't have had a chance. Bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Qin Yang thought it was the nanny knocking on the door. Unexpectedly, the person who pushed the door open was Liang Lan. He was a little embarrassed, and Liang Lan almost saw him kissing Jiang Mushue. Aunt Liang. Xin Yang shouted hurriedly. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, I came to see Mu Shui. I heard from your uncle Jiang that your ability can send messages to Mu Shui. Xin Yang nodded. Liang Lan's expression became excited. Then tell Mu Shui that we miss her very much. Xin Yang said, Aunt Liang, I told you a long time ago. I believe Mu Shui can receive the message I sent to her. After the message is sent, Mu Shui's mental power will fluctuate slightly. Liang Lan looked at the EEG display. Xin Yang, Aunt Liang, the instrument didn't show it, but it's absolutely true that Mu Shui's mental power is fluctuating. Liang Lan held Jiang Mu Shui's hand. She trembled and asked, Xiao Qin, can Mu Shui wake up? What do you think the chances are that she can wake up? We can't live without her. Xin Yang murmured in his heart, he couldn't live without Jiang Mu Shui. His system is tied to Jiang Mu Shui. How can he gain emotional value if Jiang Mu Shui dies? Aunt Liang, I think I can wake up. The chance of recovery is currently about 50 to 60%. Xin Yang thought for a while and said. He said it was a little lower and more conservative. Liang Lan was extremely excited. Xiao Qin, are you sure? The doctor said the chance of waking up is less than 1%. We've also sought help from people with special abilities, but they couldn't cure him either. Xin Yang nodded. I'm sure. Aunt Liang, does Mr. Jiang have healing abilities? Liang Lan was surprised. Xiao Jiang, how did you know? Xin Yang, I sensed that he has strong mental strength, and I also heard others call him Dr. Jiang. I think it is more likely that he has the ability to heal. Mu Shui's grandfather does have healing abilities. He's treated many people in the past and earned many favors, but he couldn't use his abilities anymore 10 years ago. Liang Lan Dao. At this point, Liang Lan asked in surprise, Xiao Qin, you sensed Grandpa Mu Shui's spiritual power, but he didn't sense you? Is your spiritual power stronger? Xin Yang nodded. My mental strength is indeed stronger. Mr. Jiang probably didn't sense my mental power. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, what's your special ability? Can I see it? Xin Yang nodded. A larger steel ball appeared in his hand. The steel balls moved rapidly across the room. Aunt Liang, I don't know any other people with special abilities, and I'm not sure. I might have a telepathic ability, and I can control objects only because of my strong mental strength. Xin Yang controlled the steel ball and stopped it in front of Liang Lan. Liang Lansong took action. The heavy steel ball fell into her hand. Aunt Liang, it hasn't been long since I awakened my superpowers. My mental strength is pretty good, but I still need to practice controlling it. I hope you can keep this a secret for me for now. Xin Yang said. Liang Lan nodded, don't worry, we will. Xiao Qin, are you okay after drinking so much last night? Xin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, I didn't drink that much actually. I controlled most of the alcohol and excreted it directly from my body. I see. Liang Lan suddenly realized, you are quite cunning. Xin Yang, when I toasted everyone earlier, I drank all the wine. Later, Zhang Haolong and the others wanted to force me to drink more, so I had to use a little trick. He. Chapter 26 Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haowu are here. Near noon, Zhang Haolong finally woke up. He felt a splitting headache. He was still clear-headed when he left last night, but when he got home, the alcohol took effect and he was completely drunk. He didn't sleep well all night and vomited several times. Haolong, how do you feel? Zhang Haolong walked out of the room and his mother asked. Good. Where's my brother? His mother said, he's still sleeping in his room. He was very drunk last night, just like you. Go check on him. It's almost lunchtime, so he should get up. Not long after, Zhang Haowu was woken up. He looked as if he had collapsed. Brother, how come that bastard Qin Yang can drink so much? Zhang Haowu rubbed his forehead and said. He also felt a severe headache. Zhang Haolong, this bastard deliberately tricked us. He can drink so much, and at first he pretended to be drunk, but then he stopped pretending and goaded us into drinking with him from such a big cup. Zhang Haowu gritted his teeth. Brother, we can't just let this go. We have to think of a good way to give Qin Yang a good beating. It would be best if he could divorce his cousin. As long as they get divorced, he will be nothing. Zhang Haolong, don't worry about this matter. Qin Yang is not that simple. This bastard has a lot of strength in his hands. I have practiced martial arts, but my strength is not as strong as his. Jiang Haowu said angrily, I can't stand it. Uncle San actually gave him his Porsche 918. That car is 15 or 16 million. I wanted to drive the car for a stroll, but my uncle wouldn't let me. Jiang Haolong thought to himself, it would be strange if third uncle would lend it to him. Who knows what Jiang Haowu would do in the car if he drove it out? Calm down first. Uncle San and Aunt San all support Qin Yang very much. It won't be that easy for us to get Qin Yang and his cousin to divorce. Once the news gets out, someone will take action. Jiang Haolong said in a deep voice. Jiang Haowu, why is Qin Yang's calligraphy so strong? I thought Haoran's calligraphy was so strong that he could suppress him, but I didn't expect Qin Yang's calligraphy to be even better than Haoran's. He must have been very angry last night. Jiang Haolong said in a deep voice, this is not important. Haoran's calligraphy is great, and Grandpa values him, so he can get benefits. But Qin Yang is just an outsider, and Grandpa doesn't agree. His calligraphy is so good that only third uncle and the others think highly of him. At this time, Jiang Wanyue pushed open the door and came in. Dad! Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haowu shouted hurriedly. Jiang Wanyue said, you want to deal with Qin Yang? Don't make any moves for now, and try to ease the relationship with him. Ah? Jiang Haolong and the others were very confused. Jiang Wanyue said, the partner called and found a random reason to terminate the cooperation with us. It should be your third uncle's instruction. Jiang Haowu's expression changed, why is third uncle like this? We will lose a lot if the cooperation ends. Jiang Wanyue frowned and said, you targeted Qin Yang. Your third uncle didn't say anything last night, but he saw it all. This is an expression of his dissatisfaction with what happened last night. You have to ease the relationship with Qin Yang on the surface. This also has an advantage, it can paralyze Qin Yang. Jiang Haolong nodded slightly. We'll give him a fatal blow when we find an opportunity. Jiang Haowu muttered, this is really frustrating. Can't we just go find Grandpa and have him find third uncle? Jiang Wanyue shook his head. Your third uncle isn't that obedient either. Otherwise he would have caused Qin Yang and Mu Shui to divorce. Jiang Haowu nodded helplessly. In the afternoon, Qin Yang practiced in the gym. He was already able to control 2 steel balls skillfully, and could barely make the third one fly. Knock, knock. Mr. Qin, a visitor is coming. There was a knock on the door and the nanny sat outside. Qin Yang quickly reached the first floor. The people who came were Jiang Haolong, Jiang Haowu, and others. The nanny did not open the door, so they waited outside the villa gate. Crack. Qin Yang opened the door. Jiang Haowu, brother-in-law, your nanny needs to be changed. We are Mu Shui's cousins. We came here and asked them to open the door, but they refused and left us outside. Qin Yang said, I told them that except for a few people, no one else can open the door casually. What if something happens to Mu Shui? Jiang Haolong frowned and said, we are her cousins. We came here to visit her. Would we harm her? He. Come in. Qin Yang said calmly. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haowu arrived at the living room of the villa. Big cousin, second cousin, what can I do for you? Jiang Haolong, brother-in-law, we were wrong last night. Mu Shui is our cousin, and we don't want her to marry poorly. I just wanted to test you. Now I think we went a little too far. And you're not that ordinary. You're still pretty good. Jiang Haowu took a deep breath and said, brother-in-law, we came to visit Mu Shui and apologize to you. I hope you don't take what happened last night to heart. Qin Yang said with a smile, my 2 cousins, you are too suspicious. You are Mu Shui's cousins. There was nothing serious last night. Why would I hold a grudge against you? How about this, you guys stay for dinner tonight? We didn't have a good time last night, so let's have a good drink tonight. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haowu. If they drink again tonight, they will both have to go to the hospital. Jiang Haolong coughed lightly and said, brother-in-law, let's drink later. I drank a little too much last night and I haven't recovered yet. Let's go see Mu Shui. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He took Jiang Haolong and the others to Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Mushue's eyes were open. His eyes were still as lifeless as before. Seeing Jiang Mushue like this, Jiang Haolong and the others felt relieved. They don't want Jiang Mushue to wake up. What they hoped most was that Jiang Mushue and the child would die. Brother-in-law, Mu Shui has been in a vegetative state for over 5 months. The chances of recovery are probably very low. Jiang Haolong said. Xin Yang, I believe Mu Shui can recover. Cousin, don't you hope Mu Shui can recover? Jiang Haolong coughed lightly and said, Of course not. We are family. We definitely hope that she recovers soon. Xin Yang sneered in his heart. You hope so. If Jiang Mushui died, it would be of great benefit to them in the future. Jiang Haovu, seeing my cousin like this, I feel very uncomfortable. How could she become like this? Brother-in-law, please take good care of my cousin. We are leaving first. Soon Jiang Haolong and the others left. They came here today just to ease the relationship a little. Another thing is to see what Jiang Mushui is doing now. Don't worry, they are still in the dark about Jiang Mushui's recovery. When a weasel pays New Year's greetings to a chicken, he has no good intentions. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. Jiang Haolong and the others seemed okay on the surface, but Xin Yang had strong mental power and could sense their malice. Ding ding. Xin Yang called Jiang Wancheng. Xiao Qin, what's going on? Jiang Wancheng answered the phone and asked. Uncle Jiang, Jiang Haolong, and Jiang Haovu just arrived. They went upstairs to check on Mu Shui. I need to leave sometimes. Should I hire some bodyguards to protect Mu Shui? Jiang Wancheng chuckled and said, We do have bodyguards. This villa is managed by our own property management company, and all the security guards in the complex are excellent retired soldiers. The number of security personnel deployed is still twice the normal number. Xin Yang suddenly realized. No wonder security guards are often seen. He thought that this was the configuration of the villa community, but he didn't expect that Jiang Wancheng had doubled the security configuration. Chapter 27. Ouyang Wu was a warrior. In the evening, after harvesting Jiang Mushui's emotional value, Xin Yang went to the school he graduated from. He graduated from Haicheng. He made an appointment with Ouyang Wu to have a midnight snack in the evening. Lao Qin, here. Ouyang Wu arrived first, and when he saw Xin Yang, he shouted at Xin Yang. Xin Yang was very surprised when he got closer. Ouyang Wu actually gave him a feeling of threat. He didn't expect that his good friend was actually a warrior. The threat Ouyang Wu brought to him was even stronger than that posed by Tang Yin. This shows that Ouyang Wu is stronger. Ouyang, long time no see. Xin Yang sat down next to him and said with a smile. Ouyang Wu looked at Xin Yang and asked, What's going on? Why did you get married all of a sudden, Lao Qin? Xin Yang, do you know the Zhang family in Haicheng? Ouyang Wu was stunned. The Zhang family, the richest family in Haicheng? Xin Yang nodded. It's the Zhang family. I used to work for a subsidiary of the Zhang Group. The president of the company was Jiang Mushui, the daughter of the Zhang family. I had sex with Jiang Mushui after drinking at the company's annual meeting. Ouyang Wu looked at Xin Yang in a strange and amazed way. He gave a thumbs up and said, You're awesome. Xin Yang, I didn't expect that Jiang Mushui got pregnant after that shot, and she's now over 6 months pregnant. Jiang Mushui later became a vegetable. Ouyang Wu. He said in disbelief, Can a vegetative person get pregnant? Xin Yang nodded, Vegetative patients can get pregnant, but Mu Shui's condition will make childbirth very dangerous. This. Old Qin, you are confused. You don't have to marry a vegetative person. Even if you don't get married, your child will still be your child. And you married her as a son-in-law, right? Ouyang Wu shook his head. Xin Yang, my marriage to Mu Shui is not a marriage into the family's family. Besides, the conditions offered by the Zhang family are really too good. What conditions? Ouyang Wu asked curiously. He felt much better knowing that Xin Yang was not marrying into his family. Xin Yang said, Give me 5 million first when we get married. 300,000 a month for living expenses. The villa we live in now is worth 30 or 40 million, and that villa will belong to me in the future. Ouyang Wu. What if Jiang Mushui grows up to be like Sister Feng under these conditions? Xin Yang, Mu Shui is very beautiful. Ouyang Wu patted his chest and said, I'm so angry, Lao Qin, why didn't such a good thing happen to me? Xin Yang gave him a middle finger. Damn you, you are the typical person who is afraid of your friends suffering and afraid of your friends driving a Land Rover. Hey hey. Ouyang Wu chuckled. Does my sister-in-law have any beautiful sisters? Xin Yang curled his lips, You don't have to think about it, Mu Shui is an only child. Um? Yang Wu was stunned. He didn't know the specific situation of the Zheng family before.
Jiang Mushua's father is the richest man in Haicheng, and he only has her as a daughter.
And Zhang Mushue has become a vegetable? Xin Yang nodded. Yang Wu said solemnly, "You are in danger. There are definitely more than one or two people interested in the Zheng family's wealth.
Whether Jiang Mushue wakes up or not, old Qin, you are in danger. I think there might be something wrong with Jiang Mushue becoming a vegetable."
Xin Yang, she just fell. Yang Wu sighed. He looked around and saw no one else around.
"Old Qin, this world is not as simple as you think. There are warriors in this world, and there are also people with special abilities."
"How do you know?" Xin Yang asked. Yang Wu chuckled and said, "Because I am a warrior. And I'm in the middle stage of dark energy." Xin Yang, Yang, let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to a place where there are no people and talk about this later. An hour later, Xin Yang and his team moved to another place.
Yang Wu said, "Martial artists are divided into Ming Jin, and Hua Jin.
Each realm is further divided into 4 small realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfect stage." Xin Yang nodded. Tang Yin told him all this.
Since Yang Wu is in the middle stage of dark energy, Xin Yang estimates that Tang Yin is most likely in the early stage of dark energy.
Yang, since there are warriors and people with special abilities in this world, how can we ensure the safety of rich people like Uncle Jiang? Xin Yang asked. Yang Wu, old Xin, no matter how powerful a warrior is, can he withstand sniper rifles, airplanes, and artillery?
In front of the state machine, warriors are nothing but clouds. Touching a super rich man like Uncle Jiang would have a huge impact.
Anyone who dares to do so will be completely crushed by the state machinery.
And no matter which family does this, it will inevitably be boycotted by many other super rich people.
Xin Yang nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Yang Wu, the world has its own rules. These are the rules that both warriors and people with special abilities must abide by.
Martial arts families are powerful, but they are nothing compared to a country. Many warriors and people with special abilities serve the country. There have been some warriors who acted recklessly in the past, but such warriors and the families behind them all had a bad ending.
Xin Yang said, "You said Mu Shue's fall might not be an accident."
Yang Wudao said, "Although there are rules, as long as the benefits are great enough, there will still be people who secretly make trouble.
It's difficult to find out whether her fall was an accident or not.
And she's not her dad. Even if there is a national investigation, the intensity will certainly be much lower."
Having said that, Yang Wu sighed. "Old Qin, you are really in danger now."
"I don't know the situation of the Zheng family."
"Does Jiang Wancheng have any brothers or sisters?" Xin Yang nodded. "I have 2 brothers.
Uncle Mushue has 2 sons, and Uncle Tu has 1.
Yang Wu.
Old Qin, your situation is extremely dangerous. Ordinary families would quarrel over 1,000,000 or 800,000. Jiang Wancheng is the richest man in Haicheng, so it would be strange if no one fought for his wealth.
Why doesn't he have more children?" Xin Yang reached into his pocket and took out a coin. Yang, let me perform a magic trick for you." Xin Yang controlled the coin to float up. Yang Wu's eyes widened. "You're a superpower?"
"Damn it, Lao Qin, we've lived together for 4 years, and I didn't even know you were a superpower."
"You've been hiding it so well." Xin Yang, "I just awakened recently."
"But you've been hiding the fact that you're a warrior from me for so long."
"Are you still brothers?" Yang Wu said awkwardly, "Well, Lao Qin, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the country has regulations that warriors can't casually show their strength in front of ordinary people."
"Why?"
Xin Yang said doubtfully. Yang Wu, the country doesn't want ordinary people to become obsessed with martial arts. Practicing martial arts requires talent and considerable resources.
If too many people become obsessed with martial arts, it will hinder national development.
Science and technology are the primary productive force. Old Qin, when did you awaken your superpower? What kind of superpower is it? Is it a combat-related superpower? Xin Yang, I only awakened after I got married. Are combat abilities better than non-combat abilities? Yang Wu shook his head. That's different.
Some non-combat abilities can make money quickly, but for you, having combat abilities will keep you much safer.
Chapter 28: Positioning of one's own strength. Xin Yang smiled and said, "I should be able to fight."
I can control steel balls and blades to attack, but my ability has only been awakened for a short time, so I need more time to practice.
Yang Wu, is it an ability to control objects? Old Qin, you can spend money to customize some throwing knives. They don't have to be big, a 2-inch small throwing knife will do. Its performance will be much better than steel balls and ordinary blades. If you don't have enough attack power, you can make up for it with equipment. Qin Yang nodded slightly. You can prepare some of this.
It can be used when encountering very strong enemies, but if it is just ordinary enemies, ordinary steel balls are enough. The steel balls he shot out could reach speeds of 500 meters per second.
Killing ordinary enemies is easy.
Steel balls have another advantage over special throwing knives. Steel balls have no characteristics, but special throwing knives do. Lao Qin, Jiang Muxue is pregnant, and the baby is yours, otherwise I would have advised you to retreat.
With your ability, it's easy to find a beautiful wife. Yang Wudo. Qin Yang muttered in his heart that retreat was impossible.
The system obtained emotional value and bound it to Jiang Muxue. His strength would become stronger and stronger in the future.
What was he afraid of? Yang, I'll be fine. No one will make a move for a while. Qin Yang said. Yang Wu, no one will kill you for now.
Before other means fail, killing is the worst option.
They will definitely find another way to force you away next. Old Qin, you better be careful. Qin Yang asked, for example?
Yang Wu thought for a moment and said, there are many.
I've heard of some common tricks. Let me tell you about them.
For example, they might find a beautiful woman to seduce you into cheating, or lure you into gambling and racking up a huge gambling debt. Some of the more malicious ones might even try to get you addicted to drugs.
Qin Yang was filled with emotion.
These tricks are indeed very effective against ordinary people. It takes advantage of the weaknesses of human nature.
I'll pay attention. I have nothing to do when I stay at home every day. Qin Yang said. Yang Wu nodded, that's good. You just awakened not long ago. The most important thing is to master the power. Everything else is empty.
Your own strength is the most important.
Qin Yang, don't talk about me. Didn't you come here to take care of something? Have you taken care of it? Do you need me to ask Uncle Jiang for help? Yang Wu shook his head.
It hasn't been dealt with yet.
But we don't need your help with this matter. It's not a big deal. My family asked me to handle it because they wanted to train me. Qin Yang nodded, then you can take your time to deal with it. Yang, is there a martial artist at the Huajin level in your family?
My grandfather is a master of Huajin.
Yang Wudao said, Huajin warriors are respected as Huajin masters. Are there many Huajin masters in our country? Qin Yang asked. Yang Wu shook his head. How can that be a lot? There's a threshold between ordinary people and the Ming Jin level.
Many people may not even reach the early stages of Ming Jin after training for several years.
There's also a threshold between reaching perfection in Ming Jin and the initial stage of An Jin. From the middle stage to the late stage of dark power, there is another stage.
When you reach the late stage of dark power, you will have internal strength and your strength will be greatly improved.
It's not necessary to perfect the dark energy to the early stage of transformation energy.
This is a big hurdle.
Many warriors are stopped here. Qin Yang secretly clicked his tongue, this was really not easy. How many are there in the whole country? Qin Yang asked.
Yang Wu thought for a moment and said, on average, I think there should be 3 to 5 in each province, and there are probably more than 100 in the whole country.
So little? Qin Yang said in surprise. Isn't it too few to have only 3 or 5 in one province?
China has a population of over 1 billion, and this is only 1 in 10 million.
Yang Wu, if there weren't so few Huajin level warriors, how could they be respected as Huajin grandmasters?
Old Qin, there are 2 Huajin grandmasters in Haicheng. Haicheng has a population of several million. It is normal for such a big city to have 2 masters of Huajin.
Qin Yang asked, Yang, how powerful is the grandmaster of Huajin? Yang Wu, it depends on the specific realm.
If it is against ordinary people with cold weapons, a strong person in the early stage of Huajin can probably take on 1,000 people by himself.
When the power of transformation is fully developed, one can defeat 10,000 enemies alone.
In ancient times, powerful warriors were still very formidable. Nowadays, even a master who has reached the perfection of Hua Jin cannot withstand sniper rifle fire.
Xin Yang weighed the pros and cons secretly in his mind.
If he controlled the blade to kill crazily, it would certainly not be difficult for him to kill 1,000 people with his S-level mental power.
As for 10,000 people, I'm afraid their mental strength is not enough.
His strength should have reached the Grandmaster level of Hua Jin, but he probably doesn't have the full master level of Hua Jin now. It seems that I still need to gain more emotional points to continue to improve my strength.
Oh Yang, how much do you know about people with special abilities? Xin Yang asked.
Oh Yang Wu, I don't know much about people with special abilities. There are very few people with special abilities in our country.
Compared to warriors, there are only about 1/10 of them. There are still people like you, Lao Qin, hiding in the dark.
Our culture dictates that we like to hide our strength. There are few warriors abroad, but there are many people with special abilities.
Xin Yang, I've heard that the more diverse the genes, the greater their number? Oh Yang Wu nodded.
Recent research abroad has shown that superpowers are primarily the result of genetic mutations.
The more complex the genes, the higher the likelihood of mutation.
That possibility has both good and bad consequences. The good thing is that you might become a person with special abilities, but the bad thing is that you might develop some genetic diseases.
Xin Yang said, it's just like hybridizing plants.
You might develop a new and better variety, or the hybridized variety might be worse than the original one.
Oh Yang Wu smiled and said, almost. Xin Yang asked curiously, Oh Yang, do foreign supernatural beings often clash with our warriors? Oh Yang Wudao said, there were many conflicts in the past. Now there are fewer conflicts.
After all, everyone wants to live a peaceful life. Whether there will be conflicts or not depends on the overall international situation. My grandfather said that conflicts might intensify in the future, and he often urged me to improve my strength as quickly as possible.
I want to be quick, but it's not easy to get promoted. Oh Yang Wu shook his head helplessly.
Xin Yang smiled and said, your cultivation level of the middle stage of dark energy is quite impressive.
You should be considered quite good among the younger generation. Hee, that's true. Oh Yang Wu grinned, Old Qin, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. You have to go back to practice. You have to persist in this every day. Xin Yang nodded. He understood it pretty well. I have a more accurate understanding of my own strength.
There are definitely warriors in the country who are stronger than him, but his overall strength should be stronger than that of an ordinary Hua Jin master.
You can use 1,000 emotion points to enter the lottery tomorrow. I don't know what I'll get.
Xin Yang said in his heart.
More than half an hour later, Xin Yang returned home.
Son, your dad and I have visited many places, and we have agreed to fly back tomorrow.
We just happened to experience the airplane. Xin Yang's mother Chen-ping said to Xin Yang. Chapter 29 Obtain an A-level skill. The next day, Xin Yang sent Chen-ping and others to the airport. Xin Hai and his friends were eager to return home.
Zhang Muxue might wake up within a month or two, and Xin Yang and her might get married a few months after that.
The construction and decoration of the house will take a lot of time. Dad, don't be too anxious.
Maybe Muxue will wake up and dislike me and divorce me directly.
Xin Yang said.
Xin Hai glared at Xin Yang and said, don't mess around.
Mu Shui is pregnant.
If you cheat on me, I'll break your legs.
Xin Yang.
Of course I would never cheat on my wife. I took the Jiang family's money, so I still have some morals. But matters of the heart are unpredictable.
Chen-ping, son, mom believes you can do it.
Although the Jiang family is rich, you are capable now, and you have children.
The chances of success should be high. I'll try my best. Xin Yang said. Soon Xin Hai, Chen-ping, and others entered the waiting hall. Xin Yang returned and went to Zhang Mushue's room first.
He had asked about the system after the morning harvest. The emotional value has reached over 960. Zhang Mushue's mental strength has not recovered yet, but there is definitely no problem in harvesting more than 30 emotional points.
Mushue, your parents-in-law have gone back. I have some time now, let me give you a massage.
Xin Yang lowered his head and kissed Zhang Mushue.
Emotional value plus 13. The mental strength has not recovered yet, so the emotional value given is not much.
Xin Yang quickly started to massage Zhang Mushue.
Emotional value plus 9. Emotional value plus 7. Xin Yang's massage technique is very powerful.
Although the amount of emotional value he gives each time is not much, it is given at a relatively fast speed. After more than half a minute, Zhang Mushua's mental strength was exhausted. Xin Yang gained more than 50 points of emotion.
Finally, 1,000 points. I finally got 1,000 emotion points. This is the first time I've spent so much on a lottery. System, please don't let me down. Give me one shot.
Xin Yang said in his mind. He was a little nervous. If he draws more often in the future, he will definitely get used to it, but now is the first time he has spent 1,000 emotion points to draw a lottery.
Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level mental piercing skill.
The system voice sounded. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. It's great to get A-level skills.
1,000 emotion points normally give you a B-level reward, and getting an A-level skill is considered very lucky.
A large amount of information quickly flooded into Xin Yang's mind.
With the help of the system, Xin Yang quickly digested all of this.
TSK, not bad, not bad. Xin Yang was delighted. Mental piercing is a very good mental attack skill.
It turned out that he could simply use his mental power to attack. This method was fine for dealing with weaker characters, but it was not enough for dealing with stronger characters.
He thought about concentrating his mental strength to attack. But the idea is good, the reality is very bleak. This is like ordinary people boxing.
It's easy to throw a punch, but it takes a long time to practice to mobilize all your strength and deliver the strongest punch.
Getting the mind-piercing skill solved this problem.
At the same time, his ability to control his mental power also increased. 3 steel balls appeared in Xin Yang's hand.
Rise. 3 steel balls flew up at the same time.
They flew quickly in the room, and before that he could only barely control the 3rd steel ball to fly. Now he can control the 3 steel balls easily.
Rise.
Soon Xin Yang added the 4th steel ball. The 4th steel ball cannot be as flexible, but he can now make the 4th steel ball fly. You have to know that it will become more difficult as time goes by.
It's pretty cool to be able to control one more ball so quickly. Hee, not bad.
After a while, Xin Yang collected the steel balls.
He was in a good mood.
His control ability has been improved and his consumption has been reduced a lot, so he can maintain his power longer during the battle. You still have to spend 1,000 emotion points to draw a lottery. Xin Yang said in his heart. Now he can gain nearly 400 emotional points every day, and he can accumulate 1,000 emotional points in 2 or 3 days.
This time is still acceptable.
As for accumulating 10,000 emotion points for the lottery, this is not possible for the time being.
20 or 30 days is too long.
He still has to try his best to improve his strength first. We have to hurry up and customize a throwing knife. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. After customization, you can use steel balls or throwing knives at long distances at close range. You can use blades or mental piercing. The attack range of mental piercing is short, and its power is strongest within 10 meters. The power will decrease beyond 10 meters.
Uncle Jiang, I need your help. Xin Yang called Zhang Wancheng.
You say. Xin Yang said, Uncle Jiang, I need a batch of throwing knives. They should be made of high carbon steel and heat treated to increase their hardness. The shape of the throwing knives should be able to withstand high-speed flight. Throwing knives don't need handles.
We need sizes ranging from 3 centimeters to 10 centimeters. Let's have 10,000 of each type. Zhang Wancheng agreed without asking any questions.
It was very simple for him.
Just give the order and your subordinates will naturally handle it. Xiaoqin, is there anything else? I need to chair a meeting right away. Zhang Wancheng asked. No more, thank you Uncle Jiang. Zhang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, do you want to get involved in business?
If you want, you can participate in some of the Jiang family's businesses. Zhang Wancheng had never had such an idea before.
The Jiang family's business is not something Xin Yang can interfere with.
Now Zhang Wancheng's mind has changed.
Xin Yang should be able to take charge of some businesses now. Uncle Jiang, I'm not interested. Xin Yang said.
No matter how big the Jiang family's business is, it still belongs to the Jiang family. He hopes to make a name for himself.
Xiaoqin, if you have any ideas, please tell me at any time. I'm in a meeting. Zhang Wancheng hung up the phone after saying this.
Xin Yang thought about it and called his former manager.
Manager Yang, when will my salary be paid? Xin Yang said calmly.
Yang Jida sneered on the other end of the phone. Xin Yang, you've been fired for being absent from work without reason.
Do you still want your salary?
Don't bother me anymore, or you'll be in big trouble.
After saying that, Yang Jida hung up the phone. Soon he blocked Xin Yang's number. Boom. Xin Yang got into the Porsche 918 and set off. An hour later he arrived at the gate of the original company.
The security guard let him in without registering him.
Brother Huang, why didn't you let him register that car just now?
A young security guard asked. The security guard who let him pass said, keep your eyes open. That was a Porsche 918, worth several million.
How can we offend a rich kid who drives a car like that? You can't afford to offend a rich young boss like this. Xin Yang parked the car quickly.
The company's general manager had already been notified by the security guard, and he walked over with a smile on his face as soon as Xin Yang parked the car.
This kind of rich young man might come with a big order.
He was stunned when he saw Xin Yang getting out of the car. As the general manager of the company, he must know who are the people in the company.
Isn't Xin Yang an employee of the company? How did you get a Porsche 918? Moreover, the clothes Xin Yang is wearing are all big brands. Chapter 30 Yang Jida was taken away by the police. Hello, Mr. Qin, welcome to the company for guidance.
General Manager Feng Bin approached Xin Yang and said enthusiastically.
Mr. Feng, do you know me?
Xin Yang and Feng Bin shook hands and said calmly.
Feng Bin smiled and said, Mr. Qin, of course.
Our company isn't big, with only a few of us.
Mr. Qin, you performed very well in our company before.
Boss Feng, I worked a lot of overtime last month, but I didn't get a penny in overtime pay.
Last weekend, they asked me to work overtime, but I disagreed, so Yang Jida told me not to come. You know about this, don't you?
Xin Yang said with a smile. He said as he used his mental power. In Feng Bin's eyes, Xin Yang had suddenly changed, and a powerful aura suddenly emanated from him.
Feng Bin had never felt this kind of aura from a CEO before. Qin. Young Master Qin. I heard Yang Jida mention this before, but that's not what he said.
He said you were fired because you had a bad attitude, refused to work overtime, and were absent from work without reason.
Feng Bin bent down and spoke cautiously. Xin Yang snorted coldly, do you know what to do?
Feng Bin nodded repeatedly. I know that the company will fire Yang Jida, and your salary and overtime pay will be deposited into your card soon.
That's it? Xin Yang snorted.
The aura emanating from him became much stronger. Feng Bin said in a trembling voice, Mr. Qin, I accept the punishment. As the general manager, I also bear some responsibility for this matter. I will not take a single cent of this year's year-end bonus.
Yang Jida has committed occupational embezzlement.
I will send him to jail.
Xin Yang nodded slightly. If it's not handled properly, I'll come back later.
Then it won't just be him that's being dealt with.
After saying that, Xin Yang put away his aura.
Feng Bin quickly said, Master Qin, I will definitely take care of it.
I'm too lazy to go up, you can do whatever you want.
Xin Yang got into the car and left quickly after he finished speaking. Although he has worked here for quite some time, he doesn't have many friends here, so there's no need for him to go up there.
Feng Bin returned to his office. He called Yang Jida. It wasn't long before Yang Jida arrived at Feng Bin's office. Mr. Feng. Yang Jida called out respectfully.
He said he was a manager, but in fact it was just a small role.
Nowadays, there are many people with the title of manager in many companies.
General Manager Feng Bin is different.
He is a senior executive in the company.
Yang Jida, your superiors have discovered that you have embezzled your position. Please stop what you are doing and wait for the higher-ups to handle the matter.
Feng Bin said seriously. Yang Jida's face changed.
He did commit a lot of embezzlement and took millions over the years.
Mr. Feng, I didn't. Yang Jida defended. Feng Bin, you don't need to explain anything to me. I'm not investigating you.
You've caused me so much trouble that I lost my year-end bonus this year.
Yang Jida, you're so bold. Did you know that embezzlement can lead to jail time? Yang Jida's face showed panic.
Mr. Feng, please help me. Please help me put in some good words with the higher-ups, and I'll return the money.
Feng Bin frowned.
Head office is investigating, and my words only carry so much weight there.
Tell me first. How much money did you embezzle? I'll see if I can help you. Yang Jida looked a little conflicted. He didn't really want to say it.
Fongbin frowned and said, "If you don't want to talk, the door is right there.
Go home and wait for the higher-ups to deal with it. If it weren't for your cooperation, I could also reduce the punishment. I don't want to bother with you." "Mr. Fong, I'm speaking," Yang Jida said quickly. "I've been at the company for 7 years and I've probably taken about 120. I will return all the money to the company."
"Boss Fong, you must help me plead with the higher-ups."
Fongbin's face darkened.
His subordinates embezzled more than 1 million yuan during their work, and when the higher-ups hold them accountable, he himself will suffer the consequences.
Yang Jida, you are truly a talent. Embezzlement of over 1 million yuan should result in a sentence of more than 3 years. Fongbin said coldly. Yang Jida, Mr. Fong, I will return it all.
"Mr. Fong, please help me talk to the higher-ups and I will return every penny.
I have children and I can't go to jail." Fongbin took a deep breath. "Tell me honestly where you've embezzled money. If you're very kind, the higher-ups might even let you off the hook." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Fong." Fongbin said gloomily, "Hurry up. If you don't hurry up, the police will probably come to arrest you." "Good." Yang Jida quickly explained everything. "Fongbin, go back and explain your work first.
Regardless of whether the higher-ups will investigate you for embezzlement, you will definitely not be able to work in the company in the future.
If you explain your work well, the chances of being held accountable by higher-ups will be lower." Yang Jida nodded. "Mr. Fong, I will."
"Mr. Fong, please help me with my matter."
After saying this, Yang Jida left the office trembling with fear. Fongbin dialed the number above. He told the story of Yang Jida. "Boss Huang, it's my fault that my subordinates did this.
I voluntarily cancel all my year-end bonuses this year."
Mr. Huang on the other end of the phone said in a deep voice, "Fongbin, this kind of thing must not happen again.
Also, Yang Jida must be dealt with seriously to serve as a warning to others."
"Yes." Fongbin breathed a sigh of relief.
Gradually, it was time for Yang Jida and his team to get off work. Yang Jida spent a lot of time to explain the work. The police had already arrived at Fongbin's office by this time.
"Knock, knock." Yang Jida knocked on the office door. "Come in." After Fongbin finished speaking, Yang Jida pushed the door open and entered. Yang Jida's face changed drastically in an instant. There were 2 policemen in the office.
"Yang Jida, I tried my best to plead for you. But your case is very serious, and someone still called the police."
"You're on your own," Fongbin said in a deep voice.
"Yang Jida, please come with us," one of the 2 policemen who came over said seriously.
Yang Jida's face turned pale.
Embezzlement of more than 1 million yuan is punishable by 3 to 10 years in prison.
Soon Yang Jida was taken away by 2 policemen. Ding ding. Xin Yang's cell phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, Xin Yang answered it. "Mr. Qin, it's me, Fongbin. Yang Jida was just taken away by the police.
He embezzled over 1 million yuan and will be sentenced to at least 3 years.
Fongbin's voice came over.
Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face.
"Well done.
Fongbin, since something like this happened to my subordinates, I have asked the company to cancel all my year-end bonuses."
Xin Yang hung up the phone soon. Fongbin breathed a sigh of relief.
He clearly remembered the powerful aura emanating from Xin Yang, and now he felt nervous just making a phone call.
Fortunately, Xin Yang was quite satisfied with his handling of the matter. At least 3 years in prison, that's not a bad result.
Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Yang Jida provoked him, and he finally got rid of his anger.
Chapter 31. Does music have therapeutic effects? As night fell, Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. It has been 8 or 9 hours since the harvest in the morning.
By this time, Jiang Mushue's mental strength should have fully recovered.
Xin Yang's mental power was connected with Jiang Mushue's. Xin Yang felt the change.
He gained the skill of mental piercing, which gave him stronger control over his mental power, and now his connection with Jiang Mushue is even better. The original spiritual connection was like him holding a big loudspeaker and shouting to Jiang Mushue from hundreds of meters away. Jiang Mushue could hear it, but that was all she could hear. Now he was only a few dozen meters away from Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushui heard it more clearly. And I can still see him vaguely.
Strengthening mental strength actually has such an effect. Qin Yang's eyes showed excitement. Mushue, let me show you our marriage certificate? Qin Yang took out the marriage certificate from the drawer. His mental power was connected to Jiang Mushue, and Jiang Mushue could see it vaguely. Emotional value plus 22. Eh?
Qin Yang found that he could sense Jiang Mushue's slight emotional fluctuations. It turned out that he had no sense at all. Knowing that Jiang Mushue has emotional fluctuations, he can only rely on the system.
Mushue, can't you see clearly? When my mental strength becomes stronger, you will be able to see clearly. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 15. Let me show you what your situation is like now.
Qin Yang told her that Jiang Mushue was lying on the bed. Jiang Mushue still couldn't see clearly. But she could tell it was really her lying on the bed.
Emotional value plus 14.
Mushue, you've been in a coma for more than 5 months, but don't worry too much.
I can definitely make you recover. I'm good at kissing therapy and touching therapy, hee hee. Emotional value plus 12.
Qin Yang lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue on her little mouth. At the same time, he also sent the picture of their kissing to Jiang Mushue.
Emotional value plus 13. Emotional value plus 10.
In just 1 minute, Jiang Mushue ran out of mental strength. Qin Yang calculated that he had gained 106 emotional points this time. Jiang Mushue's mental strength has recovered a lot compared to the beginning.
System, why is Mushue's mental power being consumed so quickly? Qin Yang asked in his mind.
System, host, she is in a vegetative state. It is normal for her mental power to recover slowly and be consumed quickly. A normal person's body and mind are very compatible, and only a small amount of mental energy is needed to make the body move.
However, the body and mind of a vegetative person seem to be separated. Qin Yang seemed to be thinking about something.
Mushue's mental strength is gradually increasing, which means her mental strength and body are gradually reconnecting.
Yes. Qin Yang, how long do you estimate it will take for the system to fully integrate?
The system said, if there is no treatment, at the current rate, it will take about a year.
Qin Yang.
Jiang Mushue is more than 6 months pregnant.
The baby will be born in more than 3 months.
If she doesn't wake up before then, big problems will arise.
He couldn't rely solely on natural recovery like this.
I still need to improve my strength to treat Jiang Mushue.
2 days passed in a flash.
The past 2 days have been very quiet and Qin Yang has not gone out to have fun. He reads in the morning and practices his mental strength in the afternoon. He could skillfully control all 4 steel balls at the same time.
System, a lottery with 1,000 emotion points.
Qin Yang said in his mind.
Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level piano skill.
Qin Yang.
He rolled his eyes secretly. It would be fine if he just got a B-level skill, especially a piano skill. What he hopes most now is that his own strength can be improved.
What's the use of piano skills? A huge amount of piano information flooded into Qin Yang's mind.
Just like B-level calligraphy skills, B-level piano skills are already very impressive in the field of piano.
People with average talent will never reach B-level even if they practice for a lifetime. Host, music may help Jiang Mushue recover faster.
The system reminded Qin Yang.
Qin Yang's eyes lit up. It would be great if music could really help Jiang Mushue recover faster. System, why didn't you tell me earlier?
I can play world-class piano music using top-notch equipment.
Qin Yang complained in his mind.
System, host, this is useless. The music needs to resonate with your mental power. You have to play it yourself to achieve this effect.
Qin Yang frowned. I can transmit the sound to Mushue, is that not possible? Definitely not. Qin Yang shook his head secretly. He quickly reached the 3rd floor of the villa. On the 3rd floor is Jiang Mushue's yoga room and piano room. Inside the piano room is a very valuable piano. Let's try it first. Qin Yang let his mental power reach downstairs.
The piano room was right above the master bedroom. He and Jiang Mushue were only separated by 1 floor, and his mental power could connect to Jiang Mushue.
Bite.
Qin Yang sat down in front of the piano and began to play skillfully. He played a song that Jiang Mushue knew.
There was music score in Jiang Mushue's boudoir. He had seen it and now he knew how to play all the songs on it. The sound of the piano resonates with mental power. Qin Yang transmitted the sound of the piano to Jiang Muxue through his mental power. Where does the piano sound come from? Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong went to the third floor together. When they got outside the piano room, they could clearly hear the sound of the piano coming from inside. Is the lady here? Cheng Hong asked in a low voice. Li Wanyue shook her head. Liang Lan played the piano, but she didn't come over. Now the only one playing inside was Qin Yang. But how does Qin Yang know how to play the piano? They also knew something about Qin Yang's situation. Qin Yang came from the countryside, so it was not surprising that he knew calligraphy. Calligraphy could be practiced in the countryside, but had Qin Yang ever practiced piano before? After the song ended, Li Wanyue knocked on the door. Come in. Qin Yang said inside. Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong pushed open the door. What's up? Qin Yang looked up at Li Wanyue and the others and asked. Li Wanyue, Mr. Qin, we are fine. We heard the piano and came to see what was going on. Mr. Qin, you play really well, almost as well as Miss Jiang. Qin Yang asked, is the noise downstairs loud? Li Wanyue shook her head. Only a tiny bit of noise can be heard on the first floor, but it's louder on the second floor. The loudest noise should be from Miss Zhang's bedroom. Qin Yang nodded slightly. I just wanted her to hear some sounds. Maybe the familiar piano sound could wake her up soon. You guys go and do your thing. Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong left the room. They soon arrived at Jiang Mushue's room downstairs, and the sound of the piano came down. The sound was not loud, but just loud enough to be heard. Li Wanyue and Cheng Hong started to massage Jiang Muxue. Wanyue, I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so amazing. He's great at calligraphy and piano as well. Cheng Hong whispered. Li Wanyue, Mr. Qin is indeed very capable. I used to feel sorry for Miss and Mr. Qin's marriage, but now it seems that I was just a frog in the well. Cheng Hong said, no wonder the young lady fell in love with Mr. Qin. Although Mr. Qin's family background is ordinary, he is extremely talented and handsome. Li Wanyue's eyes showed worry. I hope the young lady can wake up soon. Chapter 32 The customized throwing knife is coming. Before he knew it, Qin Yang had been playing for an hour. He felt quite happy playing like this. System, has Jiang Muxue recovered a little? Qin Yang asked in his mind after returning to Jiang Mushue's room. System, host, I don't know about this. Wait 2 or 3 days, and when her emotional limit increases, you'll know if Jiang Muxue has recovered a little. System, didn't you predict before that Muxue would need a year to recover? Can't you predict it now? Qin Yang asked. Host, that's based on the recovery speed. I don't know Jiang Mushue's recovery speed yet. All right. Just then there was the sound of a car outside the villa. Qin Yang went to the window and looked outside. Zhang Wancheng's extended Rolls-Royce arrived. Qin Yang went downstairs quickly. Zhang Wancheng and Liang Lan came over together. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang. Qin Yang shouted outside the villa. Zhang Wancheng's driver was unloading several wooden boxes from the car. Xiao Qin, this is what you need. Zhang Wancheng said with a smile. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, let's move to the gym. As he spoke, he picked up a wooden box with one hand. The box was not very big, but it weighed over 100 pounds. Mr. Qin, you are really strong. The driver, who also picked up 2 wooden boxes, said in surprise. He is Zhang Wancheng's driver and bodyguard. Before retiring, he was a top-ranked soldier in the army. He could move it, but he didn't expect Qin Yang could do it too. I exercise regularly. Qin Yang said with a smile. There were 4 boxes in total, and Qin Yang and his team moved them in at once. Zhang Wancheng and Liang Lan followed them into the gym. You guys go out. Zhang Wancheng ordered. The driver and the nanny who followed in both left. Zhang Wancheng smiled and said, Xiao Qin, take a look. You want 10,000 pieces of each type. This is the first batch of 200 pieces of each type. If you think it's suitable, we can increase the production later. If there's anything that needs to be adjusted, just tell me. Qin Yang nodded. He quickly opened one of the boxes. Inside were many neatly arranged throwing knives. The smallest was only 3 centimeters and the longest was 10 centimeters. The thinnest was less than 1 millimeter thick and the thickest was only 2 millimeters. Xin Yang had an idea. A small throwing knife only 3 centimeters long flew up. Jiang Wancheng and the others looked on in amazement. Call out. The next second, the small flying knife flew around Xin Yang and the others at high speed. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. This small flying knife is faster than a steel ball, and the steel ball is also relatively easy to control, but compared to this small flying knife, the flight resistance of the steel ball is much greater when flying at high speed. Jiang Wancheng asked an expert to design this small flying knife. It's very aerodynamic. Xiaoqin, how is it? Xin Yang stopped the flying knife and asked Jiang Wancheng. Xin Yang nodded, Uncle Jiang, this is very good. It is 20% faster, and it is very sharp. Its lethality is probably twice as strong as that of steel balls. Lianglan asked curiously, Xiaoqin, you are controlling the flying knife. How fast can it reach? Xin Yang smiled slightly. A straight line attack, a small-sized flying knife can reach 600 meters per second. Controlling the flight speed at close range will slow it down considerably. A large throwing knife is heavy and flies slowly, but because of its heavy mass, its kinetic energy is actually greater. Jiang Wancheng was shocked. 600 meters per second, that's faster than a pistol bullet. He has practiced shooting and his shooting skills are pretty good. He knew that the initial velocity of some pistols was less than 300 meters per second, and the initial velocity of most pistols was only 400 meters per second. The initial velocity of a rifle is generally 700 to 800 meters per second. Honey, how fast is a pistol? Liang Lan asked. Jiang Wancheng, the pistol's initial velocity is around 400 miles per hour, while Xiaoqin's throwing knife has an initial velocity of 600 miles per hour. It's half the speed and has more than double the kinetic energy. The small throwing knife weighs about the same as a bullet. It's more than twice as powerful as a pistol bullet. Liang Lan was shocked. Xiaoqin, you can't use this lightly. If you shoot someone, they'll probably be killed right away. Xin Yang nodded and said, Don't worry, Aunt Liang. My fists and feet are more than enough to deal with ordinary enemies. These flying knives are used to deal with top masters. I won't use it unless my life is in danger. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, if you use a flying knife like this, you can probably kill a master of Huajin. Your strength should have reached the level of a master of Huajin. Real? Liang Lan's eyes lit up. She knew the grandmaster of Huajin. Such a strong person's status and position are no lower than theirs. The powerful Huajin grandmaster's status is even higher than theirs. Jiang Wancheng had to be respectful even when facing local officials, let alone the top bosses in the imperial capital. The master of Huajin is different. Local officials had to be polite when facing the master of Huajin. Xin Yang smiled and said, If the distance is far, I can kill the Huajin grandmaster. If the distance is very close, I will not be a match for the Huajin grandmaster. It depends on the actual situation. Jiang Wancheng nodded, that's pretty impressive too. Time passes by every second. Xin Yang tested the rest of the flying knives. These throwing knives are well designed and there are no issues with them. Xiaoqin, do you need tens of thousands of each type of flying knives? Jiang Wancheng asked. Xin Yang, I don't need that much in the short term, but I should still need it after long-term training. Since it's customized, I might as well order more at once. Jiang Wancheng nodded slightly. The rest will probably be delivered in about 10 days. Good. Liang Lan, hubby, let's go see Mu Shui. Soon Xin Yang and the others arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Xiaoqin, is Mu Shui getting better? Liang Lan held Jiang Mushue's hand and asked. Xin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, it's getting better. And my communication ability with Mu Shui has improved a bit now. I can transmit the blurry images of the outside world to her. Jiang Wancheng and the others were extremely surprised. Liang Lan said in a trembling voice, Xiaoqin, do you think you can let Mu Shui know that we are here to see her? Xin Yang nodded. Tears welled up in Liang Lan's eyes. Xiaoqin, then tell Mu Shui we are here. Good. Xin Yang's mental power entered Jiang Mushue's mind, and he transmitted the images of Liang Lan, Jiang Wancheng, and others to Jiang Mushue. Mu Shui, your parents are here to see you. Emotional value plus 13. Jiang Wancheng was also very excited. He quickly asked, Xiaoqin, you can send a blurry picture to Mu Shui now. Can you send her a clear picture later? Xin Yang nodded, it should be possible. but it's hard to say how long it will take. Jiang Wansheng took a deep breath. Don't worry, it's pretty good now. Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang and asked, Xiao Qin, when Mu Shui recovers, will she be able to communicate with you? Qin Yang nodded, it should be possible. But I don't know how long this will take. Liang Lan said happily, as long as there is hope. I heard from Wan Yue and the others that you can play the piano?
Qin Yang smiled and said, I couldn't play it before, but now my mental strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people.
I can remember everything I see, and I have a stronger control over my opponents. You can learn it easily. Chapter 33's Level Items.
Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang in shock. She can play the piano, and her level is quite good, but she spent a lot of time learning to reach her current level.
Qin Yang can learn it just by learning it casually? Let's go upstairs and you play something for me? Liang Lan asked.
Qin Yang nodded, and the three of them went upstairs.
Bite.
Qin Yang sat down at the piano and started playing. He was playing a song that Jiang Mushue liked very much.
This song was taught to Jiang Mushue by Liang Lan before. The result of the song shocked Liang Lan even more.
Wife, this level is not much worse than yours, right?
Jiang Wansheng asked. Liang Lan, he's definitely not much worse than me.
Compared to Mu Shui, Xiao Qin's piano skills are even better.
Xiao Qin, your learning speed is too terrifying.
Qin Yang felt ashamed in his heart.
He wasn't a quick learner.
He directly obtained the piano skills given by the system.
Of course, this cannot be said. That would only lead to misunderstandings among Jiang Wansheng and the others. Xiao Qin, have you also learned calligraphy recently? Jiang Wansheng asked. Qin Yang smiled and said, Uncle Jiang, you guessed right.
My mental strength is strong now, and my opponent's control is also strong. He learns things quickly, but he will be restricted by my strength.
Jiang Wansheng, Liang Lan, and others were shocked.
How long have Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue been married? Yet, in such a short time, Qin Yang's calligraphy and piano skills have become so impressive.
Xiao Qin, you are really amazing.
And your mental strength will increase in the future. Liang Lan said with a smile. She is now a mother-in-law who is more and more satisfied with her son-in-law the more she looks at him.
The only drawback is that Jiang Mushue hasn't woken up yet.
If she wakes up, she hopes Qin Yang and the others can hurry up and hold the wedding.
Xiao Qin, you can learn other things, but the most important thing is to improve your mental strength.
Combat effectiveness is the most important thing.
Jiang Wansheng warned. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, I think so too.
I train my mental strength every day. I only learn other things when I consume more mental strength.
Jiang Wansheng nodded.
The three of them went downstairs and returned to Jiang Mushue's room.
Jiang Wansheng and the others stayed with Jiang Mushue for another half an hour before leaving. Mushue, your parents are gone. They are now very satisfied with me as their son-in-law. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushue were communicating. Emotional value +9. It's quite late now, suitable for telling ghost stories. Let me tell you a ghost story. Qin Yang began to speak. Emotional value +7. Emotional value +6.
Jiang Wansheng and Liang Lan returned home.
Hubby, do you think Xiao Qin and Mu Shui will break up?
Liang Lan said with some worry.
Jiang Wansheng asked in surprise, why do you think so? Liang Lan frowned, they have no feelings. Xiao Qin is so outstanding now.
You said before that the master of Hua Jin is very powerful. Xiao Qin has already reached the level of a master of Hua Jin.
He is also very good at calligraphy and piano. Xiao Qin will definitely become more and more outstanding in the future. Mu Shui is still in a vegetative state. Jiang Wansheng frowned slightly, Liang Lan's worries were justified. Hubby, Xiao Qinrun is very handsome and strong. Even if he wants to find a wife in the Beijing circle, it won't be difficult, right? Jiang Wansheng nodded slightly. You mean? Husband, shall we hand over some of our business to Qin Yang?
Jiang Wansheng, I mentioned it to Xiao Qin before, but he said he wasn't interested.
And there's a problem with this.
If he takes care of those businesses, he'll have less time to spend with his daughter.
Don't worry too much. Mu Shui is also very good. They have children. Liang Lan nodded slightly. Well, let's not think too much about it for now. The most important thing now is that my daughter wakes up.
Jiang Wansheng smiled and said, I was worried before, but now, knowing Xiao Qin's strength, I am not so worried anymore. Xiao Qin will find a way to wake Mu Shui up.
Liang Lan nodded.
She is now much more confident. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Xin Yang played the piano 3 times a day, each time for half an hour. System, I can now obtain 130 emotion points at a time.
I feel like the acquisition speed is a bit faster than before. Has Mu Shui recovered a little? Xin Yang asked in his mind.
System, yes, host, Jiang Mushui has recovered a little. According to the latest situation, she will wake up in 11 months.
Xin Yang's eyes lit up. Although Jiang Mushui couldn't last 11 months.
But it only took 2 days to produce such an effect. Later, when he played the piano again, Jiang Mushui's condition improved.
He can also gain more emotional points.
Host, the effect will be better at the beginning. Don't think that 2 days shortens a month. 20 days can shorten 10 months.
As long as it works, it's fine. Draw once for 1,000 emotion points, once for 100 emotion points.
Xin Yang said in his mind.
He now has a little over 1,100 emotional points. Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for winning an S-level amulet.
Lottery draw.
Congratulations to the host for the +5 physical fitness, which is 21 points after the upgrade. The system's voice sounded in Xin Yang's mind. At the same time, a warm current surged in Xin Yang's body. Xin Yang felt his strength increasing rapidly. Originally his physical fitness was only 16 points, so an increase of 5 points was a lot.
S-level reward? Xin Yang's eyes widened.
He was ecstatic. The possibility of obtaining an S-level reward was only 1%, but this time, I was lucky enough to get an S-level reward. It is also the defensive treasure that he wants very much. Although he has the power to kill a master of Hua Jin, his defense is weak and an ordinary person who gets close to him may kill him.
Not to mention the enemy shot him with a gun. Xin Yang didn't want to die after finally obtaining the system. He hasn't been out much in the past few days. System, what is the effect of the S-level amulet? Xin Yang asked in his mind. An S-level amulet can withstand 1 close-range car bomb attack, or 3 to 5 sniper bullets. The specific number depends on the power of the bullets. What about rifles and pistols? Xin Yang asked.
It can withstand about 15 rifle bullets, or about 30 pistol bullets.
A smile appeared on Xin Yang's face. He was very satisfied.
With this, his sense of security can be greatly enhanced.
However, Xin Yang was not planning to go out and wander around.
After all, the amulet was a consumable item.
If he provoked a strong enemy, what would happen if the amulet was consumed?
Soon Xin Yang took out the amulet from the system space.
The amulet is small.
Xin Yang put it close to his body in his pocket.
System, is this all right? Yes. Xin Yang looked at Jiang Mushui lying on the bed. Jiang Mushui will need something like this in the future. It's okay now. Outsiders don't know that Jiang Mushui may wake up. Who would take a huge risk to kill a vegetative person? Zhang Wancheng would definitely be furious if I killed her.
In China, murder cases must be solved. The public security organs will make every effort to investigate the death of an ordinary person, let alone a rich girl like Jiang Mushui.
Ding ding. Xin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and Xin Yang answered the call. Xin Yang, it's me, Suyu. Chapter 34 Attending a Class Reunion? Xin Yang frowned.
He had blocked Suyu on WeChat, and they had never saved their phone numbers.
Suyu had gotten his phone number from someone else. What's up? Xin Yang said calmly. On the other end of the phone, Suyu said angrily, Xin Yang, why did you block me on WeChat? We are classmates after all, there is no need for you to block me, right? If nothing else, I'm hanging up.
Suyu quickly said, no, wait a moment.
There may be some misunderstandings between us. How about this, I treat you to a meal and we can resolve the misunderstanding face to face. Xin Yang narrowed his eyes. Suyu invites him to dinner? The weasel pays a New Year's visit to the chicken with ulterior motives.
Suyu probably knew that he had some money now, and wanted to take advantage of him and lure him into his own fish pond.
There's no misunderstanding. I just simply don't want to bother with you.
Xin Yang hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then he blocked Suyu's phone number as well. Asshole. Suyu was so angry that her teeth were itching. When she was in college, she knew that Qin Yang liked her, but how could she look down on Qin Yang, who came from an ordinary family, at that time? She thought that if she took a step back and offered to treat Qin Yang to a meal, Qin Yang would come over happily, but she didn't expect that Qin Yang was too lazy to talk to her. The number you dialed is currently busy. After waiting for a while, Suyu called Qin Yang again. Suyu frowned. A few minutes later she called again. Still the same prompt tone. Hateful. Suyu now knew that she had been blocked. Ding ding. Suyu dialed another number. Brother Lu, Qin Yang didn't come out, and he even blocked me. The person on the other end of the phone said, you take the money, and then you think of a way. If you succeed in sleeping with Qin Yang, I will give you another 50,000. Otherwise, you have to return the 50,000. Suyu's expression changed slightly. She accepted the 50,000 yuan given by the other party. She used all that money to pay off online loans, which she'd racked up in debt to maintain her luxurious lifestyle. Now, the calls every month demanding repayment are like a death sentence. Someone came to her and offered her 50,000 yuan to seduce Qin Yang, and she agreed without hesitation. She had thought it would be a very simple task. Maybe I can get a lot of money from Qin Yang by then. She never expected that when she called Qin Yang would directly block her. Brother Lu, are you sure you want to add another 50,000? Suyu asked. The person on the other end of the phone said in a deep voice, sure, but you only have 10 days. If you fail to complete it within the time limit, you will have to return every cent of the 50,000 yuan. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Suyu took a deep breath. She must find a way to get Qin Yang to sleep with her. Even if she couldn't get the money from Qin Yang, getting another 50,000 yuan would ease her debt pressure a lot. Classmates, I have some news. Ouyang Wu is here in Haicheng. We haven't gotten together much since graduation. Should we get together with our classmates in Haicheng? Suyu spoke in the class group. Soon several people responded. Ouyang Wu, are you coming? Suyu tagged Ouyang Wu. Ouyang Wu saw the message quickly. He called Qin Yang and asked, Old Qin, has Suyu contacted you? I feel like she's organizing a class reunion for a different reason than to target you. Yeah, she just called me. I blocked her WeChat and her phone number now. Qin Yang said. Ouyang Wu, Old Qin, I feel something is wrong with Suyu looking for you at this time. Could it be that someone has looked for her? If so, someone must have taken action. Qin Yang said, it is indeed possible. Another possibility is that Suyu discovered that I might be rich now. Ouyang Wu was filled with emotion. People change so quickly. Suyu was quite good during her freshman and sophomore years, but in just a few years she's become like this. Lao Qin, don't be foolish and have a relationship with her. Qin Yang, I'd be crazy to do that with her. Even if she's paying me back, I'm still afraid of getting sick from having sex with her. Old Qin, you just know it. Do you want to attend this class reunion? Ouyang Wu asked. Qin Yang smiled faintly and said, you want to participate? If you didn't want to participate, you probably wouldn't ask me this. I have some ideas. It's been more than 2 years since graduation, and some people want to meet me. Ouyang Wu told the truth. Qin Yang, then join us. I just want to see if Suyu is being instructed by someone. If Suyu was instructed by someone to target him, Qin Yang believed that he would be able to tell with his mental power. Ouyang Wu, Old Qin, you should dress poorly. If Suyu still pays you attention when you're dressed poorly, it means someone must have contacted Suyu and asked her to target you. Okay. Suyu and the others in the group were chatting animatedly. There were more than a dozen people who wanted to join the party. People from surrounding cities wanted to come and participate. I'll join. Ouyang Wu sent a message in the group. He also tagged Qin Yang, Old Qin, if you have time, please come to the class reunion. If I have time tomorrow, I'll join in too. Qin Yang quickly replied with a message. Finally took the bait. Suyu's eyes lit up. She believed that she could win over Qin Yang as long as they met. She was the class beauty when she was in college. Her makeup skills are much better now than they were back then. With makeup on, she looks even better than when she was in college. Someone actually paid me 100,000 yuan to sleep with Qin Yang. I'm afraid Qin Yang is not a simple person now. Maybe I can get tens or even millions from him by then. There was excitement in Suyu's eyes.
Time gradually turned into late night. Shin Yang entered Jiang Mushue's room. Mushue, I'm going to attend a class reunion tomorrow.
The organizer is my former class beauty from college, and she seems to have feelings for me.
Emotional value +1. Shin Yang.
Jiang Mushue was not completely indifferent to this.
But not much emotion. Mushue, what should I do if she throws herself into my arms?
I'm afraid I can't control myself.
Emotional value +1. There is still only a pitiful amount of emotional value. Mushue, there is a way to avoid this.
I will have sex with you first.
By then, I will have no ammunition left.
This way, even if a fairy descends to Earth, I will be able to control myself.
Shin Yang and Jiang Mushue were communicating. Emotional value +25. Jiang Mushue soon gave a strong reaction. Mushue, you also think my method is good, right? Emotional value +20. Emotional value +15. Jiang Mushue's emotions were fluctuating greatly. Shin Yang took a deep breath. He suppressed the idea of having sex with Jiang Mushue.
It's unnecessary to feel comfortable temporarily and then reduce your emotional value.
Compared with improving your strength, that should be put on the back burner. And Jiang Mushue is now a vegetable. Still pregnant.
It would be much better to wait until Jiang Mushue wakes up before doing that.
Mushue, I'm just kidding. I have no intention of having sex with you right now. Give you a goodnight kiss.
After Qin Yang finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue.
Chapter 35. Are you being kept by a rich woman? The next evening, Qin Yang drove out in his Porsche 918.
When they were about 100 or 200 meters away from the agreed hotel, Qin Yang parked the car and walked over wearing his original clothes. He has been wearing this dress for 3 or 4 years. I wore it when I was in college.
Isn't that Qin Yang? Xiaolan, didn't you say Qin Yang is rich?
The clothes he's wearing seem to be the ones he wore in college.
2 girls saw Qin Yang at the hotel entrance.
One of them whispered that the other one was Guo Xiaolan, whom Qin Yang had met before.
Guo Xiaolan was puzzled. I don't know either. Soon Qin Yang approached. Guo Xiaolan, who won? Qin Yang greeted with a smile. Guo Xiaolan, Qin Yang, I'm sorry.
I took your photo and posted it in the group without your consent.
Fine. Qin Yang shook his head. If the little fairy was secretly photographed, she would probably post it on Zaya Hongshu.
As a grown man, he has no reason to care about it.
Qin Yang, where is your wife? Didn't you say you were married? Why didn't you bring your wife with you? Hu Wan asked.
Qin Yang said, my wife's situation is a bit special.
Hu Wan asked, why is it so special?
This, secret.
Guo Xiaolan said jokingly with a strange expression, Qin Yang, your wife is not the type who can't move in bed, right? Qin Yang. He knew which one Guo Xiaolan was talking about. But his wife is indeed lying down and unable to move now. Don't talk nonsense. My wife will definitely be able to move in the future. Qin Yang said.
Guo Xiaolan chuckled and said, I heard there are some abroad, but they are very expensive. You should seriously find a girlfriend.
Qin Yang looked at Guo Xiaolan.
She was carefree before, and now she is even more unrestrained.
Let's go in. Qin Yang and the other 2 quickly arrived in the box. There were 4 people in the box, one of them was Su Yu.
When she saw Qin Yang, a look of doubt flashed in Su Yu's eyes. She felt that Qin Yang's clothes looked familiar. And this piece of clothing is definitely not from any big brand.
Qin Yang, long time no see. Fuck Qin Yang, you've become so handsome. I can hardly recognize you. The 2 boys in the box greeted Qin Yang. They came from other cities. Qin Yang smiled and said, Wan Lei, Wu Wei, I remember you used to call me Godfather, why don't you call me that now? Oh my god. You want us to call you Godfather with nothing in your hands? Wan Lei and Wu Wei each gave Qin Yang a middle finger. The feelings between men are simple. Just a few simple words and I feel like I'm back to the past. Su Yu, Qin Yang, long time no see. Qin Yang looked at Su Yu.
Su Yu had obviously dressed up carefully today and had her hair done. She looked even better than when she was in school, but in Qin Yang's eyes, Su Yu was nothing now.
Haven't seen you for a long time. Qin Yang replied coldly.
Wang Lei handed Qin Yang a cigarette. Old Qin, let's go out for a cigarette and wait for Ouyang Wu and the others.
Good.
Soon Qin Yang and the other three left the box.
Do you feel that Qin Yang's clothes look familiar? Su Yu asked with some confusion.
Gua Xiaolan said, he wore it when he was in college. I remember he wore it at the graduation dinner.
Huan even accidentally got some oil on his clothes. That's true. Huan nodded.
It was because of this incident that she remembered it more clearly.
Xiaolan, isn't Qin Yang rich? Another female classmate in the box asked in confusion. Gua Xiaolan shook her head. I didn't say that. I just took a picture.
I don't know if the clothes are fake or not. If they are fake, Qin Yang might be embarrassed to wear them.
We are classmates and we all know each other well.
The other girl nodded slightly.
That should be the case.
If Qin Yang is really rich, it's impossible that he still has the clothes he wore 3 years ago. Su Yu's eyes showed doubt.
Is that so?
If so, why would someone pay her to sleep with Qin Yang?
Is it because Qin Yang is handsome? It's not impossible.
Qin Yang was quite handsome when he was in college, and he is even more handsome now.
No matter what, the mission must be completed.
It would be best if Qin Yang had money. Even if he doesn't have money, I can still make 100,000.
Su Yu thought to himself.
Qin Yang and his friends were smoking outside the restaurant.
Qin Yang doesn't actually smoke normally.
He only smokes one occasionally when someone gives it to him, just for the atmosphere.
Qin Yang, before you came just now, Su Yu asked several questions about you. She must be interested in you. Su Yu doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Is she waiting for you? Wang Lei and Wu Wei spoke. They didn't know Su Yu's true situation.
Qin Yang said calmly, I'm not interested in her.
I came to the class reunion to see an old friend.
Wang Lei and Wu Wei were a little surprised. They knew that Qin Yang had feelings for Su Yu before.
You'd better not be interested in her. Qin Yang reminded Wang Lei and the others. How? Wu Wei asked in a low voice.
Qin Yang shook his head and said nothing more. Although he disliked Su Yu, he didn't want to gossip about her behind her back.
Ouyang Wu arrived before I finished smoking a cigarette. Old Qin, are you three the only ones here? Ouyang Wu asked.
Qin Yang shook his head. There are 4 people in the box, all girls, Gua Xiaolan, Su Yu, Huan, and Yang Kalin.
Then I'll wait outside too. Soon everyone arrived. 13 people came in total.
Everyone ate, drank, and talked about the past, and the atmosphere was pretty good. It has only been more than 2 years since graduation, and the college friendships are still there.
Moreover, since time is short, unless the family conditions are very good, the gap between everyone is not big, so there is less comparison between each other. In a few years, most people will be married.
The gap was huge, and gatherings were meaningless at that time.
Qin Yang, are you married? A female classmate looked at Qin Yang and asked.
Even if Qin Yang has no money, he is more handsome now.
If he is not married, some of them will take action against him. Qin Yang nodded and said, I'm already married.
My wife's situation is a bit special, so it's not convenient for her to come.
You'll see her later. Wang Lei asked, Qin Yang, do you have any photos? If people can't come, we can just look at the photos. Qin Yang shook his head. No photos.
Zhang Muxue is not in a good condition to take photos now, so the photos on his marriage certificate were all combined together using Photoshop.
Wu Wei looked at Qin Yang strangely. Qin Yang, you didn't find a rich woman, did you?
Ask her if she has any other best friends.
I don't want to work hard anymore. Qin Yang. Su Yu was thoughtful. Is this really the case? Qin Yang found a rich woman, but her children are not happy?
With Qin Yang's image, it would be no problem for him to find a rich woman.
Classmates, let's have one last drink. It's been a while since we went to KTV. Let's go sing for a while.
Su Yu said with a smile.
Chapter 36. Su Yu kneels down and begs for mercy. Everyone drank the beer in their cups together. Everyone, I have something to do and need to hurry back. I won't be going to KTV. Have fun. Qin Yang smiled. Come over to have dinner and meet old classmates, that's fine, then go to KTV. The KTV environment is very dim. What if Su Yu sits next to him and says that she touched her and molested her? It is entirely possible that Su Yu would do such a thing. Xin Yang, since everyone is ready to go, let's go together. Suyu said anxiously. If she just eats and leaves, what will happen to her mission? Her plan was to go to KTV, drink some more wine, sing some songs, and then go to a nearby hotel with Xin Yang to get a room. She resisted a little when we got into bed. She wants to earn 100,000 yuan. But her goal is not just the 100,000 yuan. If Qin Yang takes responsibility, gives her money and asks her to be his girlfriend, she will slowly make money from Qin Yang. If he doesn't give her money, she will just make a quick buck. I don't want to go to KTV either. I have something else to do tonight, so have fun. Yang Wudao said, this meal is for me and Lao Qin. Suyu's eyes showed anxiety. Xin Yang noticed Suyu's expression. Something was not right with Suyu. She might have a problem. Xin Yang knew that Suyu was very materialistic. Even though he was dressed very casually now, Suyu was still interested in him. It doesn't matter if they don't go. I won force it. Wang Lei and the others said one after another. Suyu frowned secretly. She came here to catch fish. If the fish ran away, there would be no point in her and the others going to KTV. But it was her suggestion to go to KTV and she couldn't refuse. Soon Suyu and the others arrived outside the hotel. Everyone, there's a KTV over there. You go first, and I'll go and persuade Qin Yang and the others. It would be best if we could all go together. Suyu pointed to a sign not far away. Everyone nodded. Suyu turned around and re-entered the restaurant. Soon she arrived in the private room. Qin Yang and Yang Wu were drinking tea in the private room and had not left yet. Yang Wu, I have something to say to Qin Yang, can you give us some space? Suyu said shyly. Yang Wu didn't leave, he quickly turned on the video. Qin Yang instantly erupted with a powerful aura. Suyu, did someone ask you to seduce me? Yes. Suyu couldn't help but say. As soon as the words came out, Suyu's face changed. Why did she just tell the truth? Also, why did Qin Yang suddenly become so scary? Qin Yang said coldly, as expected, who asked you to deal with me, and what did they ask you to do? Explain it to me clearly. Suyu's face turned pale. Qin Yang was putting too much pressure on her at the moment. She felt that if she lied, she would be killed in the next second. Brother Lu gave me 50,000 yuan to find a way to sleep with you, and he will give me another 50,000 yuan after I succeed. Suyu said in a trembling voice. Yang Wu raised his eyebrows, it was indeed the case. Which brother Lu? I don't know his name, but I have his phone number. Suyu said as she took out her cell phone with trembling hands. After she unlocked the phone, Qin Yang took it from her. Qin Yang flipped through the recent call records. Qin Yang wrote down all the recent call records. Suyu has quite a lot of business. Yang, have you recorded everything? Qin Yang looked at Yang Wu and asked. Yang Wu nodded, it's all recorded. If this is made public, Suyu will definitely be ruined. Suyu fell to his knees with a thud. Qin Yang, Yang Wu, I beg you, please don't make this public, or I won't be able to live on. Suyu said with tears in her eyes. Qin Yang looked at Suyu coldly. Suyu looked pitiful, but he would not pity her. If Suyu's plan succeeds, he will be ruined. Maybe you will even end up in jail. Suyu, go back and slap yourself 100 times, then record the video for me. I won't spread it. You have to pick the important ones, if you pick the minor ones, it won't count. Qin Yang said calmly. Yang Wu glanced at Qin Yang. Qin Yang really didn't know how to be gentle with women. His face would definitely be swollen if he was slapped 100 times. Good. Suyu gritted her teeth and agreed. It's better to slap yourself 100 times than to be exposed. You can go now. Don't blame me if you try to play tricks on me again. Qin Yang said coldly. Suyu stood up and left the box in a hurry. Old Qin, you really don't know how to be gentle with women. Yang Wu laughed. Qin Yang looked at him and said, go and pity her. Yang Wu curled his lips. Forget it, I'm not interested in her. Lao Qin, Suyu is being instigated by someone is targeting you. Do you want to reveal your strength? Qin Yang shook his head, if I reveal my strength, some people who are not strong enough may give up the idea, but the Jiang family has hundreds of billions of assets, so powerful enemies will still stay. They will take more drastic measures. My strength is still in the rapid growth stage, there is no need for this. Oh Yang Wu nodded, that's true. Xin Yang, let's go.
Soon the two paid the bill and left the restaurant.
Oh Yang Wu followed Xin Yang to his car. Fuck, Lao Qin, is this your car? Oh Yang Wu stared at the road.
Xin Yang nodded, my father-in-law gave it to me.
Your family has a master of Huajin, so this is nothing to you, right? Oh Yang Wu was extremely envious. Who said that?
Having a Huajin master and being rich are two different things.
Unless someone commits crimes to earn unscrupulous money, does that mean a Huajin grandmaster will definitely make a lot of money? If you want to make a lot of money, you still need to have a business mind. Xin Yang asked curiously, how much money does your family have? Oh Yang Wudao, I estimate it to be around 10 billion. A martial arts family is definitely not short of small amounts of money. Without money, you can't practice martial arts.
But in terms of wealth, you still have to go to a business family like the Jiang family.
Xin Yang curled his lips. 10 billion, you're talking about small money?
Oh Yang Wu shook his head and said, compared to ordinary people, a billion is indeed a lot of assets, but compared to the top tycoons, this amount of money is completely insignificant.
Xin Yang asked, how much assets does a martial arts family usually have? Oh Yang Wu, our family is considered middle class.
Some may have tens of billions, while others may have tens of millions.
Less than I estimated. Xin Yang said. Oh Yang Wu shook his head, what do you think?
We live in a society ruled by law now, and even a master of Huajin can't do whatever he wants. The status of a Huajin grandmaster is quite high, but status does not equal money.
Xin Yang nodded slightly. It seems that everyone envies each other. The rich envy the powerful, and the powerful envy rich people like my father-in-law. That's how it is. Not long after, the designated driver Xin Yang found arrived on an electric scooter. Handsome guy, is this the car? The designated driver was a little confused when he saw the supercar. Right. Xin Yang nodded.
The designated driver said weakly, handsome, I can't drive your car. I can't afford to damage it even if I sell myself. Don't worry, you won't have to pay if something happens.
Xin Yang smiled faintly. Chapter 37. Who is the mastermind behind this? The designated driver looked at his electric scooter.
His electric scooter is already quite small, but the trunk of the Porsche 918 is super small, so I'm afraid it still won't fit. Xin Yang said, please leave your car here and take a taxi to pick it up later. I'll pay for the taxi fare.
Well, okay. 2 minutes later, the designated driver finally started the car, trembling with fear.
He was driving a car worth more than 10 million yuan, so he was very nervous.
Xin Yang was not worried at all. If there is a special situation, he can use his mental power to intervene.
I still have to buy another car. Xin Yang muttered in his heart. Although this car looks very handsome and cool, it is not comfortable to sit in.
The chassis is too low and the passability is too poor. Moreover, it is not easy to find a designated driver if you drink a little. It's actually a Porsche 918.
Huan was shocked when she saw the pictures she found on her phone. She came out to buy something and happened to see Xin Yang getting into the car.
Huan took a photo and then checked online.
Xin Yang's car actually cost an exaggerated 15 or 16 million yuan. Moreover, this car has been discontinued for a long time, so you may not be able to buy it with this money.
Xin Yang is deliberately keeping a low profile. Did Suyu pursue Xin Yang because she knew he had become successful?
Huan thought to herself.
Not long after, she returned to the box. Xiaolan, where's Suyu? Hasn't she come yet?
Well, Xiaolan, Suyu's period came, she's not feeling well, she said she'd go back first so we can have some fun.
Oh.
Huan wanted to tell Xin Yang about his situation, but she held back. If Xin Yang was just driving a car worth 1 or 2 million, she would have told him directly. But Xin Yang actually drove a supercar worth 10 or 20 million. She was worried that Xin Yang would be angry if she told him.
Suyu returned to the house she rented.
She still felt frightened when she thought of Xin Yang's eyes.
How did Xin Yang become so scary? Suyu murmured to herself, should I slap myself? She naturally didn't want to slap herself. But Yang Wu took a video. What if the video gets spread? In the video, she personally admitted that she seduced Xin Yang, took other people's money, wanted to sleep with Xin Yang and then framed Xin Yang, and in the video she also knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Snap, snap, snap.
After hesitating for a long time, Suyu finally slapped the opponent. She didn't slap him too hard, but she didn't dare to slap him too lightly either. After 100 slaps, Suyu felt her eyes go black and both sides of her face were swollen from the slap she had made.
Oh Yang Wu, this is a video.
Suyu sent the video of herself slapping herself to Oh Yang Wu.
Xin Yang blocked her. Oh Yang Wu didn't block her for the time being.
Suyu, stop thinking about seeking revenge on Lao Qin.
Lao Qin is not someone you can mess with.
The consequences of messing with him will be very serious.
Oh Yang Wu sent a message. I know. You have 2 black videos of me now, how could I possibly mess with him again?
Suyu replied.
That's good. Oh Yang Wu quickly sent the video to Qin Yang.
Qin Yang clicked on the video and saw that Suyu had slapped him quite hard.
Lao Qin, let me check on Brother Lu for you.
Although I don't have money, I have some connections.
Oh Yang Wu sent a message to Qin Yang. Good. Qin Yang was not polite to Oh Yang Wu.
Although he had hacking skills, they were only C-level, and this level of hacking skills was enough for intrusion investigations. He didn't want to bother Jiang Wansheng to investigate such a small matter.
2 hours passed. General Oh Yang Wu sent the message from Brother Lu. Lao Qin, this Brother Lu is Du Chongming's man. Not long after the message was sent, Oh Yang Wu called. Who is Du Chongming? Xin Yang asked.
Oh Yang Wu said, Old Qin, I told you that there are 2 masters of Hua Jin in Haicheng. One of them is Du Chongming's grandfather, Du Wanqing, who has reached the middle stage of Hua Jin.
Du Chongming's father is also a warrior, and he has perfected his dark energy. Xin Yang narrowed his eyes.
It turned out to be the grandson of the Hua Jin master who was causing trouble.
Oh Yang, where is Du Chongming? Oh Yang Wudao said, Du Chongming is also a warrior, but his strength is very average.
He is only in the late Ming Jin stage. With his talent, it will be difficult for him to reach the Yin Jin level in the future.
He is one of Jiang Mushue's suitors. Xin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. Du Chongming's father has perfected the cultivation of dark energy, and his grandfather is a master of transformation energy. His backing is very strong. Oh Yang, how much is the Du family's assets? How is your connection?
Xin Yang thought for a moment and asked.
Oh Yang Wu hurriedly said, Old Qin, calm down. The Du family's assets are worth 40 to 50 billion. Du Wanqing is a master of Hua Jin. He has many friends and a very strong network of contacts.
The Du family has a strong influence in both the black and white worlds.
Qin Yang was surprised and said, 40 to 50 billion in assets, that's a lot. It's much stronger than your Ouyang family. Oh Yang Wu felt helpless.
My family is in the north, and our business is mainly in the north.
Nowadays, the development of northern cities is not as good as that of the south.
We have no choice but to slowly expand our business to the south.
Old Qin, don't worry about the Du family's affairs. The Du family's accumulation of hundreds of years is not so easy to deal with. Xin Yang said calmly, don't worry, I know.
Even if I want to provoke you, I will deal with you slowly from a young age.
Oh Yang Wu, Old Qin, you should be more cautious.
You should know that it's not just the Du family who are secretly eyeing the Jiang family.
The Jiang family has hundreds of billions of assets. This piece of meat is too fat. Xin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. He didn't want Jiang Wanqing's assets. But Jiang Wanqing's assets will belong to Jiang Mushue in the future, and in the more distant future, those assets will belong to his and Jiang Mushue's children. If others want to snatch it, he won't agree. Lao Qin, I'm going to practice. Bye. Oh Yang Wu hung up the phone after saying this. Xin Yang felt some pressure.
Xin Yang is not actually worried about the Du family alone. His overall strength is definitely stronger than Du Wanqing now, but the Du family has developed a considerable network of contacts over the years.
In addition, there are more powerful enemies than just the Du family.
We still have to seize the time to improve our strength. Xin Yang said in his heart.
Ding ding. Suyu called Brother Lu. How about it?
Brother Lu said in a deep voice on the other end of the phone.
Suyu said in a trembling voice, I failed.
Brother Lu, Xin Yang saw that I was planning to set a trap for him.
Brother Lu, please don't worry, I have tried my best. Grass. Then transfer the 50,000 yuan back. Brother Lu cursed. Suyu, Brother Lu, I have spent the money. I will return it to you later. Brother Lu, please give me a little more time. Fuck. You are really brave.
You didn't get the job done, but I spent the money.
Do you believe I can beat you to death? Brother Lu roared angrily. Suyu broke the jar and said, Brother Lu, Xin Yang also looked at my phone. He may know your phone number. Brother Lu. He now wished he could beat Suyu to death. Suyu, where are you? I have to teach you a lesson. Brother Lu gritted his teeth and said. Suyu didn't dare to hide the address. Brother Lu rushed over and was stunned when he saw Suyu. Suyu was still quite pretty, but her face was now as swollen as a pig's head. Brother Lu, I know what I did was wrong. I slapped myself 100 times. Suyu-do. Brother Lu was so angry that he couldn't vent it. Beat Suyu? Suyu's face was swollen from being beaten. Fuck her to vent your anger? He couldn't arouse any sexual interest in Suyu seeing her like this. Grass. Brother Lu finally left cursing. Chapter 38 Qin Yang received death threats. Brother Lu went to a nightclub and met Du Chongming. Master Du, I didn't do it well. Suyu failed. Brother Lu is tall and strong, but this is servile. Du Chongming frowned and said, Didn't you say that Qin Yang pursued her, and she would definitely be able to win Qin Yang over if she came forward? Brother Lu's name is Lu Xiong. He said awkwardly, Master Du, under normal circumstances there shouldn't be any problem. Who wouldn't want to sleep with a beautiful woman they've pursued before? I didn't expect Qin Yang to be so vigilant. Du Chongming, just because Qin Yang refused the first time doesn't mean he will refuse the second or third time. With Suyu's conditions, there is still hope of winning Qin Yang over. Lu Xiong showed helplessness on his face. Master Du, it's not possible for the time being. She took 50,000 yuan from me and spent it. She was afraid I'd get back at her, so she slapped herself 100 times. Now her face is swollen like a pig's head. It's disgusting just to look at it. Du Chongming frowned. The swelling on her face should go away in a few days. I'll have her try again then. Anything else? There was a look of confusion in Lu Xiong's eyes. Explain. Lu Xiong asked. She said Qin Yang looked at her communication records. Will Qin Yang find out about me? Du Chongming glared at him. It's such a small thing that can't be done properly. If Qin Yang finds out about Lu Xiong, he will know him. Du Chongming is not afraid of Qin Yang, an ordinary person, but Qin Yang is now the son-in-law of the Jiang family. If Jiang Wancheng takes action, their Du family will suffer great losses. His grandfather is a master of Huajin and is very powerful, but Jiang Wancheng is the richest man in Haicheng and he is not someone to be trifled with. Master Du, it's my fault. Lu Xiong bowed his head and admitted his mistake like a good boy. Du Chongming, don't take any action for now. Just observe first. Qin Yang may not be able to find out. He shouldn't bother Jiang Wancheng with such a small matter. Go do something else for me. Lu Xiong, Master Du, please give your orders. Du Chongming said, Go find a beautiful woman, one with a very good appearance, who looks pure and harmless. If Suyu fails, arrange for her to have an online relationship with Qin Yang. Lu Xiong was stunned. Mr. Du, online love? Du Chongming said, Men are all lustful. Jiang Muxue is now a vegetable. I don't believe Qin Yang will be able to resist cheating outside when the time comes. He might not dare to steal from the locals, so you should find someone from outside the area. Lu Xiong, Master Du, a vegetative patient can do that. Du Chongming. He glared at Lu Xiong fiercely. Thank you for reminding me. Lu Xiong smiled awkwardly, thinking he was stupid. Du Chongming wanted to take down Jiang Muxue, how could he say that? Du Chongming waved his hand and said, Get lost. Lu Xiong quickly retreated. Early the next morning, Qin Yang got up and went downstairs to have breakfast. Mr. Qin, the property management has delivered your express delivery. Wu Jingdao, one of the 4 nannies. My delivery? Qin Yang was surprised. He hasn't bought anything online recently. Mr. Qin, here. Wu Jing gave Qin Yang a smaller cardboard box. Qin Yang didn't open it rashly. He first set his mental power inside, and found that there was a wooden bullet inside the cardboard box. Qin Yang opened the carton. He looked at the bullet in the cardboard box. The bullet was very long and about the same size as a sniper bullet. The workmanship is very exquisite. Mr. Qin, this. Wu Jing's expression changed next to him. Although it was just a wooden bullet, its meaning was obvious. It was a death threat to Qin Yang.
Qin Yang played with the wooden bullet and said, "Don't worry.
Guns are banned in China. They are just trying to scare me.
If they really use guns, the other party will be in big trouble." If it was before he got the S-level amulet, Qin Yang would still be worried even though he knew the other party would not easily use a gun.
What if? If the enemy uses a gun against him, he will most likely die.
Now Qin Yang is not afraid at all. The S-level amulet can withstand car bomb attacks and 3 to 5 sniper rifle shots. The enemy will only have one chance to shoot him with a sniper rifle.
His physique is now 21.
His reaction speed is much faster than that of an ordinary person, and he will hide immediately if the enemy misses his shot.
He might even be able to kill the enemy. Mr. Qin, you still have to be careful. Wu Jing reminded. Qin Yang nodded. Wu Jing left Qin Yang and called Jiang Wancheng. Xiao Qin, is Mu Shui okay?
When the call was connected, Jiang Wancheng said nervously. It was still early in the morning, and Qin Yang actually called him.
Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, Mu Shui is fine. I just received a package. Someone sent me a wooden bullet. There was nothing else inside. Jiang Wancheng's face darkened. This is threatening Qin Yang with death. If Qin Yang was just an ordinary person, he might not be able to withstand such a death threat. Issuing death threats is simply outrageous. Jiang Wancheng said in a deep voice, "I'm at home, I'll be there right away." Jiang Wancheng came over in less than half an hour.
He saw the bullet, beautifully carved from wood.
Ding ding. Jiang Wancheng made a phone call.
"Director Huang, please send someone to my daughter and son-in-law's house. My son-in-law has received death threats."
Jiang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Director Huang's expression changed on the other end of the phone. Jiang Wancheng is the richest man in Haicheng.
If his son-in-law is killed, the whole Haicheng will be greatly shaken.
Director Jiang, I'll arrange for someone to come over right away. In less than 10 minutes, 2 police cars arrived. Several policemen got out of 2 police cars. Director Jiang.
The criminal police captain Su Zhe came over and said very politely.
He had met Jiang Wancheng before. Jiang Wancheng gave the express box to Su Zhe. "Captain Su, Qin Yang received this. Although it's just a wooden bullet, you should know what it means, right?" Jiang Wancheng said in a deep voice. Su Zhe took the express box.
His expression changed slightly when he saw the wooden bullet inside.
"Mr. Jiang, I understand. Mr. Qin, have you ever touched this bullet?" Qin Yang shook his head. "Su Zhe, we will take it back and check to see if there are any fingerprints on it." Jiang Wancheng, the other party is probably not that stupid. In all likelihood, you won't be able to detect the fingerprint. Captain Su, I hope you can do your best to find out who sent it. Su Zhe nodded. "Mr. Jiang, we will." "Mr. Qin, have you offended anyone recently?" Qin Yang shook his head, "I rarely go out. The other party wanted to kill me probably because I married Mu Shui. The other party wants to scare me away." Su Zhe frowned secretly. "I'm afraid it's difficult to find out this way. There are too many suspicious targets." "Mr. Qin, do you have any other useful clues?" Su Zhe asked.
Qin Yang shook his head, "There are no other clues."
"Mr. Qin, this is my business card.
If you have any new clues, please let me know as soon as possible." Su Zhe and the others quickly said goodbye and left.
Jiang Wancheng, Xiao Qin, it's hard for them to find out. This is just a reminder to those who want to do it. Qin Yang nodded. "Uncle Jiang, I know. Even if they find out, it's just a wooden bullet. The police won't be able to do anything to the other party." Jiang Wancheng frowned and said, "You're right. Even if they find out, the police won't arrest anyone for a wooden bullet. Xiao Qin, your Aunt Liang and I were inconsiderate in letting you get married. We didn't expect some people to be so reckless. Your life might be in danger." Qin Yang smiled. "Uncle Jiang, didn't you give us 5 million? 5 million plus a house, this risk compensation is not low." Cough. Jiang Wancheng coughed lightly. He was a little embarrassed. "Xiao Qin, we know that you will be in danger if you marry Mu Shui, but we still underestimated the madness of some people. They even directly issued death threats against you. I'll give you another 20 million to compensate you." Qin Yang's breathing quickened. Give him another 20 million? This is a huge sum of money.
It is difficult for an ordinary person to earn so much money in his lifetime.
Uncle Jiang, no need.
You've already given me a sports car worth over 10 million.
Qin Yang thought for a moment and refused Jiang Wancheng's money. He didn't want to give Jiang Wancheng the impression that he was greedy.
5 million plus a house and a car worth more than 10 million, what Jiang Wancheng and the others gave him was actually enough.
He now lives in a big villa and drives a sports car. Even if he takes the money, he doesn't know where to spend it. Besides, it's only 20 million. With his current ability, he can't earn 20 million? Don't want? Jiang Wancheng looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Qin Yang, Uncle Jiang, you don't have to give it anymore.
Mu Shui is pregnant with my child now.
Although what happened that night was an accident, I am also responsible for it. Mu Shui is still pregnant with my child.
Even if I didn't gain psychic powers, even if I knew there was danger, I would still try my best to help Mu Shui.
Jiang Wancheng nodded. I believe you will do this, but I'll give you the money anyway. Qin Yang wanted to say more.
Jiang Wancheng raised his hand to stop him. Listen to me, I know you definitely want to make money to support your family, but if you want to make money quickly, you still need some capital.
These 20 million are not for you alone.
They are Mu Shui's dowry and are for your small family. When Mu Shui wakes up, you have to take care of her.
Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I will.
Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of and protect Mu Shui.
Good. A smile appeared on Jiang Wancheng's face. Chapter 39 Qin Yang's anger. Jiang Wancheng is gone.
Soon Qin Yang received a text message reminder from the bank.
20 million has arrived.
He already had 1 million in his bank card, and with the 20 million, the balance reached a staggering 21 million. There are many people who have assets of more than 20 million, but there are very few people who have more than 20 million in cash on their cards.
Wow, that's a lot of money. Qin Yang muttered to himself.
For ordinary people, this amount of money is enough to live a comfortable life as long as they don't waste it.
Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room upstairs. Mu Shui, someone sent me a package.
Inside the package was a beautifully carved sniper bullet.
Emotional value plus 11.
Jiang Mushue's mood changed significantly. Your father came over and gave me 20 million, saying it was your dowry, and asked me to use the money to make money so I could support you in the future.
Emotional value plus 15. Qin Yang, Mu Shui, you have to wake up quickly.
If I am assassinated, at least our child will still have a mother in the future. How pitiful it will be for a child without a mother. At this time, Qin Yang saw Mu Shui's belly move. He pressed his hand lightly on it. The little guy in Jiang Mushue's belly was moving slowly.
Mu Shui, the baby is moving.
Qin Yang conveyed his feelings to Jiang Mushue.
Emotional value plus 15.
After chatting with Jiang Mushue for a while, Jiang Mushue's mental energy was consumed a lot. Before it was completely consumed, Qin Yang went upstairs and played the piano to help Jiang Mushue recover.
Qin Yang figured it out.
Jiang Mushue spends most of her time playing the piano.
Half an hour later, the piano playing was over. Qin Yang went to Jiang Mushue's room again.
Honey, I'm going out to buy a car today.
Let's kiss goodbye first.
Qin Yang said this and lowered his head to kiss Jiang Mushue's little mouth.
Emotional value plus 17. Emotional value plus 14.
It didn't take long for Jiang Mushue's mental strength to be exhausted.
Qin Yang took a taxi to the Volvo 4S store. Thanks to the development of domestic new energy vehicles, the price of gasoline vehicles has dropped significantly and is much more affordable than before. Who won? Qin Yang shouted.
He learned at a class reunion that Huan was selling cars here.
Qin Yang thinks Volvo is okay.
He simply came over to take care of his classmate's business.
Qin Yang, are you buying a car? Huan quickly came to Qin Yang and asked. Qin Yang nodded. Huan asked doubtfully, don't you have a car? I saw you in a supercar yesterday. That should be yours, right? Did you see it? Qin Yang said in surprise.
Huan, I went out to buy some things yesterday and saw you asking a designated driver to drive your car back.
I didn't tell anyone. Qin Yang nodded, that's good. That supercar isn't suitable for driving out on a regular basis.
I'm going to buy another car.
Please recommend a good one to me. I want it ready. I'll drive away after paying the fee and waiting for a while.
Huan smiled and said, no problem. Soon Huan recommended a car to Qin Yang, the Volvo CX-90, which was much more comfortable to sit in than the supercar.
That's it. Qin Yang paid the money quickly. In less than an hour, Qin Yang drove away. Huan, was that your classmate just now? He's so handsome, and he's rich too. If you can win him over, you won't have to worry about anything in your life.
A colleague of Huan came up to her and asked tentatively.
Huan shook her head. There's no chance between him and me. Huan, can you introduce me to him?
Huan glanced at her colleague, who was prettier than her, but not much more so.
Lily, he's not from the same world as us.
He also has a supercar worth tens of millions at home.
Huan's colleague.
She sighed helplessly. There is no way that people who drive supercars worth tens of millions would look down on them.
Comfortable. This car is much more comfortable to drive than a supercar.
Qin Yang drove the new car for a lap.
Ding ding. Qin Yang's cell phone suddenly rang.
It was his father Qin Hai who called.
Qin Yang parked his car and answered the phone. Dad, have you found a construction company and are ready to clear the site for construction? Qin Hai, construction started yesterday. Son, did you send anything? I just received a package. Qin Yang's face changed. Dad, I didn't send a courier. Open the package and let me see what's inside. Qin Hai hung up the phone. He dialed Qin Yang's video call and opened the express delivery. Qin Yang's face suddenly turned ugly. This express box contains identical wooden bullets. Okay. That's how you play it, right? Qin Yang exuded a sinister aura.
Qin Yang was not too angry about sending him this kind of thing, but the other party actually sent it to his parents.
Son, did you receive this too? Qin Hai asked while holding the bullet. Qin Yang nodded, I received it this morning.
Qin Hai, this is a carved sniper bullet, son.
Is this a death threat? Dad, I'm sorry. I've implicated you. Qin Yang frowned. Qin Hai said, what's the point of being involved or not?
This isn't Mu Shue's fault, nor is it your fault.
Don't take the blame for someone else's problem on yourself. Don't worry too much.
The other party should just be trying to scare us. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, Dad, don't let Mom see this. I will find out who is causing this as soon as possible.
Qin Hai, be careful. Don't worry about us. We are all acquaintances in the village.
Qin Yang said, Dad, go buy some dogs.
It's okay during the day, but I'm afraid strangers will approach you at night. Qin Hai nodded.
Son, please don't divorce me because of this. Our family can't afford to be scared by such a small thing.
Qin Yang, Dad, no.
By the way, Uncle Jiang gave me 20 million this morning. He said it was Mu Shue's dowry and asked me to use it to make money.
Qin Hai was stunned. The number of 20 million is too big for him. Son, I can't take care of your affairs anymore.
You take care of your own affairs and take good care of Mu Shue and the child.
Don't worry about your mother and me, we will be fine. Qin Hai spoke.
After chatting for a while, Qin Yang hung up the video.
Ding ding. Qin Yang called Su Zhe. Hello, who is this? Su Zhe's voice came soon.
Qin Yang said, Captain Su, I'm Qin Yang.
I wonder if you found anything about that wooden bullet. Su Zhe, Qin Yang, there are no fingerprints on it.
We are now investigating how this package got into your hands. I'll let you know as soon as I have the results.
Qin Yang said, Captain Su, there is a new situation. My parents just received the same express delivery in my hometown.
Su Zhe's expression changed slightly. Sending this thing to Qin Yang and his parents at the same time has changed the nature of the case.
The other party may be serious. Qin Yang, can you show me the photo? This is my WeChat number, please add it. Qin Yang quickly sent the photos to Su Zhe. Chapter 40 Jiang Mushue's birthday?
Su Zhe frowned when he saw the photo.
The photo shows exactly the same wooden bullet.
Qin Yang, we must do our best to find the target.
Su Zhe sent a message to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, Captain Su, please hold on tight. This is no joke.
It's a threat to our lives.
We'll try our best. Su Zhe frowned.
Although Qin Yang and his men suffered no casualties, if the problem is not resolved, it will be a big trouble if a problem really arises. Xin Yang has already called the police, and they will be responsible if any problems arise again.
After returning home, Xin Yang called Ouyang Wu and said, Ouyang, I received a wooden sniper bullet, and my parents received it too. Do you think it was the Du family who did it?
On the other end of the phone, Ouyang Wu's face changed slightly. Lao Qin, I said it would be dangerous for you to marry Jiang Muxue. It's highly likely that this wasn't done by the Du family.
Xin Yang, why? Ouyang Wudao, the Du family is a martial arts family.
They still have some dignity. If they send wooden bullets to threaten ordinary people, the Du family and their ancestors will lose face if the news gets out.
Du Chongming found a woman to seduce you, and you couldn't resist. That's your problem.
If the Du family did this, it's the Du family's problem.
Xin Yang, Ouyang, you are from a martial arts family, you know a lot about these things, please help me analyze it. Ouyang Wu thought about it for a while. Lao Qin, your parents should be fine. The other party's goal is to separate you and Jiang Muxue. If you don't listen, they will have achieved their goal by assassinating you. Assassinating your parents would be superfluous. Killing you all would be a family massacre. The investigation into this kind of case would definitely be much more rigorous than an ordinary homicide. Xin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his parents are okay, he'll be relieved. Ouyang, thank you. Ouyang Wu, old Qin, you're too concerned. You should be able to think things through yourself.
The other party is motivated by profit, not by a desire to confront the country.
Ouyang Wu, old Qin, relax a bit. Jiang Muxue is your wife now. It's others who should be anxious. You should be calm and the other party will eventually reveal their true intentions. Since the other party is threatening like this, there should be action. It might attack you. Xin Yang narrowed his eyes. Attack him? He wanted it.
If the other party does this, he may be able to follow the clues and find the other party.
Old Qin, be careful. I don't want to eat your meal yet. Xin Yang said unhappily, fuck you. Have you dealt with that matter yet? Do you need my help? Ouyang Wu, it's almost done.
I'm going back after I finish my business.
The family business is expanding southward, so I might come back soon. Xin Yang smiled and said, that's a good thing. This way we'll have more opportunities to meet in the future. After hanging up the phone, Xin Yang felt much more relaxed. He arrived at the gym. Woo woo.
While controlling the flying knife to fly in the gym, Xin Yang was practicing with the equipment. His physique had become stronger, but even with the system, he still needed to adapt to his current strength.
If ordinary people saw Xin Yang's training, they would probably be shocked.
His physique and strength are much stronger than that of ordinary people.
In the blink of an eye, it was the next afternoon.
Xin Yang gained a lot of emotional points from Jiang Muxue.
His emotional value is 1,000.
System, I'm facing death threats right now, and my parents are also facing threats.
I'm going to draw a lottery for 1,000 emotion points. Please be strong and give me a surprise.
Xin Yang said in his mind.
Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for winning an A-level spirit dog.
Xin Yang was stunned. Actually got a living thing? System, what is the strength of an A-level spirit dog? Also, can living things enter the system space?
The system said, host, the living creatures drawn in the lottery can enter the system space, and other living creatures cannot enter. The A-level spirit dog has the strength of an early-stage master of the transformation realm. It understands human nature and has a much stronger sense of smell than an ordinary dog.
Xin Yang's eyes lit up. System, this reward is good.
Xin Yang quickly called Xin Hai and asked, Dad, is the package you received still there?
Exist.
Xin Yang, Dad, please send it to me.
Wrap it up in something so no one else can touch it. Xin Hai, is it the police who want it?
Xin Yang actually wanted the spirit dog to smell it, as the bullet might still have the opponent's scent lingering on it.
2 more days passed.
There has been no progress with Su Zhe. The express delivery sent by Xin Hai arrived in Xin Yang's hands.
Dai Huang, smell it. Xin Yang opened the express and let a big yellow dog smell it.
This big yellow dog was the smart dog he had drawn. Its breed was a Chinese pastoral dog and it looked very majestic.
The big yellow dog sniffed it carefully and quickly. Da Huang, if anyone comes to our house from now on and has the same aura, please tell me. Xin Yang ordered. The big yellow dog nodded. It is a smart dog and can understand what Xin Yang says. Xin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance.
If he didn't go out, he guessed that the other party would definitely come to his door in this situation.
The express package was wrapped tightly and no one else had touched it. As long as he smelled the same scent, he would definitely know that it was the person he was looking for. Okay, go out and play.
Xin Yang rubbed the big yellow dog's head and said, "This big yellow dog can be used to protect his parents in the future. But now it must find the enemy here first."
In the evening, Liang Lan arrived at Qin Yang's side. "Xiao Qin, where did you find a dog?" Liang Lan asked in surprise.
"Xin Yang, Aunt Liang, I bought it from outside. I can communicate with it with my mental power, and it is very obedient.
Maybe it can find the person who sent the bullet in the future." Liang Lan nodded slightly. "I have a way to get him to come over." Xin Yang quickly asked, "What method?"
"Liang Lan, Mu Shui's 24th birthday is coming up in a few days.
We can use this as an excuse to invite some people to attend."
When Liang Lan said this, her eyes became a little dim. If Mu Shui can't wake up soon, this might be her last birthday.
"I'm here to tell you this. Let's do something for her." Xin Yang nodded. "Aunt Liang, don't worry too much.
I think there's a good chance Mu Shui will wake up. The music therapy is working well, and her condition is improving."
Liang Lan nodded.
"I hope Mu Shui can wake up, but we must also be prepared for the possibility that Mu Shui will not wake up at that time.
Let's celebrate Mu Shui's birthday." Xin Yang nodded. "Aunt Liang, I have no objection." Liang Lan, "Xiao Qin, your parents are busy.
They just came to see Mu Shui a few days ago.
Don't let them bother you. Don't tell them about Mu Shui's birthday. They are safer in the village." Xin Yang nodded. "Okay, Aunt Liang. Aunt Liang, please invite anyone who might have a problem. Maybe De Huan can smell it.
Brothers who like it, please give a 5-star praise.
If the data is not good and you don't give the quantity, it will be cold." Chapter 41, A Level Strengthening Talisman. Liang Lan shook her head. "This isn't right. If we invite people, people with problems won't come. If we don't invite them, word will spread and people with problems will definitely come." Xin Yang thought about it. What Liang Lan said makes sense. Hasn't Mu Shui invited those people to her birthday party before? Liang Lan nodded. Mu Shui is relatively low-key.
In the past, she would only celebrate her big birthday. On ordinary birthdays, she would just get together with those she was very close to. Then wait for yourself to come,"
Xin Yang said. Liang Lan, "Xiao Qin, come with me upstairs. I want to talk to Mu Shui. Can you help me convey her message?" The two soon arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Xin Yang connected his mental power with Jiang Mushue. "Mushue, Mom is here to see you.
Your 24th birthday is in 6 days, and Mom wants to give you a lively birthday party."
There were faint tears in Liang Lan's eyes. Emotional value plus 15.
Your grandparents and uncle will all be here. Your grandpa and his family haven't met Qin Yang yet, so it's a good opportunity for them to meet him.
Emotional value plus 18. Mu Shui, if you wake up soon, maybe you can still attend this birthday party.
You can introduce Qin Yang to your friends yourself.
Emotional value plus 20.
Liang Lan held Jiang Mushue's hand and spoke slowly. Qin Yang used his mental power to transmit everything she said to Jiang Mushue, and he transmitted not only sound but also images.
But the image is still blurry now. Of course, it's still possible to barely recognize people.
10 minutes later, Qin Yang said, "Aunt Liang, Mu Shui's mental energy has been completely depleted and she can no longer transmit messages."
Is this all consumed?
Liang Lan was puzzled.
Qin Yang, when her mental energy fluctuates greatly, it is consumed faster.
Each time her mental energy is consumed, some of it can be recovered.
My playing the piano can also help her recover better. Liang Lan nodded. Xiao Qin, can't you just play the piano music? Qin Yang shook his head.
Mu Shui's recovery relies on my mental power.
The piano music is just a medium. Mu Shui loves music.
When I play the piano, my mental power can better help Mu Shui.
So that's how it is. Liang Lan nodded gently. Xiao Qin, you need to practice on your own. Will this affect the improvement of your strength? Qin Yang shook his head. Aunt Liang, it won't have much impact.
I also need to relax after practicing, and playing the piano is a pretty good way to relax.
And Mu Shui is my wife, so this is what I should do. Liang Lan smiled slightly. Xiaoqin, thank you for your hard work.
Xin Yang shook his head and said, it's not that hard.
Aunt Liang, please stay with Mu Shui for a while. I'm going to the study to read. Good. Qin Yang quickly arrived at the study. System, 1000 emotion points, lottery.
Qin Yang said in his mind.
I just got 1000 emotion points after getting them. Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for winning an A-level enhancement talisman.
The system voice sounded.
A strengthening talisman appeared in the system space.
System, what does the strengthening talisman do? Host, the strengthening talisman can be used to strengthen objects.
The volume of the object strengthened by the A-level strengthening talisman must be less than 1 cubic meter, and the strengthened object must be a whole.
Qin Yang, can it only enhance items? Yes, host.
A small flying knife appeared in Qin Yang's hand.
If it was strengthened, its power would be greatly enhanced.
No, this cannot be strengthened.
Qin Yang put away the flying knife. He took out his recently bought mobile phone. System, if I strengthen this phone, will it simply become stronger, or will its performance be enhanced? Performance will be enhanced.
Qin Yang took out the strengthening talisman and used it on his phone.
Yellow light enveloped Qin Yang's cell phone. This phone is changing rapidly from the inside out. Its signal is stronger.
It also provides stronger protection against viruses and other diseases.
The mobile assistants in mobile phones are much better than before.
It is not far from artificial intelligence.
Xiaoyi, report the situation of the cell phone.
The strengthening is over, Qin Yang said softly. Xiaoyi, mobile phone performance has increased hundreds of times, signal strength has increased hundreds of times, and storage space has increased thousands of times. The ability to resist hacker attacks has increased 1,000 times.
Qin Yang was very satisfied after Xiaoyi finished her report. The performance of the enhanced mobile phone is very powerful.
Using this phone, he no longer has to worry about being eavesdropped by others.
Xiaoyi, your numbers won't sync up, right? Master, no. Qin Yang looked at the enhanced mobile phone.
It looks exactly the same as before the enhancement, but its software and hardware have undergone earth-shaking changes.
Xiaoyi, how capable are you of resisting the invasion now? Qin Yang asked. Xiaoyi, Master, you can rest assured.
The chances of this phone being hacked successfully are extremely small.
Can we counter the invasion? Master, the phone doesn't have this function. Qin Yang felt a little regretful. It would be nice if it could still fight back against other hackers.
But if it still has the ability to fight back, the defense capability will be weaker. After all, only an A-level enhancement symbol was used.
Its strengthening ability is limited. As the attack is strengthened, the defense ability will naturally be weaker. Half an hour passed. Knock, knock. Liang Lan knocked on the door. Qin Yang went over and opened the door. Liang Lan was outside. Liang Lan entered the study and asked, Xiaoqin, do you have a photographic memory? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan picked up a book from the bookshelf at random. Xiaoqin, have you read this book? Let me see what it is about. I have. Liang Lan flipped to the middle. Page 123, line 5, what does it say? Qin Yang recited it easily. Liang Lan tried twice more, and Qin Yang said it accurately both times. You really do have a photographic memory. Xiaoqin, what kind of books do you need?
Just tell me when the time comes and I'll have someone send them to you.
Liang Lan exclaimed in amazement.
Qin Yang, I can buy it myself.
Liang Lan chuckled and said, some books are not available for purchase. Some universities and private libraries have rare books. I should be able to borrow them from someone if I ask them to. Aunt Liang, thank you very much. Liang Lan left soon. After returning home, Liang Lan sent messages to some people. Jiang Mushue's birthday? Jiang Mushue hasn't woken up yet. Celebrating her birthday now seems like the Jiang family thinks the chances of her waking up are very low. They're going to celebrate Jiang Mushue's last birthday. You must go to this birthday party.
Liang Lan's message was only sent to a few people, but it soon became known to more people.
Dad, Jiang Mushue is going to hold a birthday party, I want to go. You have to help me get an invitation.
Lin family, Lin Junyao said to his father Lin Xingda.
Lin Xingda nodded slightly.
Liang Lan did not invite Lin Junyao to the banquet, but if he took the initiative to bring it up, the Jiang family would probably not refuse him.
Brother Jiang. Lin Xingda quickly called Jiang Wancheng. It didn't take long for Jiang Wancheng to agree. It's done. You can go to the birthday party.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Xingda said to Lin Junyao.
Chapter 42: The Plan of Jiang Haolong and Others. The next day, Liang Lan called Qin Yang.
Xiaoqin, there will be hundreds of people coming to Mu Shue's birthday party, and most of them were not invited by me.
Qin Yang, and Liang, aren't there too many people? It might be crowded with so many people coming.
Liang Lan, there are indeed a lot of people.
So I thought about changing the place. How about we find a manor and celebrate the birthday there? Qin Yang asked, is it convenient for Mu Shue to transfer like this? Liang Lan said, there's no problem with Mu Shue's transfer.
She's not injured. She's just over 6 months pregnant. There's no need to monitor her brainwaves and heartbeat all the time.
Qin Yang thought about it. He can then put the amulet on Jiang Mushue. With the S-level amulet protecting her, she will definitely be fine. And Liang, since Mu Shue can be transferred, it's no problem for me. We can hold it somewhere else without messing up the house. Qin Yang said. Liang Lan smiled and said, since you have no objection, then it's settled. I'll find a manor and set it up in advance. You don't have to worry about anything else, just protect Mu Shue. Xiaoqin, there's one more thing. Aunt Liang, you say. Mu Shue's grandparents and uncle will also be here. They may not be very happy with you, so don't take it to heart.
Qin Yang muttered in his heart. He and Jiang Mushue have been married for a while now, and no one from the Liang family has come over.
Is there something hidden behind this? Aunt Liang, I won't take it to heart.
Liang Lan said, my father and my brother are both soldiers.
My father arranged a marriage for me when I was just born.
Later, I got together with Mu Shue's father. My father broke his promise to his deceased comrade, and he blames himself for it. After Mu Shue was born, my father discussed with us about arranging a marriage between Mu Shue and the grandson of his comrade in arms.
Didn't he agree to that? He's always had some issues with it. Qin Yang suddenly realized, that's how it is.
If your comrade in arms is not dead, it is not a big deal to cancel the engagement. But if your comrade in arms is dead, you will feel bad about canceling the engagement. The older generation places great importance on comradeship.
Aunt Liang, I won't have any opinion on them.
Liang Lan, my dad is a good person, but this incident made him unhappy with us. Back then, he and his comrade had a life and death friendship.
The older generation's thinking is different from ours.
They think that arranging marriages as children is a good idea, but we are very opposed to it.
Qin Yang asked, Aunt Liang, when will Grandpa and the others come?
Liang Lan, they are quite far from Haicheng.
They came here the day before. Maybe they will come to your place on the same day. Don't argue with that old fool of my dad. Qin Yang. Aunt Liang, don't worry.
Jiang Haolong, Jiang Haowu, and Jiang Haoren gathered together.
Brother, what's the matter with you calling me here? Jiang Haoren asked.
Jiang Haolong, Haoren, Mu Shue's birthday is coming up, and we'll be meeting Qin Yang again.
There will be a lot of young people there, too.
What are your thoughts?
Jiang Haoren shook his head. What can I think?
My calligraphy is good, but he crushes me. I can't even drink as much as him.
What do you guys think? Jiang Haowu frowned.
Brother, Haoren, the three of us are brothers.
Don't be so pretentious.
I suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Yang last time, and I was very upset.
This time we have to find a way to get back at him.
Jiang Haolong nodded, I'm not happy either.
You guys just drank too much and had a headache the next day.
I shook his hand, and my hand hurt for 5 days. Speaking of this, Jiang Haolong still felt a dull pain in his hand.
Of course, this was just his illusion.
Jiang Haoren, I am also very unhappy with Qin Yang, brother. If you have a good idea, I will definitely support you. There was a gleam in Jiang Haolong's eyes.
He said in a deep voice, Qin Yang is not worthy of Mu Shue. We must do everything we can to separate Qin Yang and Mu Shue.
We will try to stir up conflicts between him and others.
There are quite a few young talents coming this time. Jiang Haoren, I agree.
Jiang Haowu said, Haoren, you are the smartest among us.
Tell me, do you have any other good ways to deal with Qin Yang?
This guy stays at home every day, so it's hard to take action.
It's a rare opportunity to have such an opportunity.
Jiang Haoren smiled slightly. As far as I know, Mu Shue's grandfather wanted to arrange a marriage for Mu Shue with someone else.
He probably doesn't agree with Qin Yang and Mu Shue being together.
It would be best if he and Qin Yang could fall out. One of him is worth 10 of us. Zhang Haolong and Jiang Haowu's eyes lit up.
Haoren, tell me more.
Zhang Haoren, I have done a thorough investigation recently.
Qin Yang and Mu Shue should not have had any contact before. Mu Shue's pregnancy is most likely an accident caused by alcohol.
Zhang Haolong narrowed his eyes.
Drunk accident? If that's the case, Qin Yang did it on purpose.
With his alcohol tolerance, it's impossible for him to get drunk at the company's annual meeting.
Jiang Haowu asked, Haoren, do you have any evidence?
Jiang Haoren smiled slightly.
Qin Yang used to live a very ordinary life.
He rented a small house and wore ordinary clothes. Especially his job, he worked long hours and earned little. If they were secretly together before, Mu Shue only needed to help Qin Yang a little bit, and his life would be much easier. Jiang Haowu was thinking.
Haoren, what you said makes sense. But this still doesn't constitute evidence.
Qin Yang could say that he doesn't want to rely on Mu Shue, that he wants to make money honestly and then marry her.
He could also say that he doesn't want to take the money for fear of being discovered by Uncle Jiang.
Jiang Haoren, it's been a long time since the incident. Mu Shue is in a coma again, and Uncle Jiang and the others have testified for Qin Yang. It's very difficult for us to find definitive evidence.
But it's not necessary.
We just need to tell a few people about our suspicions. Jiang Haowu said in a deep voice, I have a friend who is very good at hypnosis. If he can hypnotize Qin Yang, maybe he can get the truth directly from Qin Yang's mouth.
Jiang Haoren, are you sure?
Jiang Haowu nodded.
My friend is a mutant.
As a psychic, his strength isn't very strong, but he learned hypnosis and is now a very good hypnotist.
Jiang Haoren said, shall we make an appointment with Qin Yang? Let your friend try to hypnotize Qin Yang secretly. If the hypnosis is successful, then let Qin Yang speak out publicly. Jiang Haowu showed hesitation on his face. This. You'll have to pay him a lot to ask him to do this. Jiang Haoren, second brother, this is easy.
He is your friend, I will pay for it all by myself.
How much?
Jiang Haowu said, his fee is quite high. Even with my respect, he still wants 3 or 500,000.
Jiang Haoren's mouth twitched.
Although his family is richer than Jiang Haolong's, his pocket money is not particularly much, only a few 100,000 yuan a year.
Okay, I'll go. Let's have dinner with Qin Yang tonight. Jiang Haoren gritted his teeth. Chapter 43 Playing Tricks on Jiang Haolong and the Other Two.
Qin Yang received a call from Jiang Haolong.
Dinner tonight? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. What good could come from Jiang Haolong inviting him to dinner?
Brother-in-law, we are Mu Shue's cousins.
We are inviting you to dinner. You won't refuse us this little bit of face, right?
Jiang Haolong said as he turned on the recording.
Qin Yang laughed out loud and said, why not? Cousin, where is the place? I will definitely come over if I have nothing to do in the evening.
Jiang Haolong told the address in time.
The place is a bit far. Goodbye, cousin.
A few hours later, it was evening, and Qin Yang's phone received a message from the system space, showing no intention of going out.
The appointment time is 6:30.
Jiang Haolong and his friends had already arrived at 6 o'clock. They had discussed what to do when Qin Yang came. But it was almost 6:30 and Qin Yang still hadn't arrived.
The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later.
Jiang Haolong called Qin Yang but the call didn't go through. Brother, don't worry, Qin Yang should be here soon. Let's be careful with our attitude and not scare him away.
Jiang Haowu said.
Jiang Haolong nodded. They waited for another 10 minutes. This time it was Jiang Haowu who called Qin Yang, but the call still could not be connected.
Jiang Haoren frowned. Brother, is that bastard Qin Yang standing us up? I don't think so. Jiang Haolong's tone was uncertain.
Gradually, more than 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Haolong called Qin Yang again but the call was still not connected.
Grass. Jiang Haolong's face darkened.
Almost half an hour had passed since the agreed time, and Qin Yang still hadn't arrived. It was likely that they had been tricked by Qin Yang.
He probably had no intention of coming to dinner at all.
Brother Hu, if Qin Yang didn't come, it wasn't my fault.
I can only return half of the 600,000 to you.
A man in his 30s said with a smile. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and smiled gently, but Jiang Haohu knew that his friend was not someone to be trifled with. Zhang Hang, Qin Yang stood us up, and he also stood you up.
Aren't you angry? Jiang Haohu said.
Zhang Hang shook his head.
I'm not angry. He didn't even know I was coming. He wasn't trying to stand me up. Why should I be angry?
Brother Hu, my time is precious. I'll wait for 10 more minutes at most.
Jiang Haohu nodded. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
Zhang Hang stood up and said, Brother Hu, I'm leaving first. Brother Long, Brother Haoren, you three can enjoy your meal.
Although there are some added ingredients, it's fine. Zhang Hang added medicine to the food.
He uses this drug to assist in hypnosis.
Zhang Hang left soon.
Zhang Haolong and the other three all looked unhappy. In order to ask Zhang Hang for help, they spent 600,000 yuan. Even if they returned 300,000 yuan, it would have been a waste of 300,000 yuan. Zhang Haoren's heart was bleeding.
He spent the money. I'm sorry, the number you dialed.
Zhang Haoren also called Qin Yang, but the result was the same as Zhang Haolong and the others. The call still didn't go through.
Grass. Jiang Haohu gritted his teeth. Shall we talk about this?
Let everyone know that Qin Yang is a villain who doesn't keep his word.
Zhang Haoren took a deep breath. It's useless. Qin Yang said that if everything is fine, he will definitely come. If he says he has something to do, what can we say? Zhang Haolong frowned.
He should know I recorded it. I agreed to it on the phone, but I didn't even think about coming here. Zhang Haoren looked at the dishes on the table in front of him.
Zhang Hang said it had no effect, but if Qin Yang didn't come, would they still need to take this drug thing? Let's go. Zhang Haoren stood up.
Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haohu nodded. They were not interested in eating either.
Let's go to Qin Yang.
Zhang Haolong gritted his teeth. More than half an hour later, they arrived outside the villa.
Zhang Haolong knocked on the door. Qin Yang said in surprise, Brother, why are you here? I was just about to go out. Zhang Haolong said in a deep voice, What do you mean? We ordered the food at the restaurant and waited for you for over half an hour, and then came here from the restaurant, and you're just about to leave? Qin Yang looked surprised. Didn't we meet at 8:30? It's only 7:40 now, that should be enough time to go.
Zhang Haolong's mouth twitched. We're meeting at 6:30. Qin Yang slapped his forehead and said, Cousin, I'm sorry, I misheard.
I thought the appointment was for 8:30. I'm a little confused as to why it's so late. Zhang Haolong and others.
They felt very uncomfortable as if they had punched nothing.
My three cousins, there are very good restaurants nearby. Let's eat nearby. It's my treat. We won't go home until we're drunk.
Qin Yang said with a smile on his face. Zhang Haolong and the others' expressions changed slightly.
Will he not get drunk?
They were afraid that by then they would be the ones drunk, while Qin Yang would still be fine.
Zhang Hang left.
The food was not pre-cooked. There is no need to get drunk by Qin Yang while having dinner with him.
Some other time. Zhang Haoren took a deep breath and said, I'm delayed today. I have something to do later.
Soon Zhang Haolong and the others left. None of them suggested going upstairs to see Jiang Muxue. Zhang Haolong and the others left.
Qin Yang called De Huang and asked, De Huang, is the person I want you to find among them? Da Huang shook his head.
Zhang Haolong and his friends drove out of the community quickly.
Fuck him. He actually played tricks on us. I'm going to make him know how powerful I am. Jiang Haohu cursed.
Zhang Haolong drove with a gloomy face. Zhang Haoren will play with him slowly in the future.
He's just a country boy, how can he beat us?
Zhang Haolong and Zhang Haohu nodded.
2 days passed. Tomorrow is Jiang Mushue's 24th birthday.
Jiang Mushue's grandfather and others arrived in Haicheng. System: 1 draw for 1,000 emotion points, 2 draws for 100 emotion points. Qin Yang said in his mind. After the morning harvest, he had 1,200 emotional points.
Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level mental power.
The host already has S-level mental power, and the mental power is being integrated.
Qin Yang felt his mental strength increasing rapidly.
Mental strength can be continuously stacked like physical fitness.
You don't need to obtain high-level rewards, low-level ones are also fine.
Ordinary skills need to be acquired at a high level before they can be integrated. System, after the fusion, I will still be S rank, right? Qin Yang asked in his mind.
System, yes, host, there is no upgrade, but your mental strength is still much stronger than before.
Well, go ahead. Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for achieving C rank marksmanship. A lot of information about shooting quickly flooded into Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face.
It's pretty good to get C-level marksmanship with 100 emotion points.
An ordinary person may not be able to reach this level even after 10 years of regular training. However, he only had marksmanship but no gun.
Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level painting skill.
Qin Yang was stunned.
His character suddenly exploded. 100 emotion points actually gave him an A-level skill.
Although all I got was a drawing skill, what's there to be dissatisfied about with such a gain for just 100 emotional points? Chapter 44, Conversation with Jiang Muxue. Ding ding. Liang Lan called Qin Yang. Aunt Liang.
Liang Lan said quickly on the other end of the phone, Xiao Qin, my dad, my brother and others are here.
I'm busy at the company.
They said they'll go to your place and arrive in half an hour.
Just prepare a little.
Qin Yang, okay, I'll ask Sheng Hong and the others to prepare some refreshments.
Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, these are not very important. What's important is that you clean up a little and feel more energetic.
If my dad and the others say something excessive, please bear with them.
I'll be right over when I'm done here.
Qin Yang chuckled and said, Aunt Liang, don't worry.
You have something going on at your company.
Take care of the company's affairs first. I will do my best to entertain Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle and the others.
Liang Lan breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiao Qin, my father and brother are both soldiers.
My father holds the rank of general, and my brother is now a colonel-level officer. Their aura may be slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Pay attention.
There was surprise in Qin Yang's eyes. Jiang Mushua's grandfather and uncle are so powerful, especially Jiang Mushua's grandfather, he is actually a general.
Aunt Liang, I understand.
Liang Lan said, you don't have to be too nervous. You and Mushue have already obtained your marriage certificate.
Legally, you are a legal couple. They all understand the law. Qin Yang asked, Aunt Liang, what hobbies do Grandpa and his family have? I can read some books on the subject. Liang Lan, my dad and brother don't have any hobbies.
They are very busy and are at home for no more than 1 month a year.
My mother likes to paint. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Grandma Jiang Muxue likes painting? He just acquired the painting skill. And it's A-level. B-level skills are already very powerful.
A-level skills are at a super high level, ranking among the top 10 in the country.
Aunt Liang, I understand. I will definitely entertain my grandparents well. Qin Yang said. Liang Lan gave a few more instructions and hung up the phone. Qin Yang asked Cheng Hong and the others to prepare tea and snacks. Not long after, an old Audi drove up to the outside of the villa. Qin Yang opened the door and went outside. 3 people got out of the car.
The 2 old people and 1 middle-aged man, the 3 of them are naturally Jiang Mushua's grandparents and uncle.
Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. Qin Yang shouted.
Jiang Mushua's grandfather and uncle did not agree. Her grandmother smiled and nodded, you must be Xiao Qin, you are very handsome and a good match for our Xiaoxue.
Old man, son, don't look so serious. Xiao Qin has not offended you.
Jiang Mushua's grandfather snorted lightly, let's talk about it after we go in. Soon Qin Yang and his friends arrived at the villa. Jiang Mushua's uncle stared at Qin Yang with sharp eyes, Qin Yang, you and Mushua were not a couple before.
Mushue got pregnant because of an accident after drinking, right?
As long as Qin Yang was lying, he believed he could tell. He is an armed police officer and deals with drug dealers all year round.
Qin Yang said calmly, Uncle, is this important? Maybe I can wake Mushue up. Jiang Mushue's uncle is Liang Guodong. He said, of course it's important. So many doctors can't wake Mushue up. How can you possibly wake her up?
Xin Yang said, after Mu Shui and I got married, her complexion has improved significantly compared to before.
Liang Vodong.
They were a little off the track. In their opinion, Zhang Muxue was getting some nourishment. They guessed that Zhang Wancheng and the others were looking for Qin Yang just to let Qin Yang have sex with Zhang Muxue to see if he could wake her up.
Qin Yang, wait until Mu Shui wakes up and you can divorce. We won't pursue the fact that you pretended to be drunk and had sex with her before. We can also give you some money. Zhang Mushua's grandfather said in a deep voice.
They knew that Qin Yang's alcohol tolerance was a problem. Grandpa and uncle, Mu Shui and I are real, we are in love with each other.
Liang Guodong frowned. Qin Yang, are you sure?
It's not difficult for me to find someone to retrieve your and Mu Shui's communication records. It will show how many times you have contacted each other in the past.
Qin Yang, I'm sure.
Uncle, Mu Shui and I are afraid of this, so we don't usually contact each other by phone. We love each other, so there's no need to be together every day.
What do you think? Liang Guodong sneered.
Zhang Mushua's grandfather said, Qin Yang, Wancheng and the others want Xiaoxue to wake up. We understand, and we're not asking you to divorce now, but you're not suitable.
It would be best if you could take the money that belongs to you and leave. Qin Yang, Grandpa, I appreciate your kindness. But I won't leave Mu Shui.
Qin Yang did not tell Zhang Muxue and her grandfather the real situation now. It was a question whether they would keep it a secret for him if they knew it. They are soldiers.
I know of powerful psychics who might report it. Qin Yang doesn't want to deal with the authorities for the time being.
His current strength has not yet reached the invincible level, and he cannot predict what will happen in the future when dealing with the authorities.
Qin Yang, don't rush to draw conclusions. You still have time to think about it.
It won't be too late to make a decision after Xiaoxue wakes up. Zhang Mushua's grandfather said calmly. Qin Yang murmured in his heart that divorce was impossible.
Where does he get his emotional value after the divorce? Dad, let's go upstairs and see Mu Shui.
Soon Qin Yang followed them upstairs.
Zhang Mushua's grandmother said happily, Xiaoqin, thank you. Mu Shui looks much better now. Grandma, I'm Mu Shui's husband. Helping Mu Shui is what I should do.
Qin Yang said with a smile. His mental power connected with Zhang Mushui. Qin Yang soon discovered the difference. His mental strength increased, and his mental connection with Zhang Mushui became stronger. Mushui, your grandparents and uncle are here. Qin Yang sent a message through his mental power. At the same time, he transmitted the image of the outside world to Zhang Mushui. As his mental power increased, the transmitted image became much clearer.
Emotional value plus 25. Grandpa, Grandma. Qin Yang was stunned.
He heard Zhang Mushue's voice through his mental power.
Honey, I just heard you. Who is your wife? I am not your wife, Qin Yang. You are not allowed to kiss me or touch me anymore. Do you hear me?
Qin Yang heard Zhang Mushue's voice again.
Mu Shui, we got the marriage certificate. Legally, you are my wife. Emotional value plus 18. I didn't agree. Our marriage certificate is invalid.
Qin Yang, Mu Shui, since you don't agree, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and talk to the staff there.
Emotional value plus 15. Zhang Mushui, anyway, you are not allowed to kiss me or touch me anymore. Otherwise, when I wake up, I will not let you go.
Qin Yang, Mu Shui, if that's the case, then I think I should hurry up and have sex with you.
There's a saying that goes, love grows with time, what do you think? Emotional value plus 21. Qin Yang, you can't do this. Chapter 45. Compete with Zhang Mushui's uncle. Zhang Mushui and Qin Yang were arguing. But there was no change in her brainwaves and electrocardiogram.
She was suddenly able to contact Qin Yang, not because she had suddenly become much better, but because Qin Yang's strength had increased.
Mu Shui, you have to hurry up and recover.
Before you wake up, I can kiss you whenever I want, hee.
Qin Yang was sending the message. Emotional value plus 6. Zhang Mushui gave the emotional value but didn't say anything. System, what's going on? System, Zhang Mushui's mental strength has decreased.
When her mental strength drops below a certain level, she will be unable to communicate, but she can still receive your message for the time being.
Qin
Yang felt relieved.
He stood up. Grandma, please stay with Mu Shui. Okay, Xiaoqin, you go ahead and do your thing.
Jiang Mushue's grandmother said kindly. Xin Yang went out, and Liang Guodong followed him out. When Xin Yang arrived at the gym on the underground first floor, he followed him in.
Xin Yang, do you know that you are in danger now? The Jiang family is very deep. Liang Guodong said in a deep voice.
Xin Yang nodded slightly. I know the water is deep, but even if the water is deep, Mu Shui is pregnant with my child, shouldn't I save her?
Uncle, no matter what, we have to save her first, don't you think?
If Mu Shui doesn't wake up in 3 months, she might die.
Liang Guodong took a deep breath. You have a point. You have a good figure. Do you often exercise? Xin Yang nodded. Liang Guodong said calmly, let's make a bet. Let's compete in bench presses. If you can do better than me, I will never say anything against you and Mu Shui in the future. What if you win?
Xin Yang said with a smile.
His physical fitness is 21. Liang Guodong is not a warrior.
Even if he is a soldier, his physical fitness is 15, which is pretty good. Liang Guodong said in a deep voice, if I win, and Mu Shui wants a divorce, you can't pester her then.
What do you think? Is my request reasonable? I'm not forcing you to divorce. If you have a good relationship, I will approve of you. Xin Yang smiled and said, that makes sense. I agree. But won't I be taking advantage of you because I'm much younger? Liang Guodong, I may be old, but I'm a soldier. Even in management positions, I'm trained. No one of us is taking advantage. The results will speak for themselves. 3 chances, this is the highest. Xin Yang nodded, Uncle, you come first.
Liang Guodong prepared barbell plates for himself. The first lift he attempted was 120 kilograms, which was not his limit, but he still had to be steady in his first lift. Lying down, Liang Guodong grabbed the barbell and exerted force suddenly. He successfully lifted the heavy barbell.
After holding for 3 seconds, Liang Guodong slowly lowered the barbell. Xin Yang, how is it?
Liang Guodong looked at Xin Yang and asked.
Xin Yang smiled and said, Uncle, please continue. Liang Guodong has something on his mind, isn't that enough?
In this case, he has to make it more difficult for himself. Liang Guodong gritted his teeth and added another 10 kilograms.
The barbell has reached a weight of 130 kilograms.
In the gym, those who can lift this weight are considered to be masters. When Liang Guodong was young, it was not difficult to lift this weight.
Now it depends on the status. Can occasionally be lifted. Rise. In the second move, Liang Guodong burst out with all his strength. He lifted the 130 kilogram barbell, but his hands were shaking. This was his current limit. Clang. 3 seconds until the barbell falls heavily. Liang Guodong stood up and took a deep breath. Xin Yang, it's your turn to lift. I will lift these 2.
He knew that he couldn't get any better results if he tried again.
Xin Yang nodded.
He added a 10 kilogram barbell on each side.
Liang Guodong. Xin Yang's weight should be just over 70 kilograms. With this weight, can Xin Yang lift a 150 kilogram barbell? Drink. Lie down, Xin Yang shouted. He lifted the heavy barbell. A physique that is more than twice that of an average person is no joke. Liang Guodong looked at Xin Yang in disbelief. Even at his peak, he couldn't lift 150 kilograms. Xin Yang quickly put down the barbell. Uncle, how is it? Xin Yang asked with a smile. Chen Guodong's mouth twitched. I lost. Xin Yang, how did you train? How could you lift 150 kilograms? You don't look that strong. Xin Yang lifted up his clothes. Each of his 8 abdominal muscles is as strong as cast steel. Uncle, sometimes we don't understand everything. Liang Guodong nodded. I didn't lose unfairly. Even at my peak, I'm not as strong as you. I mean what I say. I don't care about what happens between you and Mu Shui anymore. Xin Yang smiled and said, Uncle, you can take care of it. You are Mu Shui's uncle. If I do something wrong, you can point it out. Chen Guodong felt a little relieved. Xin Yang, this hasn't reached your limit yet, right? Can I add more? Xin Yang added 2 more barbell plates, but this time, the 2 plates together only weighed 10 kilograms. Xin Yang was completely willing to lift a heavier barbell, but there was no need. Rise. Xin Yang quickly lifted the barbell. Liang Guodong was amazed. It's not that there are people in the army who can lift such a heavy weight, but those who can lift such a heavy weight are generally heavier than Xin Yang. And Xin Yang didn't go through that much training. Xin Yang, you are quite amazing. But you're married to Mu Shui, so you have to be more careful. Many people are willing to risk their lives for a few million. The Zhang family has hundreds of billions of assets. That amount of money is enough to drive people crazy. Liang Guodong said solemnly. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle, I know. No matter what, let's wait for Mu Shui to wake up before we talk about anything else. Upstairs, Zhang Mushua's grandmother said, Old man, you are old, so don't make things difficult for a young man like Qin Yang. Is Mu Shui still suitable to marry your comrade's grandson? Her belly is so big. Zhang Mushua's grandfather sighed. Old man, my daughter and the others are not fools. They have their own intentions in letting Qin Yang and Mu Shui get married. You should be able to see that Mu Shui's complexion has improved. If you stop me, if something happens to Mu Shui, I will be worried about you as well. Zhang Mushua's grandfather remained silent. Old man, go get someone to bring some drawing paper and brushes. I'll draw a picture for Mu Shui. Why bother with that? Why don't you just take a picture? Zhang Mushua's grandmother glared at him. How can it be the same? I drew it myself. Every stroke is full of emotion. What is the emotion when a photo is clicked? Zhang Mushua's grandfather. Okay, you are right. There are drawing paper and brushes in the villa. He quickly asked the nanny to bring him the drawing paper, brushes, and drawing board. Zhang Mushua's grandmother set up the drawing board. She slowly began to draw for Zhang Mushue beside the bed. Zhang Mushue is now half lying on the bed. Her eyes were open, but they were empty and lifeless. Well. Zhang Mushue's grandfather sighed secretly. He felt uncomfortable seeing Zhang Mushue like this. Honey, take your time drawing. After saying this, Zhang Mushue's grandfather left the room. He went to the living room and found Qin Yang and Liang Guodong chatting and laughing while drinking tea. What's going on? Zhang Mushue's grandfather was a little confused. His son was instigated by Qin Yang so quickly? Chapter 46, Xiao Qin, can you draw? Dad, I'm going to go see Mu Shui again. Seeing his father's unfriendly look, Liang Guodong hurriedly said. Uncle, I'm with you. Qin Yang followed him upstairs. It would be awkward for him to be alone with Zhang Mushue's grandfather. Entering the bedroom, Qin Yang saw Zhang Mushue's grandmother drawing. Her hands were shaking a little and her painting was average. Mom, please stop drawing. Your old problem has come back again today. Liang Guodong persuaded his mother. Zhang Mushue's grandmother shook her head. It's already started. Xiao Shue likes me to draw for her, so I should finish it for her. She insisted on painting. But her hands began to tremble more violently. In this situation, Zhang Mushue's grandmother had no choice but to stop writing. Well. Xiao Shue, grandma is useless. I can't even draw a good picture of you. Zhang Mushue's grandmother said sadly. Qin Yang said softly, Grandma, let me do it. I'll draw a picture for Mu Shui and give it to you when I'm done. Zhang Mushue's grandmother looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Xiao Qin, can you draw? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Guodong, Qin Yang, don't show off. Even though my mother's painting skills aren't that good now, she used to be very good. Her standards are very high. Zhang Mushue's grandmother smiled and said, Xiao Qin, don't listen to his nonsense. Don't feel pressured. Just do your best. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Zhang Mushue's grandmother stood up and took away her drawing paper. Qin Yang sat down. He quickly began to draw for Zhang Mushue. Zhang Mushue's grandmother was stunned. As soon as Qin Yang made a move, she realized that it was extraordinary. Qin Yang's level was probably much higher than hers at her peak. Mom, just watch Qin Yang draw slowly. I'll go down first. Liang Guodong said. At the beginning, he couldn't see Qin Yang's level, and he didn't have the patience to watch Qin Yang slowly paint. Soon Liang Guodong arrived downstairs. You and Qin Yang have a good relationship even though we just met. Zhang Mushue's grandfather snorted. Liang Guodong said embarrassedly, I made a bet with Qin Yang, and I lost. I accept the loss and I can't oppose them anymore. What did you bet on? Jiang Mushua's grandfather frowned. Liang Guodong, Qin Yang and I competed in bench press. I only lifted 130 kilograms, while Qin Yang lifted 150 kilograms. He probably hasn't reached his limit yet. Jiang Mushua's grandfather was surprised. Qin Yang doesn't look strong, how can he be so powerful? Dad, you can't go back on your word. Since I lost the bet, I won't oppose them. Jiang Mushua's grandfather nodded slightly. If you lose, and you must accept the defeat. In the bedroom, Jiang Mushua's grandmother became more and more surprised. Qin Yang demonstrated an extremely high level of skill. In just over 10 minutes, Qin Yang finished the painting. Jiang Mushua in the painting was absolutely beautiful, and her eyes were not dull. Qin Yang had seen Jiang Mushua many times in newer situation. Grandma, this is for you. Qin Yang held up the painting and said with a smile. Jiang Mushua's grandmother took the painting and said in amazement, Xiaoqin, I didn't expect your painting skills to be so high. My skills at my peak were much worse than yours. Your level is first class across the country. Qin Yang smiled. He has obtained A-level painting skills. Looking across the country, his level is definitely top-notch. Jiang Mushua's grandmother's level is not that high, and her evaluation actually underestimates Qin Yang's level. Grandma, as long as you are satisfied. Jiang Mushua's grandmother smiled widely, satisfied, very satisfied. Xiaoqin, I believe you and Mushue have feelings for each other, otherwise how could you remember her eyes so clearly? Qin Yang smiled. He and Jiang Mushue had no feelings for each other before. He was able to recall it clearly only because of his strong mental strength. Grandma, Grandpa Mushue is not very happy with me, so I need you to help me put in a good word for him. Qin Yang said. Jiang Mushua's grandmother smiled and said, No problem, Xiaoqin, don't take Mushua's grandfather's attitude too seriously. He's old and confused now, and his mind is all muddled. Who's getting senile? Jiang Mushua's grandfather just pushed the door open and came in. Who else could it be but you? Jiang Mushua's grandfather. Jiang Mushua's grandmother said, I think Xiaoqin is good. As long as they truly love each other, I support them. If you want to forcibly separate them, don't come home in the future. The corner of Jiang Mushua's grandfather's mouth twitched. Is his wife completely on Qin Yang's side? Grandpa, Grandma, you guys chat. Qin Yang quickly left the room. Grandma Jiang Mushue unfolded the painting drawn by Qin Yang and said, Look, old man, this is a painting drawn by Qin Yang. The level is much better than my peak period. There was a look of surprise in Jiang Mushue's grandfather's eyes. Qin Yang's paintings are indeed excellent. Is this a painting by Qin Yang? If it wasn't drawn by Qin Yang, then how could it be drawn by me? Look at the look in his eyes. Qin Yang didn't even look at Mushua's photo just now. Jiang Mushua's grandfather looked at it carefully. The painting is really good. But this doesn't prove that they had feelings for each other before. Although he said that, Jiang Mushua's grandfather's tone softened a lot. Grandpa and Grandma, you guys chat. Qin Yang said with a smile. After he said that, he left the room quickly. The corner of Jiang Mushua's grandfather's mouth twitched. Wife, Qin Yang, this kid, he leaves wherever I go. Who told you to have such a stern face? Jiang Mushua's grandmother said unhappily, Old man, think it over. There's nothing wrong with you taking care of your daughter. Mushue is just your granddaughter. How can you still take care of her? Xiaoqin, I think it's pretty good. He's handsome, and he draws so well. Jiang Mushua's grandfather sighed helplessly. Okay, wait until Mushua wakes up and then ask her what happened. 2 hours later Lian Lan rushed over. She was surprised to find that Qin Yang got along quite well with her parents and brother. Dad, you didn't bully Xiaoqin, did you? Lian Lan asked. Jiang Mushua's grandfather rolled his eyes. What are you talking about? Lian Lan curled her lips. Dad, you used a broom to chase Wancheng away before, have you forgotten? Jiang Mushua's grandfather. Lian Lan, Dad, Qin Yang and his wife love each other. If you want to separate them, be careful that Mu Shui won't come to your place in the future, and you won't be able to hold your great-granddaughter. Aunt Liang, Grandpa, and the others are very nice to me. Qin Yang said hurriedly. Liang Lan nodded, that's good. Mom, Xiaoqin is quite good. He has good calligraphy, as you should know.
he also plays the piano very well.
Jiang Mushua's grandmother asked in surprise, Lan Lan, isn't Xiaoqin good at painting?
Lian Lan was a little confused. No, he plays the piano very well, not much worse than me. Mushua's piano skills are not as good as his. Jiang Mushua's grandmother, we didn't listen to the piano, but Xiaoqin drew a picture of Mushue and gave it to me. His painting skills are first class in the country.
Lian Lan looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Xiaoqin, your painting skills are also so high? Qin Yang smiled and said, I'm better at painting than playing the piano.
Lian Lan secretly clicked her tongue. She guessed that Qin Yang must have learned it recently.
Qin Yang's learning speed is really terrifying. Chapter 47 helped Jiang Mushue take a bath. Grandma Jiang Mushue took out the painting drawn by Qin Yang. Lan Lan, this was drawn by Xiaoqin. Lian Lan took the painting and was very surprised. Qin Yang's paintings are much more charming than photos.
Mom, I didn't know Xiaoqin could do this.
Xiaoqin, your painting is so good. Draw another one when you have time. I want one too. Lian Lan looked at the painting carefully.
Qin Yang agreed with a smile.
Aunt Liang, I'm going to play the piano for Mushue. Yeah, okay. Liang Lan nodded.
Qin Yang went to the third floor, and Liang Lan called her parents and elder brother to Jiang Mushue's bedroom on the second floor.
Soon, pleasant piano music came from upstairs. After the song ended, Liang Guodong said, Sister, Qin Yang is so good at calligraphy, piano, and painting. Could it be that Mushue was secretly dating Qin Yang before? Liang Lan, could it be fake?
They're hiding it because they're afraid we might object. Jiang Mushue's grandmother smiled and said, Old man, Xiaoqin is very talented.
It's normal for Mushue to be attracted by his talent.
You are not allowed to be so stern towards Xiaoqin anymore.
Jiang Mushue's grandfather was silent.
Lian Lan looked at her father, Dad. Jiang Mushue's grandfather, Qin Yang is talented, but I always feel that he and Mushue had no feelings for each other before.
Qin Yang's situation is a bit strange. He comes from an ordinary family, how did he learn all this? And he's so talented, why does he have an ordinary job? Liang Guodong nodded slightly, it's a bit strange. Liang Lan.
She naturally knew the reason, Qin Yang would never do that before. But since Qin Yang didn't say it himself, she had promised Qin Yang that she would never tell the secret to anyone else.
My parents and brother are no exception.
Geniuses all have some quirks.
Dad, although Qin Yang's family background is ordinary, he is very talented and is a good match for Mushue. Liang Landau. Jiang Mushue's grandfather, I don't object now. Let's wait until Mushue wakes up. If Mushue and Qin Yang really have feelings for each other, I don't object. If not, that's another matter. Liang Lan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just don't object for now.
We'll talk about the future later.
Half an hour later, Qin Yang came down from the third floor.
Jiang Mushue's grandmother smiled and said, Xiaoqin, you play the piano very well. With your careful care, I believe Mushue will wake up.
Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Mushue's grandfather, Xiaoqin, you are very good. If you were really together before, I would also bless you. Thank you, Grandpa.
Qin Yang said hurriedly. Soon Liang Lan took Liang Guodong and the others away, and Jiang Mushue's grandfather and the others were going to Jiang Wanqing's villa.
Afternoon. Mr. Qin, can you do us a favor? Cheng Hong knocked on the door and went to the study to ask. What's the matter? Qin Yang looked at Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong, we need to give Miss Jiang a bath.
When you and Wu Jing went to the rented manor to set up the place,
Yang Xian and I had a hard time carrying Miss Jiang.
If Jiang Mushue was not pregnant, Cheng Hong and the others could have the baby without worry. But Jiang Mushue was 6 or 7 months pregnant. If you are not careful, it is easy to cause a miscarriage.
Qin Yang nodded and arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Mushue was only wearing underwear.
Although he had given Jiang Mushue a full body massage, he had never taken off her clothes to observe her like this.
Even when she was pregnant, Jiang Mushue's figure was still extremely attractive. Mr. Qin, please help carry Miss Jiang into the bathtub. Cheng Hong Dao. Qin Yang, Cheng Hong, you two should go out.
I'll take care of Mushue's bath later.
Cheng Hong and Yang Xian nodded. Yes, Mr. Qin.
They all breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the room.
Helping Jiang Muxue take a bath is not an easy task.
As Jiang Mushua's belly gets bigger and bigger, it becomes more and more difficult to help her take a bath. They cannot take responsibility if something happens.
Muxue, take a shower. Xin Yang sent a message to Jiang Muxue.
But he did not send the image to Jiang Muxue for the time being.
Emotional value plus 21. Xin Yang, I don't want you to give me a bath, do you hear me? Xin Yang heard Jiang Mushue's thoughts. I'm your husband. This is what I should do. You're welcome. Emotional value plus 24. Xin Yang, don't mess around.
Cheng Hong and the others can just give me a bath.
I don't want you to do it for me. Jiang Mushue's emotions fluctuated greatly.
Xin Yang picked up Jiang Muxue like a princess and carried her into the bathroom, where hot water was already in the bathtub.
Muxue, your belly is getting bigger and bigger.
Cheng Hong and the others are not strong enough, so it is not convenient for them to give you a bath. It would be much riskier for them to give you a bath.
Let me do it. Don't be shy, where on your body haven't I touched? Emotional value plus 19. Emotional value plus 17.
Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, you big pervert, you are not allowed to touch me, otherwise I will call the police and have you arrested. Xin Yang helped Jiang Muxue take off all her clothes.
Then he slowly put Jiang Muxue into the bathtub. Call. Xin Yang's breathing became a little rapid.
Beautiful, so beautiful.
Half an hour later, Xin Yang finally helped Jiang Muxue finish taking a bath. During this process, Xin Yang also gave Jiang Muxue a massage.
People in vegetative states like Jiang Muxue need more massages, otherwise they will easily develop some health problems if they lie in bed for too long.
Muxue, I finally finished bathing you. It's not easy for me.
Xin Yang contacted Jiang Muxue again with his mental power. It was easy for him to help Jiang Muxue take a bath. He was strong and had the help of mental power.
The main problem was that he had to endure the bathing process a little hard. Emotional value plus 15. Xin Yang, you are a big pervert and a bad guy. I won't let you go then. Xin Yang heard Jiang Muxue's voice. Xin Yang's mental power was not connected when taking a shower. If it was connected, Jiang Mushue's mental power would have been consumed long ago. Xin Yang, Muxue, I am your husband. Isn't it better for me to bathe you than for a nanny to bathe you? Although nannies are women, they are all outsiders, right? You hell with you, I don't want you to bathe me. Xin Yang, then say it with your mouth. What you say in your heart doesn't count. Jiang Muxue. Emotional value plus 11. Emotional value plus 8. Soon Jiang Mushue's mental strength was completely exhausted. System, how many emotion points have been obtained this time? Xin Yang asked in his mind.
He hasn't completely exhausted Jiang Mushue's mental power in the past 2 or 3 days, so he doesn't know how much he can get at once.
Host, a total of 165. Xin Yang's eyes lit up. It had grown a lot.
165 points at a time, 4 times a day is more than 600 points. In less than 2 days, he can get 1,000 points of emotional value.
It will probably take a day after some time. Mr. Qin, you have worked hard. Cheng Hong said to Qin Yang when he got outside.
Xin Yang, Mu Shui is my wife, it's only natural.
Just tell me when Mu Shui needs a bath. Okay, Mr. Qin. Chapter 48 Mu Shui, call me husband. In the middle of the night, Xin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Wife, it's already past midnight, happy birthday. Xin Yang's mental power connected with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value plus 18. Pervert, scoundrel, I'm not your wife. Xin Yang heard Jiang Mushue's angry voice.
Xin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Jiang Muxue was angry, which was not a bad thing. If Jiang Muxue accepted him very easily, it would definitely be much more difficult to gain emotional value in the future.
Honey, stop it, we have a certificate.
Even if the police are around, I can still kiss you openly.
Xin Yang sent the message with a smile. Emotional value plus 23.
Jiang Muxue, Xin Yang, when I wake up, I will call the police and have you arrested.
Xin Yang, wife, we have to arrest your parents first.
They made me marry you, and they also made me have sex with you, but I haven't done that yet.
I've been very considerate of your feelings and taken it one step at a time. I didn't go to bed with you right away. If it were someone else, do you think they would have had sex? Jiang Muxue. Wife, you have to consider your appearance. Given your looks, I've been quite patient. Qin Yang sent the message with a smile. He is actually not that noble. If he didn't have an emotional system, he would have died long ago. Now that he has an emotional system, improving his strength is naturally the most important thing. Wife, today is your birthday. You can't move. I don't have anything good to give you. How about I give you my first time when I was sober? Emotional value plus 25. Jiang Mushua, Qin Yang, you can't do this. You can kiss me and touch me, but you absolutely can't do that with me. Otherwise, I will definitely call the police when I wake up. Qin Yang, Mushua, if I don't help you, you won't wake up. Are you sure you want to threaten me with calling the police? Love value plus 19. Jiang Mushua said, the annual party was an accident. I don't want to have sex with you again without thinking. If you do that with me before I wake up, I will not forgive you. That incident has made me very sad. Qin Yang, I'll agree if you call me husband. Jiang Mushue was silent. Just two emotion values popped up one after another. Qin Yang, are you sure you will agree if I call you? Qin Yang, sure, but not just once. I think when you call me husband, you have to call me like this. Jiang Mushue fell silent again. After a while, Jiang Mushue called out, husband. Hey! Be good, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Qin Yang lowered his head and kissed Jiang Mushue's seductive little mouth. Emotional value plus 12. It didn't take long for Jiang Mushue's mental strength to be exhausted. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Liang Lan came to Qin Yang alone. Jiang Mushue needs to move to the rented manor. Xiao Qin, have you told Mushue that today is her birthday? Liang Lan asked. Qin Yang nodded, I wished her a happy birthday after 12 o'clock last night. Aunt Liang, I have good news for you. What good news? Liang Lan asked quickly. Qin Yang smiled and said, the mental connection has been strengthened. Previously, I could only transmit blurry images to Mushue, but now the images from the outside world are much clearer than before. It's not HD, but it's clearer. If you were to compare it to movie quality, it would be around 480p. Mushue can talk to me now. Liang Lan was extremely surprised. Jiang Mushue can see the outside world, and Qin Yang can hear her talking, which is very, very good. Xiao Qin, did Mushue say anything? Liang Lan asked quickly. Qin Yang, she said she would call the police and have me arrested when she woke up. Liang Lan. She quickly said, Xiao Qin, don't mind it. She just couldn't accept it at the moment and said it in anger. Auntie believes that you and Mushue will definitely be able to achieve a happy ending. Qin Yang smiled. Aunt Liang, it's okay. Mushue is pregnant with my child. Even if she wakes up and calls the police to arrest me, I will definitely do my best to wake her up. Liang Lan, she will never call the police to arrest you. If she does, arrest me and her father as well. Xiao Qin, can I talk to Mushue? Qin Yang nodded, of course. The two arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Qin Yang transmitted the images of the outside world to Jiang Mushue. Xiao Qin, can Mushue hear me now? Liang Lan asked. Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan held Jiang Mushue's hand and said, Mushue, your father and I have discussed for a long time before deciding to marry Qin Yang. After getting along with each other, we think Qin Yang is very outstanding. I think it is the right choice to let you get married. Emotional value plus 12. Liang Lan, Mushue, you don't know now, but when you wake up, you will know that Qin Yang is very outstanding. Today is your birthday, Mom wishes you a happy birthday. Jiang Mushue, Qin Yang, please tell my mother that I received her birthday wishes. I love her. Call me husband. Jiang Mushue. Husband, please tell me something. Qin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, Mushue said she received your birthday wishes and she also said she loves you. Tears glistened in Liang Lan's eyes. Mushue, Mom loves you too. Emotional value plus 22. Qin Yang said, Aunt Liang, what else do you want to say? I have to disconnect the spiritual connection, otherwise Mushue's spiritual power will be depleted quickly and she won't be able to see her own birthday party. Liang Lan wiped her eyes. Xiao Qin, let's do this for now. Qin Yang nodded and instantly disconnected the connection. When his mental power was not connected, Jiang Mushue's consumption was very low. Xiao Qin, thank you. Liang Lan said to Qin Yang gratefully. Qin Yang smiled and said, Aunt Liang, why are you being so polite? Mu Shui and I are married, and we are a family now. Yeah, you're right. Liang Lan nodded. Shao Qin, go have breakfast. I'll accompany Mu Shui. We'll leave for the manor around 9 o'clock. It was soon 9 o'clock. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Jiang Mushue has changed into a very beautiful dress. Shao Qin, come and carry Mu Shui out. Liang Landao. Qin Yang nodded, and his mental power connected with Jiang Mushue's mental power. Mushue, I will carry you out to a manor. Your birthday party is held over there. As he said that, Qin Yang picked up Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue saw the scene outside. Soon Qin Yang went downstairs and carried Jiang Mushue to Liang Lan's car. Da Huang, come here. Qin Yang asked Da Huang to get in the car. Da Huang is a smart dog who understands human nature. He lies obediently at Qin Yang's feet. Liang Lan sat in the passenger seat. Shao Qin, there will be more than 100 people coming here today. Many of them have very strong backgrounds. Some people's families are richer than our Jiang family. Some people don't have that much money, but their families are extremely powerful. Some people come from martial arts families and have strong military power. Qin Yang nodded slightly. There was a cold glint in his eyes. The person who sent the wooden bullets to him and his parents should come. I wonder if Da Huang can find it. Brothers and sisters who like it, please give it a 5-star rating, thank you. Chapter 49. Are you qualified to welcome us? Haichang, Rose Manor. The entire estate is filled with blooming flowers, which is magnificent. At 9:50, Qin Yang and his team arrived. Mu Shui is here, let's go over there quickly. I wonder how Mu Shui is doing now. Tang Yin and some other friends of Jiang Mushue had arrived earlier. They saw Liang Lan's car approaching quickly. After the car stopped, the service staff in the manor immediately came forward to open the door. Qin Yang got out of the car holding Jiang Mushue. Da Huang got off the car before entering the manor. Mushue, can you hear me? Mushue, we're all here to see you, wake up. Tang Yin and the others spoke up one after another. Qin Yang transmitted the images of the outside world to Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue saw Tang Yin and the others, but there was still no expression in her open eyes. Liang Lan also got off the car at this time. Aunt Liang. Tang Yin and the others shouted hurriedly. Liang Lan nodded, thank you for coming to celebrate Mu Shue's birthday. Let me introduce you to this handsome guy, Qin Yang. He and Mu Shui got married some time ago. Hello. Qin Yang greeted with a smile. Tang Yin and the others were not very surprised. They had already known the news of Jiang Mushue's marriage. Hello. Qin Yang, you have to be nicer to Mu Shui. Tang Yin and the other girls said. Qin Yang nodded, and he carefully placed Jiang Mushue on a wheelchair. The backrest of this wheelchair was relatively slanted, so Jiang Mushue could sit well. Qin Yang, thank them for me. Jiang Mushue sent a message to Qin Yang. Qin Yang, Mu Shui, this is not possible. I doubt that your fall was an accident at all. Even your loss of control that night might not have been an accident. Do you still remember that you were pretty crazy that night? Jiang Mushue. Emotional value plus 15. Qin Yang, Mu Shui, you need to calm down, otherwise it won't be long before your mental strength is exhausted. Jiang Mushue, Qin Yang, you actually still remember it, which means you were not drunk at all that night. You big pervert. Qin Yang was too lazy to explain. It would be nice to let Jiang Mushue misunderstand and gain some emotional value. Mu Shui, a beautiful woman came to my house and took the initiative to take off her clothes. If you were a man, could you resist? Jiang Mushue. Qin Yang paused his spiritual connection with Jiang Mushue. If he continued, Jiang Mushue's spiritual power would soon be gone. Today is her birthday, so try to let her see more. Qin Yang, Mu Shui seems to be feeling better. Tang Yin looked at Jiang Mushue carefully and said happily. Another girl said, she's definitely better now. When I saw Mu Shui last month, she didn't look this good. Maybe she'll recover soon. Liang Lan smiled and said, this is all Qin Yang's function. What she meant was that Qin Yang used his mental power to help Jiang Mushue. He also played the piano for Jiang Mushue as therapy. But Tang Yin and the others didn't think so when they heard it. They were all adults.
In their opinion, Jiang Mushua's improved complexion was probably due to Qin Yang's care.
Hey, Xiaoqin, you young people can chat.
I'll go somewhere else to see if there's anything that needs to be adjusted,
Liang Lan said a little embarrassedly.
As soon as she said that, she realized something was wrong. But Qin Yang cannot say that he is a person with superpowers.
Liang Lan walked away quickly.
Tang Yin said, Qin Yang, go take care of something else.
We'll keep Mu Shui company. How about you come back and take over in an hour? Qin Yang nodded.
Tang Yin was an early-stage dark energy warrior, so with her around, Jiang Mushua's safety was guaranteed. Even if she was attacked, Jiang Mushua had the amulet on her. The system is tied to Jiang Mushua, nothing can happen to her.
Uncle Jiang, is there anything I can do for you? Qin Yang came to Jiang Wancheng and asked. Jiang Wancheng and Jiang Mushua's grandparents had arrived long ago. Jiang Wancheng, Xiaoqin, you are Mu Shui's husband. It's Mu Shui's birthday and you are the host. You have to greet the guests. You greet the young ones, and I will greet the older ones. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, no problem. But I probably don't know most of the guests here. Jiang Wancheng, I'll send you a document. It contains the detailed information of the guests who came today.
You should be able to memorize it quickly since you have a photographic memory.
Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wancheng passed a large document to Qin Yang. Qin Yang clicked it. The file contains photos of many people.
Below each photo is an introduction to the person, including name, age, what kind of power they come from, who their parents are, and who their spouse is.
This was probably prepared by the assistant for Jiang Wancheng.
They are from the younger generation, and Jiang Wancheng may not recognize some of them.
Qin Yang dragged quickly. He can memorize a person's information in 3 seconds.
Qin Yang finished reading it all in just a few minutes. He memorized all the guests' information.
The Du family is coming. That Luo Zihong is coming too. Qin Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. There are many young talents on the list.
In addition, people from the Jiang family will also come, including Mr. Jiang, Jiang Wanyue, and Jiang Wanchuan.
Under normal circumstances, younger generations don't have to come to their birthdays.
But Jiang Mushua's situation was unusual. If she doesn't wake up, this will be her last birthday. Jiang Mushua's grandfather and the others are here.
Not long after, Qin Yang heard the sound of a car. He went outside and saw several supercars driving into the manor together. The supercar stopped and several young men got out. Qin Yang recognized them instantly.
They were all rich second generations from Haicheng, and some had family assets worth at least tens of billions. Some have as much as 200 or 300 billion. Although this amount of assets is much less than that of the Jiang family, even if we look at the whole country, their family has a lot of assets. Mr. Li, Mr. Lu, Mr. Sun, Mr. Wu, welcome to Mu Shui's birthday party.
Qin Yang walked up to him and spoke with a smile. The 4 rich second generations looked at Qin Yang unkindly.
In the circle of top rich second generations in Haicheng, Jiang Mushui is the most dazzling goddess. They all want to marry Jiang Mushui home, but they all hit a wall.
Who would have thought that Jiang Mushui would actually marry Qin Yang? Moreover, Jiang Mushui was pregnant with Qin Yang's child.
They were extremely depressed when they thought of this.
Mr. Qin, do you really think you're such a big shot? You're here to greet us, do you think you're qualified?
Sun Xiao, one of the 4 people, sneered. His name was Sun Renchang, and according to records he was a rather arrogant person.
Qin Yang waved his hand. 2 security guards nearby quickly came to Qin Yang's side. Mr. Qin, what do you want?
One of the security guards asked.
The security guards in the manor today are all from the Jiang family.
They all know Qin Yang and know that Qin Yang is the boss's son-in-law. Qin Yang pointed at Sun Renchang and said, please ask him to leave.
I don't want to see him at my birthday party today. Thanks.
The 2 security guards nodded. Sir, please leave immediately. One of the security guards immediately said to Sun Renchang.
Sun Renchang said gloomily, Qin Yang, what do you mean? I came to attend the birthday party, and you chased me away? Qin Yang said calmly, today is my wife's birthday party. Since you feel that I am not qualified to welcome you, then you should leave. You are not welcome here. You. Sun Renchang looked very unhappy. If he is driven away, he will become a laughingstock.
Chapter 50. The mastermind behind this has been found.
Sun Rinchang took a deep breath and said, Qin Yang, today is the birthday party that Director Jiang is holding for his daughter.
Although you are the son-in-law of the Jiang family, I'm afraid you have no right to chase people away.
Qin Yang was too lazy to talk to him more. Please ask him to leave.
If he doesn't go out, you should send him out.
Qin Yang said to the two security guards.
The two tall security guards nodded.
Jiang Wansheng had already told them that if Qin Yang had any orders, they needed to obey. Qin Yang, are you really going to do this?
Sun Renchang gritted his teeth.
Qin Yang said calmly, we welcome guests, but if they are bad guests who come here to cause trouble, then don't join us. See a visitor out.
One of the security guards said to Sun Renchang, young master Sun, do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want the two of us to escort you out?
Sun Renchang looked at the other three.
Brother Li, what do you say? Li Xiao coughed lightly and said, Brother Sun, you go first.
Since we are here, let's attend the birthday party. Brother Sun, you go back first.
The other two also said they would not leave.
Sun Rinchang got into his sports car with a gloomy face.
He stepped on the accelerator hard and drove away quickly.
Mr. Li, Mr. Lu, Mr. Wu, please come in.
Qin Yang said with a smile.
The three rich second generations nodded. Even if they were unhappy with Qin Yang, they couldn't get angry.
He was driven away just like Sun Renchang, which was a disgrace to him.
Time passes by every second. More and more guests are coming. Most of the guests this time were young people.
With the precedent of Sun Renchang, the people who came later were much more polite. The circle of the second generation of wealthy families is only so big, and many people knew that Sun Renchang was driven away by Qin Yang before they even arrived.
Mr. Qin, your dog is barking outside the manor. A security guard came to Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He told Da Huang that he should bark if he spotted it. With Da Huang's intelligence, he would never bark if he wasn't spotted. Uncle Jiang, I'm going to go see Da Huang.
Qin Yang and Jiang Wansheng said something and got into a car.
Soon Qin Yang arrived outside the manor. When he saw Qin Yang, Da Huang calmed down. Da Huang, have you found your target? Qin Yang asked. Da Huang nodded. Is the target in the car we just entered? Da Huang nodded again. What color is the car?
White, black, yellow.
Is the car a sedan, an SUV, or a sports car?
After asking several times, Qin Yang quickly locked onto the target. Da Huang smelled that the target was in a sports car that had just entered.
Woof woof. Da Huang barked twice. It brought Qin Yang to a cigarette butt. Are you saying this cigarette butt was dropped by the target? Da Huang nodded again. Qin Yang touched Da Huang's head and said, Da Huang, well done. You can have some fun outside. Then you can come back with me when we leave. No biting, no running too far. Da Huang ran away happily quickly. Qin Yang returned to the manor. He looked at a young man in a white suit.
The young man was handsome, much more handsome than before, but his physical fitness and mental strength had improved, and his appearance had increased.
The other person's appearance is slightly inferior to his.
The other party's information emerged in Qin Yang's mind. The young man's name was Wei Jisheng.
He came from another nearby city.
The Wei family, like the Du family, was a martial arts family. The difference is that Wei Jisheng's father is a master of Huajin.
Wei Jisheng's mother's family is a business family. Although their assets are not as strong as the Jiang family, they are also worth tens of billions. Wei Jisheng and Jiang Mushue are from the same school. But he is 2 grades higher than Jiang Mushue and is her senior.
If Jiang Mushue had not had a relationship with him and things had developed normally, Wei Jisheng would have had great hope.
Qin Yang, is there any problem? Wei Jisheng noticed Qin Yang's gaze. He walked up to Qin Yang and asked calmly. Qin Yang, I heard that the Wei family is a martial arts family. I'm a little curious. Wei Jisheng smiled slightly, this is normal. Qin Yang, let's go over there and smoke a cigarette? I can talk to you about this. Okay. Qin Yang and Wei Jisheng moved a little further away from the others. Wei Jisheng took out a pack of cigarettes.
The cigarettes he smoked were exactly the same kind that Da Huang found.
Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to know about warriors. This world is not as simple as ordinary people think. Powerful warriors are much more powerful than ordinary people. Wei Jisheng lit a cigarette.
Ordinary people, I can beat dozens of them by myself.
Sharp.
Wei Jisheng, Qin Yang, I know that you and Jiang Mushue have absolutely no feelings for each other.
Jiang Mushue's pregnancy was just an accident.
I know Jiang Mushue, she doesn't want to be in a relationship at all.
Qin Yang smiled slightly. That means you don't understand it deeply enough. And who are you to her? She's going to tell you if she's in love?
Wei Jisheng, I am Mushue's suitor. I know very well who her suitors are.
You are definitely not among her suitors. You don't have to say you're secretly in contact.
There shouldn't be such a thing.
Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. You mean, you asked someone to monitor Mushue?
Wei Jisheng shook his head. I didn't do that, but I can pay someone to find out.
There are quite a few people in her company. None of this matters anymore. What matters is what you choose next.
Qin Yang, Mushue is my wife now, and she is pregnant with my child, so of course I will take good care of her. There was a gleam in Wei Jisheng's eyes.
Qin Yang, it seems you still don't understand.
Although the Jiang family is rich, there are still many families in our country that the Jiang family cannot afford to offend. Don't think that the Jiang family can protect you if you offend some forces.
Qin Yang, for example, your Wei family?
Wei Jisheng said proudly, our Wei family is one of them.
Although our Wei family is not as rich as the Jiang family, our family's strength and influence are definitely not inferior to the Jiang family. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall.
Even if you and Jiang Mushue divorce, the child in her belly is still yours. With this child, you will definitely have no worries about food and clothing in the future.
You don't have to take any risks. Qin Yang, in a society ruled by law, is there anyone who dares to kill me? Wei Jisheng smiled. Qin Yang, you are too naive. Do you know how many people go missing in this country every year? Do you know how many deaths are caused by homicide?
Our Wei family is a relatively law-abiding family, but there are many other families that don't follow the rules. Qin Yang sneered in his heart, you are the first one to break the rules.
The other families have not taken any action yet.
Wei Jisheng has already sent the wooden sniper bullets to him and his parents. This guy looks gentle and polite on the surface, but in fact he is not a good man. I believe that the country will do its utmost to crack down on unruly family forces. Such forces will not have a good end. Qin Yang said in a deep voice.
Wei Jisheng, Qin Yang, I am trying to persuade you with good intentions.
Even if you don't do it for yourself, you should at least consider your parents.
What if something happens to them? Chapter 51 Qin Yang, what gift are you giving? Qin Yang was furious. Wei Jisheng was threatening his parents' lives again. This bastard Wei Jisheng must pay the price. Master Wei, even if you kill me, you might not achieve your goal. In this situation, is there anyone who would intentionally kill someone?
Qin Yang said in a deep voice. Wei Jisheng said calmly, I wouldn't do that, but some families are facing great financial pressure.
Even if there's only a 30% chance, do you think they'll take action? The Jiang family has hundreds of billions of assets.
When the benefits are great enough, even if the success rate is slightly lowered, it is completely acceptable. Qin Yang said, the police are not here to do things for free. If the police find out about something like this, the consequences will be very serious.
Wei Jisheng smiled. Qin Yang, you are so naive. As long as they don't find out, isn't that all that matters? Do you think all families are clean?
Some people already have a lot of blood on their hands.
Killing one or two more people is nothing to them. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Master Wei, what you said makes sense. Wei Jisheng, that makes a lot of sense. You should think about it more. Money is important, but compared to money, the safety of your family is more important.
You should hurry up and divorce Jiang Mushue.
After finishing his cigarette, Wei Jisheng turned and left.
Qin Yang felt murderous intent in his heart. But he naturally wouldn't take action at this time. The birthday party was hosted by the Jiang family, and he was also the host.
They were largely responsible for Wei Jisheng's accident here. The guests have almost arrived. Qin Yang came to Jiang Mushue's side.
Besides Tang Yin and the others, there were some other men beside her, and they all looked unhappy.
Jiang Mushue is the goddess they want to pursue.
But at this moment, Jiang Mushue's belly was much bigger, and she was pregnant with another man's child.
Tang Yin, let me push Mushue. Tang Yin moved aside and Qin Yang pushed Jiang Mushue. Mushue, there are quite a few guests today.
Xin Yang's mental power was connected with Jiang Mushui, and he synchronously transmitted the scenes he saw around him to Jiang Mushui. Jiang Mushui saw Tang Yin and the others.
I also saw the other people around me. Please make way.
I'll take Mu Shui around.
Xin Yang spoke.
The people in front made way, and Xin Yang pushed the wheelchair forward. Jiang Mushui saw everyone who came here today. She also saw the magnificent manor.
Hey, a flower stuck in cow dung.
Although Qin Yang is quite handsome, how can a country bumpkin like him, who comes from the countryside, be worthy of Jiang Mushui?
Everyone, we must dampen Xin Yang's enthusiasm today. Some young people gathered together to discuss.
They would have acknowledged Jiang Mushui if she was snatched away by another second generation, but they were all very unhappy when she was snatched away by Qin Yang.
Why? In their opinion, they are much better than Qin Yang. Their family background is much better than that of the Qin family. Xiao Qin, how is it?
Zhang Wancheng came to Qin Yang and asked in a low voice.
Qin Yang severed his spiritual connection with Jiang Mushui. He said, Uncle Jiang, I found out.
The person who sent the bullets to me and my parents was Wei Jisheng from the Wei family.
Is it him? Zhang Wancheng was very surprised.
He had come into contact with Wei Jisheng several times, and Wei Jisheng behaved gently and politely.
How could he be the one who secretly stabbed him? Qin Yang, are you sure?
Qin Yang nodded, okay. Zhang Wancheng took a deep breath and said, Xiao Qin, the Wei family is a martial arts family, and Wei Jisheng's mother's family is a business family. They are both powerful in the black and white worlds. I don't object to you taking revenge, but you must be cautious.
Protecting yourself is the most important thing, understand? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Zhang Wancheng, Wei Jisheng's father, is a master.
When you are in the early stage of Huajin, it is best to be patient when your strength is not enough.
You have been awakened for a short time and are now in a period of rapid growth. Time is on your side. Qin Yang's eyes flashed. The early stage of Huajin Grandmaster?
Before his mental power was improved 2 days ago, his overall strength was at the late stage of Huajin Grandmaster.
After drawing a level mental power, his strength increased a lot.
Even if he has not reached the perfection of the Grandmaster of Huajin, he should be considered top-notch among the late-stage Grandmasters of Huajin.
What kind of person is Wei Jisheng's father? Qin Yang asked.
Zhang Wancheng, he has a pretty good reputation, but he definitely knew what Wei Jisheng did.
Wei Jisheng wouldn't dare to hide it from him. He has the final say in the family. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Xiao Qin, this society is more cruel than what ordinary people see.
You must be able to hold back when you shouldn't take action, but when you should take action, you must also seize the opportunity to do so.
Zhang Wancheng paused here.
Try not to be caught by others as evidence.
Qin Yang asked, Uncle Jiang, do you have any objection?
If I retaliate, it might affect the Zhang family.
Zhang Wancheng chuckled. Just be mindful of the right measure and timing.
Also, try not to overdo things, otherwise the other party might retaliate violently, and then both sides will be doomed.
Qin Yang nodded, Uncle Jiang, I understand. I'm going to greet the guests. After Zhang Wancheng left, Qin Yang pushed Jiang Mushui into the banquet hall. The banquet hall was very large and luxuriously decorated. Hundreds of people looked at Qin Yang and Jiang Mushui. Most of these people are young people.
Many of their looks were not very friendly.
Mushui, it's your birthday today, and there are a lot of people who come with bad intentions. Qin Yang and Jiang Mushui were communicating.
His mental power connected with Jiang Mushui again.
Qin Yang, you'd better be careful. Many of them are not good people. Qin Yang heard Jiang Mushui's voice. Mushui, are you concerned about me?
Jiang Mushui said, I'm not concerned about you, I just think the possibility of my death is not low. If I die, I don't want my child to be without a mother or a father.
Qin Yang showed a faint smile on his face. Qin Yang, today is Jiang Mushui's birthday. We have prepared a nice birthday gift for her. You are her husband, I wonder what you prepared for her. Some people approached, and one of the young men asked. Another young man said, Young Master Yuan, we have all prepared some great gifts.
Qin Yang is Jiang Mushui's husband, so the gift he prepared is definitely much better than ours.
Qin Yang, could you please open our eyes?
The third young man said. After hearing what they said, the others around them also spoke up. They were unhappy with Qin Yang and wanted to embarrass him.
Xin Yang smiled and said, "Let me thank everyone for their gifts on behalf of Mu Shui. Since you want to know what my gift is, I can tell you. My gift is a painting." Soon Xin Yang asked someone to bring the painting over. This painting was not the one he gave to Jiang Mushue's grandmother. The painting of Jiang Mushue's grandmother is a pencil sketch.
This picture was drawn with colored pencils.
Wow! Xin Yang unfolded the painting, and some people around him exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 52. Was this drawn by Qin Yang? Xin Yang's painting was of Jiang Mushue. Jiang Mushue in the painting is not lying on a hospital bed.
She is in the garden of Rose Manor. The flowers in the garden and the buildings in the distance are exactly the same as Rose Manor.
Xin Yang came here yesterday.
After returning, Xin Yang painted this picture.
What a nice view! The scenery is beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful. Tang Yin and some others exclaimed in admiration. Xin Yang smiled and said, "Mu Shui can only attend today's birthday party in a wheelchair, so this painting was created. Mu Shui will definitely be able to wake up and stand up again." Emotional value plus 18. Jiang Mushue didn't say anything.
But she now knew clearly the situation outside. "Xin Yang, your painting is quite nice, but it must have cost you a lot of money. You don't have much money yourself, so this money should have been given to you by the Jiang family."
Someone in the crowd spoke sarcastically. "I've studied painting and my skills are pretty good. In my opinion, this painting is definitely by one of the top masters in the country. It's not cheap to have such a master customize a painting." A rich second-generation young man tasted it. "Xin Yang, I wonder who you asked to have it custom made? This master is very good. I also want to order one." "I have the same idea." Other people around echoed.
The young man who spoke first had a smug look on his face.
Using the money given by the Jiang family to buy a gift for Jiang Mushue is certainly not a very proud thing to do. "Thank you for the compliments. I drew this myself,"
Xin Yang said with a faint smile on his face.
Everyone around was stunned. This painting is of extremely high quality. Was it painted by Qin Yang?
As far as they know, Xin Yang's calligraphy is very good.
Could it be that Qin Yang also has such high attainments in painting? "Xin Yang, you said that what you drew was what you drew? If this painting was drawn by you, I will eat it,"
said the young man who was appreciating the painting.
Everyone looked at him.
The young man explained, "Everyone, if the quality of this painting was a little lower, I would believe it was painted by Qin Yang, but the quality of this painting is too high.
It's top-notch nationwide. How could it be painted by a young man like Qin Yang?"
Jiang Mushue's grandmother slowly walked over at this time. "I believe it."
Everyone looked at Jiang Mushue's grandmother.
The young man just now shook his head and said, "Old man, it's useless for you to believe it.
This absolutely cannot be drawn by Qin Yang. Jiang Mushue's grandmother, I am Mushue's grandmother.
Yesterday, Xiaoqin drew a picture for Mushue in front of me. Although it is not this one, his painting skills are top-notch."
Well.
The young man who had just spoken fell silent in an instant.
The person who spoke was actually Jiang Mushue's grandmother. "Xiaoqin, your painting is better than the one I drew yesterday. Xiaoxue would definitely be very satisfied if she saw this."
Grandma Jiang Mushue admired the painting carefully.
Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue and asked, "Wife, are you satisfied?" Jiang Mushue: "I am very satisfied with the painting, but not with the name." Qin Yang: "I understand, my dear wife, are you satisfied?" Emotional value plus 16.
Jiang Mushue fell silent, and the young people around her were also silent. Such a painting was actually painted by Qin Yang himself.
When they just praised this painting, weren't they praising Qin Yang? "Qin Yang, I heard that your calligraphy is very good. I didn't expect that you are also so good at painting. Amazing." Tang Yin broke the silence. "It's really amazing.
Qin Yang, you come from an ordinary family and yet you have achieved such a high level." Several girls spoke up. They are all Jiang Mushue's friends. If Qin Yang was not Jiang Mushue's husband, some of them might have taken action. Although Qin Yang's family background was poor, he was handsome and very talented. Throughout history, there have been many daughters of noble families who have admired talented men.
Qin Yang smiled and said, "Thank you everyone." All the young people felt unhappy.
I wanted to embarrass Qin Yang, but I didn't expect Qin Yang to act so arrogantly.
Good calligraphy and good painting.
In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a talented man. Liang Lan walked over with a smile and said, "Everyone, Qin Yang is very talented, that's why Mu Shui likes him."
Some people say that Mu Shui got pregnant by accident.
Let me clarify that this is not the case. They have feelings for each other, and the child is the fruit of their love.
Emotional value plus 15.
Jiang Muxue, Qin Yang, my mother is talking nonsense.
We don't have feelings. Qin Yang, it's okay, time will tell, let's take it slow. Emotional value plus 13.
Qin Yang quickly severed his mental connection with Jiang Muxue. If this continues, Jiang Muxue's mental strength will probably be gone soon.
Brother, what should we do? Zhang Haohu asked in a low voice not far away.
They originally wanted to say that Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue had an accident while drinking, and Qin Yang was not drunk at the time.
Qin Yang is suspected of rape.
Liang Lan actually said first that they had feelings for each other, and with Qin Yang's talent, it was normal for them to have feelings for each other.
Aunt Liang, I have a question. Du Chongming of the Du family stood up and said.
You say.
Liang Lan said calmly.
Du Chongming, out of concern for Mu Shui, I asked someone to investigate, and found no trace of their relationship at all.
Is this normal? Liang Lan asked, you've also looked into Qin Yang, right? Did you know his calligraphy and painting skills?
This.
Du Chongming was instantly speechless. He did ask someone to investigate Qin Yang. There is absolutely no such discovery.
Qin Yang performed mediocrely in high school and college.
Liang Lan glanced over and said, I know someone else must have secretly conducted an investigation.
The results are probably the same as what Xiao Du found, but this may not be the truth. Xiao Qin and Mu Shui truly love each other.
Mu Shui's father and I agreed to their marriage.
Zhang Haolong sighed secretly.
Liang Lan strongly supports Qin Yang, so it is useless for them to stand up again.
They didn't find out that Qin Yang was very good at calligraphy and painting, which proved that their investigation was not that reliable.
Everyone, let's get ready to feast.
Zhang Longqing walked over and said with a smile. Zhang Haolong approached and said, Qin Yang, none of us drank with you last time.
Today we have to compete with you again. You won't be afraid to drink today, right? Qin Yang smiled and said, it's okay to drink. But one thing is that everyone must drink the same amount. Who wants to sit at the table with me?
Zhang Haolong suddenly felt a little scared. Although he can drink quite well, compared with Qin Yang, his alcohol tolerance of only about 2 kilograms is really not enough.
Du Chongming spoke. He is a warrior and his alcohol tolerance is much better than that of ordinary people. Count me in.
Wei Jishang also stood up at this time. He is also a warrior and can drink 3 or 4 kilograms of alcohol.
Let Qin Yang get drunk and maybe he will tell the truth after drinking. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Haolong, brother, what about you? You said you wanted to fight me, you're not afraid anymore, are you? Let's fight.
Zhang Haolong gritted his teeth.
There are many people watching around, so I can lose the battle even if I lose myself. Anything else? Qin Yang asked. Soon several more people stood up. Some of these people are warriors, and some can drink very well. Chapter 53, was that the bullet you sent? Qin Yang and 8 other people sat at a table.
4 of them are dark energy level warriors, and the other 4, although not warriors, can all drink quite well.
Qin Yang, I'm not a warrior, I'm a cheater. Everyone, welcome to my daughter's birthday party.
I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce Qin Yang to you.
Zhang Wancheng at the next table spoke with the microphone. Qin Yang stood up. Everyone's eyes were on Qin Yang. Zhang Wancheng smiled and said, this handsome guy is Qin Yang.
He and Mu Shui have already obtained a marriage certificate.
Due to Mu Shui's special circumstances, they haven't held a wedding yet. Qin Yang, give everyone a toast. Qin Yang nodded.
He directly picked up the wine dispenser filled with wine. Everyone, welcome to Mu Shui's birthday party.
I toast to you all. Gurgle.
Soon Qin Yang drank all the wine in the wine dispenser.
This one weighs about 3 taels. Good. Some people cheered.
Zhang Wancheng said with a smile, everyone, let's eat.
There's nothing fancy about today, just eat and drink well. Soon everyone started to move. Brother-in-law, you said everyone should drink the same amount, so this one doesn't count, right?
Jiang Haolong said.
Qin Yang nodded. If I take the initiative to toast, it doesn't count.
If you take the initiative to toast others, it doesn't count either.
Okay.
Jiang Haolong and the others nodded in agreement.
Du Chongming and the other 4 warriors didn't believe that Qin Yang could drink more than them. As warriors, their physiques are much stronger than ordinary people.
Besides Jiang Haolong, the other 2 young masters from wealthy families, although they were not warriors, had been drinking since childhood and had a good alcohol tolerance. They did not think they could not drink more than Qin Yang. Only Jiang Haolong. He secretly groaned. He can drink 2 kilograms of white wine, and his alcohol tolerance is not low, but he knows very well that his alcohol tolerance is far worse than Qin Yang's. Qin Yang drank 4 or 5 kilograms of white wine last time and nothing happened. Originally, Jiang Haolong wanted everyone to take turns drinking, so that Qin Yang would have a hard time not getting drunk.
However, Qin Yang refused and insisted that everyone must drink the same amount before he could drink. Some of the others agreed.
In this way, he was forced to do something he was not prepared for.
Everyone, let's change the cup. This cup is too small. Du Chongming suggested.
Jiang Haolong quickly said, you can change the cup, but don't be too crazy. Change it to a white wine cup, not a beer cup.
Wei Jisheng chuckled and said, who uses a beer glass when drinking white wine?
Jiang Haolong glanced at Qin Yang. Last time, Qin Yang suggested using beer glasses, but after 2 glasses of beer, he felt completely exhausted. Soon the waiter brought a large wine glass. 1 cup weighs about 2 taels.
Everyone, let's go together first. Wei Jisheng suggested.
The others nodded in support. Qin Yang muttered in his heart, he just drank 3 taels of wine, is he going to get a sudden attack?
Qin Yang smiled and said, I have no objection. Soon everyone drank a toast.
Qin Yang's glass of wine naturally entered the system space. His physical condition improved, his mental strength also increased, and the system space expanded. Now it is about 600 or 700 cubic meters.
Time passes by every second. Wei Jisheng and his friends found various excuses to drink quickly.
In just 10 minutes, Qin Yang had already drunk 1.5 kilograms, and the rest of Wei Jisheng and his friends had also drunk 1 kilogram and 2 ounces. Jiang Haolong felt like he was about to faint. Although he could drink 2 kilograms of alcohol, it was still a bit too much for Jiang Haolong to drink so much in such a short time.
I'm going to the bathroom. Jiang Haolong had to resort to vomiting. Qin Yang, why don't you go to the other tables to toast?
You are Jiang Mushua's husband, and everyone is here to celebrate Jiang Mushua's birthday. A rich second-generation classmate at the same table said. He is an ordinary person, and drinking fast like this is very stressful.
Qin Yang nodded, yes, we have to toast.
Let's pause at this table and let those who should toast do so.
Qin Yang said this and picked up the wine glass and went to Jiang Wanqing's table first. Jiang Mushue is next to her.
His mental power reconnected with Jiang Mushue.
Wife, now it's time to toast. You are not allowed to move at your birthday party. I can only toast to the guests who come today on your behalf. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Mushue.
Jiang Mushue said, Qin Yang, drink less.
Some people are definitely hoping you get drunk and start talking nonsense. If you can contact me, maybe they'll tell me something. Don't worry, honey. I can drink a lot. Jiang Mushue.
Uncle Jiang, I'll push Mushue to toast everyone.
After drinking this cup, Qin Yang said to Jiang Wancheng. Jiang Wancheng nodded, Shao Qin, drink a little slower.
More than 10 minutes later, Qin Yang pushed Jiang Mushue around, and Jiang Mushue saw all the guests.
Qin Yang didn't drink a full glass of wine at every table.
The dozen or so tables drank about 1 kilogram in total. During this period, Wei Jisheng and others also toasted some people. But at most they drank less than half a pound.
Brother, I'm going to the bathroom first. I'll come back later to drink with you guys. We won't leave until we're drunk today. Qin Yang returned to his table and said, I'm going too. Together.
Du Chongming and another young man said. They didn't want Qin Yang to quietly go to the bathroom to vomit.
Soon Qin Yang and his group returned.
Wei Jisheng gave Du Chongming a look, and Du Chongming shook his head slightly.
Qin Yang did not vomit just now. Qin Yang, you really have a good alcohol tolerance. Let's continue. Wei Jisheng smiled.
Qin Yang nodded, okay, no one should give in today. Wei Jisheng wanted to get him drunk, and he also wanted to get Wei Jisheng drunk.
Time passes by every second. Zhang Haolong was the first to fall.
Then the other two ordinary rich second generations also fell.
Only 4 warriors, including Qin Yang and Wei Jisheng, were left. As dark energy level warriors, they could hold their liquor better, but even after drinking another pound, Wei Jisheng and the others couldn't handle it.
They have all drunk about 4 pounds. Even if they vomited in the toilet, they still felt like they were about to die.
Master Du, are you guys still okay? If you can't do it, then just give in and we won't drink anymore. Xin Yang pretended to be drunk. Why can't we do that? Du Chongming said, Xin Yang, let's drink 5 cups in a row. Whoever is cowardly is a grandson. Xin Yang, whatever you guys do. Wei Jisheng and the other 2 young warriors nodded. They all have the same thoughts. Want to get Qin Yang drunk. Perhaps if Qin Yang reveals that he and Jiang Muxue are not lovers, then Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue's marriage will be questioned. Gurgle. Gurgle. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Qin Yang finished 5 glasses of wine. Du Chongming, Wei Jisheng, and another young man finished their drinks, and another one couldn't hold on after the 4th glass.
Wei Jisheng could hardly bear it any longer. His eyes were already very blurry.
Mr. Chang, I have a question for you.
Qin Yang said to Wei Jisheng.
You ask. Wei Jisheng said with a dizzy head. Mind-piercing. Qin Yang used a slight mental attack.
This mental attack would not hurt Wei Jisheng, but it would affect his judgment.
Qin Yang, my parents and I received a package containing a bullet. Was it you who sent it to us? Yes. Wei Jisheng answered without thinking.
Having drunk a lot of alcohol and suffering from mental attacks, Wei Jisheng was completely unable to think normally at this moment.
Some people's faces changed. Wei Jisheng was drunk and not sober.
They knew that Wei Jisheng had jumped into the big pit dug by Qin Yang.
Qin Yang, you.
Wei Jisheng realized that he had been cheated.
Chapter 54 Guarding the Ring. Qin Yang, what did you mean by that? Someone nearby asked quickly.
Although Qin Yang has married Jiang Muxue, many people believe that Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue will divorce sooner or later, and Wei Jisheng is a strong competitor.
Qin Yang, you can't say it. Wei Jisheng shouted. His head was a little clearer now.
Qin Yang ignored Wei Jisheng and said, Wei Jisheng sent a bullet to me and my parents. He also told me that if I didn't divorce Muxue, someone would kill my whole family. The police are now looking for the person who sent the bullet. Wei Jisheng, you should explain yourself to the police when the time comes.
Everyone looked at Wei Jisheng. This incident was enough to land him in the police station for a while. Wei Jisheng quickly explained, that's not the case. I didn't send real bullets, I sent wooden bullets. Many people had smiles on their faces. There is likely one less competitor. Real bullets or wooden bullets are both death threats. Wei Jisheng's explanation confirmed that this was indeed the case. Qin Yang said, they are indeed wooden bullets. 2 sniper bullets beautifully carved from wood. Wei Jisheng, do you have a sniper rifle hidden in your home? You're talking nonsense. I don't have any at home.
Wei Jisheng hurriedly defended himself. Zhang Wansheng came over at this time. He said seriously, Wei Jisheng, please leave here.
We in the Zhang family don't welcome you anymore.
Wei Jisheng's face turned very ugly. Originally, if Qin Yang divorced Jiang Muxue, he would have great hope, but now his hope is completely gone. He also got himself into trouble. He was definitely not the only one who had made death threats against others, but it was a different matter if someone had evidence against him.
Uncle Jiang, I was just joking. Wei Jisheng quickly defended himself. Zhang Wansheng, go and explain to the police. And don't call me Uncle Jiang anymore.
Tell your dad about this, and he has to give me an explanation. If anything happens to Qin Yang and his parents in the future, I will find someone to investigate thoroughly, no matter what the reason.
Wei Jisheng walked outside in a daze. When he reached the door, Wei Jisheng turned around and looked at Qin Yang.
His eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Yang sneered in his heart. Even if Wei Jisheng didn't hate him, he would definitely take revenge on the Wei family because Wei Jisheng threatened him and his parents.
Now it's just a small lesson for Wei Jisheng in advance. Wei Jisheng left soon. Everyone was talking about it. Mr. Du, shall we still drink? Qin Yang asked. Du Chongming shook his head, let's stop here. I've had enough to drink today.
I'll drink again when I have the chance. Originally, he thought it was possible to get Qin Yang drunk, but now it seems that Qin Yang is still very sober. If he continues drinking, they will most likely be the ones who get drunk. It will be troublesome if you say something you shouldn't say, like Wei Jisheng did.
Okay then. Qin Yang nodded. Qin Yang stood up and walked towards Jiang Mushui.
The eyes of many people around looking at Qin Yang changed. Originally, they thought Qin Yang was a country bumpkin, weak and easy to bully, but they didn't expect that Wei Jisheng would fall into Qin Yang's hands.
Wei Jisheng will probably have to stay in jail for a few days.
It's not a big deal for ordinary people, but for someone like Wei Jisheng, spending a few days in jail will greatly affect his future. We have to be careful when dealing with Qin Yang in the future. This guy is scheming and has some tricks up his sleeve, so he's not that easy to deal with.
Zhang Haoren whispered.
Zhang Hao, who beside him, nodded slightly. He is quite ruthless.
He exposed Wei Jisheng in front of so many people. The Wei family was reluctant to help him smooth things over. Wei Jisheng has to go in this time.
Zhang Haoren, I just checked, and he'll be detained for 5 to 10 days.
It's a huge disgrace. Qin Yang came to Jiang Mushui. Xiao Qin, you drank so much, are you okay? Liang Lan asked. Qin Yang nodded, and Lan, I'm fine.
I'll take care of Mu Shui, you go and greet the guests.
Liang Lan nodded.
Many guests had finished their meal and were preparing to leave, so she and Jiang Wancheng had to see some of them off.
Liang Lan left, and Qin Yang's mental power connected to Jiang Mushui.
Jiang Mushui originally didn't have much mental strength left, but her mental strength recovered a little during the meal.
Mu Shui, something just happened. Qin Yang told the story about Wei Jisheng.
Jiang Mushui, Qin Yang, for the sake of profit, there will definitely be forces targeting you in the future. The probability of your parents dying is low, but the probability of your death is very high.
You can divorce me. You don't need to do that with me even if you treat me. As long as I'm sober, I'll ask my parents to give you a lot of money.
Qin Yang sent a message, I want the money, and I want the person too.
Emotional value plus 15. Qin Yang, you are taking a huge risk. Your parents will probably be at some risk. You should think about it again. Qin Yang muttered in his heart, is it necessary to consider it?
His system is tied to Jiang Mushui, and they must be tied together. Don't think about it, it's better to have both money and people, hee hee.
Emotional value plus 13. Qin Yang asked in his mind, system, what is my emotional value? 863.
Qin Yang thought for a moment and said, 101 times, draw 3 times. The Wei family will probably target me in the future, so system, you have to give me some more cards to save my life.
Winning the lottery.
Congratulations to the host for the +6 physical fitness, which will increase to 27 points. Warm currents surged through Qin Yang's body, and every cell in his body was strengthened by the power of the system.
Physical enhancement? Good. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. His mental power is now S+, which is very strong.
He is very powerful when using mental power to attack, but he is still a little weak to deal with close-range attacks.
The S-level amulet is sometimes not on him. Congratulations to the host for winning a B-grade detoxification pill.
After taking it, it can neutralize most poisons.
Qin Yang was excited. Good stuff. It is entirely possible that the enemy poisoned him.
Even though he has strong mental strength, he could still be poisoned to death.
Qin Yang's physique is stronger than that of ordinary people, but with his current physique, he cannot withstand many poisons. Lottery drawing.
Congratulations to the host for winning a B-level Guardian Ring.
Qin Yang asked, system, what is the function of this Guardian Ring? System, host, it can provide defense. Unlike the amulet, its defense is more comprehensive.
In addition, the Guardian Ring can recognize its master and upgrade.
Qin Yang was puzzled. A more comprehensive defense means.
System, it can resist physical and mental attacks, and it can also detoxify the owner if he is poisoned. Qin Yang looked at the Guardian Ring in the system space. This ring is very beautiful.
System, how do I upgrade it?
You can upgrade it by drawing a lottery.
Qin Yang asked, how effective is its defense? System, it can only withstand 1 or 2 pistol shots, but can withstand many ordinary punches and kicks. Unlike the amulet, its power can be restored. Qin Yang nodded secretly.
It is very good that a B-level guardian ring has such a protective effect.
Mushue, I have a gift for you.
Xin Yang sent a message to Zhang Mushue. He squatted down and took out the guardian ring.